Oh, hey! I didn't see you come in then. Katros, Alnus, how are you both doing? Watto and welcome. You just finished the last door. Feckin' yo. It is on the list. It is on the grand list. And I do take your recommendation very highly. Trazini Watto, friend. Coming in. Cheers all. I kind of been doing my whole, like, single parent thing today, so I was, like, walking the dog with a travel coffee, feeding the nuggets, being productive. Check me out. I didn't get to yell at USPS workers this morning, but I did I went very British. We're talking, like, formal written request for where in the ruddy hell is the thing Navala sent. Games news we're feckin' stoked for. Actually, the amount of nonsense that was going on over the weekend, Tuna actually invited me on his show for ended up being like 2 hours just to talk about the Kotaku article that pissed me off something fierce. Stammering, J-Post, Watto friends. And Orchazini, I've had the Hot Wheels game recommended a lot. It's just expensive, yo. I don't know what their kind of like their outreach and. You know what? First date, let's pump the brakes on the murders. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Want to do it again next week? No? Oh, all right.
You know, Ninja Brian, it's not enough to just be the world's most amazing lover. You also have to be a smooth talker. Well, of course I know how to talk to women.
Okay. Lizzie, I'm trying to say hello to everybody. Now I don't know who's just coming in. Okay, I guess happy Canadian turkey weekend face or whatever.
You like that?
I looked away for 2 seconds. Sorry, I just saw that Deus ended up getting admitted to urgent care last night, and I was like, feck, I just saw him last night. Hit it with wipes out my nose. Okay. Sorry, you might just need to refresh.
That's some sweet talking. Plenty more where that came from. Now it's
Okay, that's better. Feck, so I have no idea who just came on in, but to all of you, Watto and welcome! How are you all doing, friends? Apologies for multi-track drifting. Like I said, I just saw Deus was in, like, urgent care last night. I'm like... Oh, and Lucum's abso-feckin-lutely. I spoke about it at length, and honestly, I don't think it's a thing that we as a group need to go into hard, unless people want to talk about, like, why that article was such a grumbler. Oh, so Stammering Gamer, basically, Kotaku put out an article on the weekend that was like, hey, you know you can just pirate Metroid Dread. In fact, here's all the emulators that you could use on your PC to emulate the game and download it. And it's also better if you pirate this game. And everyone's like, did you feckin' just? And I saw the article. I went, no. I slept on it. I came back the following day and I was still livid. So I'm like, fire! The flames that one ignites on the internet are powerful, but they can be addictive. One must bring one's powers together. To live by the fire is to be consumed by it. So I tend to, if I find that I'm gonna get very angry about something industry-wise, I like to give it some breathing room, you know? Yay! And Chrono, yes, the return of Lord Bonia. Okay, so, I've not said hi to many people, so Vanderbeest, head of House Order, Watto, thank you. filling up the pint glass. I was going to say the rule of Shackle the Eternal is almost to an end, but then I saw how big the number is. Shackle's going to be there for a while. So Asari, Kandarian, Wolfcrad, Chrono, Lamalot, the Stammering Gamer J-Post, Lucums, I don't think I said a proper hello, Lizzie, Gitten Ed, Graphite Sparrow, Watto, fucking cheers, Meebot. Cheers. God. And Joda, good morning, Watto friend. And Stammering, you know as well as everybody, the if the purple tick happens, I have to play Raft. So there's already enough carnage there. Okay, so one and all, Watto and welcome. As Chrono says, we've got a fecking good week of streams this week. So today we're going to play something completely out of left field. There's this title called The Hitchhiker, which I mixed up with Road 96, and I'd really like to show it with you today. I think it's only like 3 hours long, but considering how many bangers we have this week and next week, I thought let's take Tuesday to converse and hang out. You lot can tell me what's going on with you. Hey! Man! J-Post, freaking house car doesn't even wait. Okay, the game might be 3 hours. Catastros, you're right. There will be nattering, there will be banter. But then tomorrow we're continuing with Deathloop, which has turned out to be so much better than I expected. And what myself and Aperios are going to do is we're going to spend the morning on playing it single player, and then in the afternoon we're going to bring Aperios in to murder me wholesale. Down Under Dwarf, Watto friend, coming in. And then on Thursday we're finally starting the Outer Wilds DLC. I put it off for as long as I could, because I know a lot of you wanted to play it first and experience it yourselves, but I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm too excited. The Blackout Club's been strength to strength. I think this Friday will be quiet, like Blackout Club-wise, but I've said that before and I've been wrong before. And then, Saturday, we are restarting Divinity Original Sin 2. I have Zalavir and Laura, and we're going to have like a rotating guest fourth. I don't know how it's going to be. Well, no, that's not true. I know it's going to be rad. I don't know how much fun it's going to be to watch, but I could not ask for a better cast of fantasy feckery. Do you know what I mean? Lizzie got to go to an aquarium and look at all the cute fishes. I saw. And I know I haven't been posting as much over the Discord over the weekend. Looking after the household's been an interesting solo challenge, but it's looking nice. Right, I got this place all ship-shape and proper. God, I'm trying to think of all the other. God, I'm trying to think of all the other stuff that's been going on. And JP, Watto friend.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh.
Wow, 15 months hanging out here. Time flies when watching would plot on stealing more penguins.
Look, okay. So, sorry. Bacon Avenger, you put in a lot to keep this whole thing going, and I'm exceedingly grateful. And on top of that, that is 15 months at a tier 3. Thank you. Alright? Now, on the subject of penguin stealing, I didn't start it, alright? Fiona's off for a wedding and visiting some family. And she was drinking in a bar, and apparently this guy was pointing out the weight of an average penguin comparable to air tanks. And so Fiona was trying to work out, like, is it viable to actually steal a penguin from a zoo? Turns out, yes. I was just encouraging this. Would River be livid if we had a penguin in the house? Probably. But do I want a penguin? Always. I also found out about giant otters this weekend. So that's a thing. I don't know if you were all aware of this, but there is a particular species of otter that can grow up to 6 feet tall, or long, I should say. They're carnivores, and they are known to eat jaguars. Like, heck, that's a real creature that exists. I didn't know. Down under dwarf, penguins do not attract sharks. Oh, and JP, then that's way cool. I will be the smooth, relaxing British dulcet tones while you have a bath. So enjoy a good soak, friend. Stammering Gamer, I did see the Epic acknowledged Inner Sloth. Honestly, I mean, it's just a tweet response on Twitter, and unless the Fortnite dev team actually do something with... the creators of Among Us, I'm not going to give them any points just yet. But it's nice to see them at least acknowledging the, yo, we did rip off your thing. Sea Witch, I did not say a proper hello. Hello and good morning. How are you doing? Yes, credit is nice. A cut is better. What else has been going down? There was a bunch of things kicking about. Weirdly, Raw Fury, the indie publisher, is going to be looking into getting their IPs adapted to film and television. So, if you don't know Raw Fury, they did Call of Sea, The Signifier. Oh god, now I'm trying to think of all of their games. Sable? God, yeah.
Here comes the pizza!
Which feels like a strange thing to be announcing on a Tuesday morning, but okay. I still can't believe that Magic Leap are unveiling Magic Leap 2 already, but okay. Oh, what was the other one? Oh, a lovely little thing to hear. So, IO Interactive, the creators of the Hitman series, are doing fecking great. Apparently, Hitman 3 did so well as to hit like 136% increase in profits. Like, good on them. Like, Nom Nom Fighter, what ho, friend? Coming in. Like, it's nice to hear of a games company doing well, yo.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. All systems nominal.
Ah.
That's a clearly superior dish.
Ooh, indeed. Oh, that should have been more of an ooh. Get into Uvavu territory there. Kaimball, 22 months, friend. Feckin' thank you. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Tell me your tales!
Cool.
So yes, as some of you were filtering in, like, Kotaku busted out a pretty trash tier article this weekend, which got a lot of people angry. And I've got to be honest, myself included, mostly because not just that they were saying, yo, just pirate this game in a roundabout manner. They did not say that directly. But also, they drew a big old target on a bunch of Switch emulators, which... Well, and so Nom Nom, we've spoken to a lot of people who have worked at or written for Kotaku. Like, they're a mixed bag for certain. Their investigative stuff is great, and they do tend to pick up on things a little faster than others. But a lot of their editorial quality leaves much to be desired. Also, their video stuff is terrible. But I spoke about it a lot at great length on Tuna Show, because he was talking about like the intersection of like piracy and emulation and all this together. So it was a nice little banter. It was a nice little banter. I don't think there's anything really that we need to recover. Video games are coming out thick and fast. Shocking, I know. Back 4 Blood's out today. Feckin'... I saw a handful of studios lamenting that... I saw a handful of studios lamenting that they have been unable to get coverage over the last couple of weeks. And it's been heartbreaking to look at these really interesting games and see that they've done little to no like outreach or marketing or anything really. So I kind of... Again, I try not to embrace the snark. I try not to weaponize the flame and the fire on places like Twitter, but I just got up this morning and was like, look, say it with me now, people. Good games don't sell themselves. And I've already got a couple of wannabe snark merchants jumping up at me and being like... well, what about these breakaway hits? I'm like, I'm sorry, Wit. So... okay, sorry. If you're unfamiliar, there's this. It's a terrible myth that exists within video games that really good games, you just release them and people find them and they sell 1 million copies and it's amazing. And I would genuinely love it if that was the case. Like, I'm not against it, but it's not what happens. And I assure you, any title that you feel was a breakaway success, that was like a no one... Okay, nom nom. Nom nom, seriously. It. Oh, fucking hell. Nobody... That wasn't a conversation thread that we needed to go down, and I... Bleeding Nora. Okay. Anyway. Sorry, so Wraith was putting like the breakaway hits of the...
Online. Sensors online.
Baron Watto!
All systems nominal.
Daily reminder fact: Kotaku also thanks for 16 months of nonsense.
Whoa. And again, so, Baron, thank you for 16 months of keeping my dumbass alive, so cheers to you. Again, I will say, there are a lot of people I know who have written for Kotaku, and there are a lot of good things have come from that site. It's not just a cesspit, because, believe me, I know the baseline of cesspit, and it's bad. But... Gorka Media as a whole does a lot of nonsense, and a lot of people talked about like the triangle of outrage when it came to this, which is there's a thing that Gorka Media as a media empire has done multiple times, where they post one article just to piss everybody off, and then they post the counter article saying, "Oh, I can't believe you did that," on one of their own sites. So essentially manufacturing this situation of outrage. They did it with Magic the Gathering a few years back and stuff like that. As Catastros was saying, like the TLDR for emulation is don't write big articles about it. Yeah, Baron, essentially a harvesting of clicks, but it's not hate, because they both put forward both the... Okay, let me tell you about the situation. It was years back, and a site called Jezebel, one of their writers went on a date with a Magic the Gathering pro player. And she wrote this whole scathing article about how, you know, she hid this from him, and then when she found out, he wouldn't stop talking about it and all this nonsense. And then Kotaku put up a counter article being like, hey, no, that's not cool. Magic the Gathering people are awesome. You shouldn't judge people because of that. But both sites are under the same umbrella. So regardless as to your feelings about the situation, you're going to both sides of it. That's what I meant by like manufactured malcontent, if you will. Anyway. Over the weekend, they posted this article saying, here's how you emulate Metroid Dread, which has just come out, but also that it's better if you emulate it, and here's why. And it pissed off the industry something fierce, because it's essentially being like, hey, I know these people worked for like 3 to 5 years and worked their ass off to make this video game, but what if you just steal it? It's better if you steal it. And, I promise I won't languish on this topic, but I were mad. I were very mad. But not just because of the, please steal these games, but like, emulation as a whole exists in this grey area, essentially, that if big companies wanted to shut down a lot of emulation stuff, they could. Pretty much, anything pre-disk drive is pretty safe, but post-disk drive, so things like the PlayStation, the BIOS is copywritten or IP protecty, what have you. I forget the exact term, but you can have an emulator for your PlayStation, but you're only meant to flash your BIOS. To download a BIOS to run a PlayStation emulator is bad, illegal bad. So it's a big old mosh pit of nonsense. To the real Viking Overlord. What, oh friend? How are you doing? How goes it? Oh, and Catastros, I'd love to hear how you're getting on with Metroid Dread. Oh, well, to the Viking Overlord, say hello to Aqua Biscuits for me. Hello, hello. Anyway, so Will being ragey about Kotaku once again trying to ruin it for everyone. Yeah, the thing I was talking about this morning was... no! Okay, Baron Ransack, that's fecking cool of you, thank you. Baron Ransack gifted a sub to the real Viking Overlord, which means I get to dramatically say that in the credits later. I'm looking forward to that one. Earl was saying, so knows Back 4 Blood is out. Are we looking to Longship versus zombies in the near future? Heck yes. I'm looking forward to playing it with peoples this evening in some capacity. I don't know how many shooty gunsmen we'll have. However, I will say, I'm probably going to try and start on Veteran. It is not the best way to earn new cards, but playing the Babu game on Veteran mode is very scary and kind of awesome. The chances of clearing the tanker are slim, but it's Back 4 Blood is not a game that I want to rush through. So if you're up for playing that game, difficult, hard, bad, good, then I'll make some posts this evening. Oh, and it's not baby difficulty. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like that. But I am looking forward to tearing into some zombies and building some cool decks. What was I going to say? Oh, so JP was saying for Hot Take, how about they make those games available on PC without emulation? Well, there's two reasons. One is, I know it's counterintuitive. Exclusives sell consoles, right? If you have a brand new piece of hardware and you want people to buy your new hardware, you got to have games that ship it, right? Like, video game consoles are nothing without games on them. And myself, like a lot of people, like, I got my Switch for Breath of the Wild, Bayonetta 2, and Splatoon. So 3 games that I couldn't play anywhere else. That's my personal rule. If I'd been able to play even one of those games on PC, I would have just done that, right? And it would have meant I wasn't invested in the Nintendo platform. The other reason is that developing for PC is messy. It's not clean, it's not easy. Compat testing is an absolute pain in the tuchus, even if you use an external company. Because as much as you'll see all those comments on Steam, which is like, I have an incredible PC and this runs really badly. No, they don't. They have literally stuck a graphics card into the side of a cabbage and are wondering why they're only getting 4 frames a second. I used to do QA stuff, and when Rome 2... Well, okay, during CA launches, it's kind of like everyone helps each other. As a community manager, people would go on the forums and be like, this game runs like dog shit, what the hell? And so it would be my job to be like, hey, so here you're having some problems, like, let's work it through. First thing you always go is like, hey, can you send me your DX diag? And if their DX diag is just like an output of all your computer hardware, like graphics, drivers, the whole shebang. And if you get back what is essentially a recipe for a potato salad, then you can be like, yes, and as Katros says, every Switch is the same. You get it working on one Switch, works on them all. Cabbage VC 4.2. Amazing graphics card. New Salad OS. Oh, and I call a Watto friend. Sorry, I didn't say hello. And to Watto. Oh, Katros was just saying they tried to do PS2 emulation of the year, but flashing the BIOS was way too complicated. It really is. It really is. Sorry, that's the noise that plays when you start your PC up. It's just, my cabbages! Oh, you're trying out Sundered tonight. Let me know what you think of that, because it's real cool. Actually, Wraith makes another very good point, which is Nintendo do tend to design their first-party titles to the console, usually to enact whichever gimmick is on there, you know? And sorry, again, like, JP, I hope you don't think that I'm, like, picking on you. It's just this really interesting conversation. Oh, okay, no, Lamalot's correct, sorry. The my cabbages is the blue screen of death sound, rather than the doon, you get, my cabbages! As they've been scattered across the floor. Lamalot, that was correct. Thank you for putting that in. Ehrman says that there's an entire section of their company that's just devoted to helping optimize games for PC hardware. It's a grueling, hard mess of work. Yup. So, launching on PC is not a simple undertaking, if you want to do it properly. So, the advantage of launching on PC is that PC these days is primarily digital distribution, which means no overheads, which means people can like buy it real feckin' easy. And once it's on PC, it's everywhere. But I mean, Real Viking, that's one of the strengths of a console. Like, for as complicated as PC games are, like, if you want to play a game on PS4, what do? You buy a PS4, you buy a game, and you're good to go. And that, sorry, I apologise. As I said, Fiona's out of town at the moment, and she just sent me the fact that she's having a bloody Nando's right now. I'm getting heckled from the other side of the country. Oh, Kimball says that people are starting to expect cross-platform, and that's when things get real. Yep. I'm hoping that as like Epic and Unreal get larger and larger, that it's something they might actually be able to start offering out the box, like fingers crossed. but that's just my hopeful, naive self. You know what I mean? I guess also, Alnus, that's another good point, is that particular article was a gear grinder, because Metroid Dread runs beautifully on a Switch. And the Switch isn't an underpowered piece of kit, but comparable to the other, like, off-the-shelf consoles. It's not the beefiest. And the challenge to get something running as gorgeous as Metroid Dread does is not simple.
On other note, I've ordered printer ink. I'll be able to print out the rest of the D&D stuff. Getting ready to send stuff over soon. Food parcel treats incoming too.
Well, sorry. It is lovely. Thank you. You know what? That's what I should just say. Thank you. And also thank you for 200 bits. I played a drinking game with some friends last night. Okay, no, drinking game's the wrong thing. But it was a special little thing that a friend does. Is you get a bottle of mead, you plonk it in the middle of a group of friends, and you go around the table. Pour a little bit each time, little cheers, and each person first says one thing that they're thankful for, you know, one great victory. Then they say one goal, like one thing they aim to grab. And then the last way round is you have to do one brag, one boast. You have to say one thing about yourself that you're actually like, yeah, you know what? I did feckin' wreck face at this. And oh boy, it's really feckin' hard. And people saying lovely things or sending stuff, I still don't know how to process that. I'll be honest with you. We've almost killed the big box of Japanese snacks, but it's taken a concise effort. It's so feckin' good, but there's so much of it. Sorry, jumping back in. So Varbles was saying that the hardware testing labs for Windows at Microsoft is something special. Just rows and rows of PC variations. God, yeah, I've heard about it. It's like the ultimate compact testing ground. Oh, and jumping back to the porting thing, where Katros was saying that why studios from Japan, a country that is very console-focused, with an occasional reputation for dodgy PC ports. Yeah, well, they also don't have a strong PC gaming market the same as, like, you know, Europe, US, UK. Oh, Kenley, good morning, friend. Watto. Seriously? No, that's not $2,000 worth of Oreos. That's $30,000 worth of Oreos. Was it 15k? God, I posted about this the other day. Earl managed to eat 2 of the Mew Oreos. Oh no, I've got to go back on my profile now. Sorry, I need to recheck the price on this one. Like, was it $1,500 or? Nah, dude. Oh, you ate over $30,000 in Oreos. At least according to a September 21st eBay open bid. That's a flex. Yeah, as Aldous is saying, 1 is a flex, 2 is I choose violence. Oh, so Kandarian, there's been a limited run of Pokemon Oreos out here in the States. And in the manner of all things nerdy these days, the Mew ones being the rarest of the Oreos have developed essentially a collector's market of sorts. And some of them have sold for as much as $15,000 online. I'm pretty sure, like, the market of them is bottled out, but you know what I mean. Sorry, it was like, scalpers? I don't know. I mean, you've got to open them to find them, but... Sorry. Huh. Apologies for going into space for a second there. Kachos was just adding that on the PC ports in the Japanese territories, apparently FPS on PC is a very low engagement in Japanese territories. You know what? I knew that, but it's nice to hear it confirmed, because Kachos was saying they follow the HoloLive VTuber scene, and supposedly there's a branch that has a low-key selling point that she plays FPS on PC. And that's interesting. God. Sorry, just Graphite was saying that, to be honest, it's just Cookie Monster finally cashing in on that street money. Cookie Monster basically just sold his place in Sesame Street. Oh, okay, sorry. I saw your post being like, I see a shark in the background, and I froze for a second there. I was like, where? Where? It is the feeties of the big shark. Which, the back of it is feckin' adorable, and the front of it is this haunting opening maw of shark death. And Bacon Avenger, thank you for filling the pint glass. I lost all my trains of thought there, so I'm very sorry. Hey, Fred Watto! How are you doing this morning? Okay, so Fred, we're all in agreement here. Like, Sesame Street is in somewhere in New York, right? And judging by the red brick steps and its layout, like, it's gotta be like, God, it's gotta be like, God, I want to say Brooklyn-like area, but okay. So Fred was saying that they don't know. Can I tell Fred how to get to Sesame Street? I think you've got to take the A line north through to the C line. Like, it's not that Sesame Street doesn't exist, it's that the New York metro system is a mess. Varble says, canonically, it is in New York City. Okay, so if Cookie Monster owns his own place in New York City and, like, sells it, even if he rents for the rest of his life, Cookie Monster is rich, which explains how he's able to maintain his lifestyle. Though I do wonder if Cookie Monster has a Twitter account. Because I might just have to be like, mate, was this you? Oh yeah, there is an official Me Cookie.
Number 1, Ninja Brian. Oh, sorry, wrong list. Brian's got an STD. Brian's got an STD. Brian's got an STD.
Wolfcrowd thinks Cookie Monster would be hoarding all the new Oreos. Nah. Like, Cookie's not about that hoarding life, because hoarding cookies would be depriving other people of cookies. I think he goes through them at that rate.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Well met. Now you call me Big Blue Harlot.
Oh, it's the Big Blue Heron. How are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! How are you doing? And sorry, and thank you for freaking 36 months. That's as long as anyone can sub tier. So cheers to you. And I'm definitely with Fred that, like, Cookie Monster's not a hoarder. He shares some, he eats the rest. Like, if Cookie Monster offers you a cookie and you go, I'm not sure, he'll destroy the cookie you didn't eat. But he'd still give you first pick, you know? Aiko also points out that maybe Cookie Monster doesn't have quite the self-control to hoard as well. Yeah, that's also a point. Anyway, the TLDR is Video Games news is kind of a lot is happening, but nothing bad drama. Good games don't sell themselves still, which is I think I'll probably be repeating until the end of time. For those of you looking for video game jobs, the Garage Band, aka the development team that make Blaseball, are looking for a lot of people. What else has been going down? Oh yes, as I said, IO Interactive has done gangbusters. Like doing like 136% profit on some badass feckin' Hitman 3. Sorry, that was my thinking pose. And the Twitter beef this morning was KFC's Twitter account biffing it over Left 4 Dead and Back 4 Blood. But then Turtle Rock Studios roasting them right the feck back, so there we go. You know what? It's a good feckin' day, friends. Sorry if I seem a little like, wee! Manic. Looking after all the nuggies and keeping the schedule together has been an interesting challenge, for certain. Actually, to those of you who just joined, so this is what this week's looking like. Today we're going to be playing a game called Hitchhiker, or I believe the full title is Hitchhiker, a Mystery Game. Which, I would say, if you feel the need to say that your game is a mystery game, now, this one's got a very interesting premise, and the idea is that we will be trying to work out not like the plot of a murder or what's happening. We're going to be working out who we are through interacting with other people as we hitchhike across the land. It's going to get surreal, it's going to get weird, and I'm feckin' down for it. Oh, yeah. Okay, and Katros, it wasn't an attempt. I did kill Sean Bean. I just didn't survive the process because I forgot how explosives work. And sorry, I don't think Blaseball's doing customer support roles at this stage. But in fairness, I only checked their like highlights. I'm not looking, I'm just more curious, you know what I mean?
Does anyone have a lozenge?
Alright, so yeah, the rest of the week. Okay, we're playing Deathloop again on Wednesday, and okay, I know it's not a hot take to tell you all that an Arcane game is good, but I keep thinking about Deathloop. It might be their best work yet, and I don't say that lightly. There's so many things within its very concept that counter a lot of the usual, I wouldn't say problems, but like, you know, Dishonored had the whole thing of, here are all these awesome, incredible, wonderful powers that do cool things. However, if you use them, you're gonna make the world worse. So if you want the good ending, if you want to do good in this world, you have to be boring. And okay, boring's a strong term, but you have to stealth your way through it. Don't get seen, don't kill anybody. Oh, Fred's like, wait, new idea. Schrodinger's mystery. Is it a mystery? If it's a mystery, then it's a mystery. Fred, why would you hurt me like this? Fuck it. Katros, why would you hurt me like this? Would you say you're stuck in a loop, Will? Look, I'm going to get Harpachar back, and that is my #1 goal on Wednesday. Harpachar is what we named the twin pistols that lock together. I won't tell you how to find them, I won't tell you how to get them, but I'll tell you, Harpachar awaits you. Harpachar awaits. But what we're going to do after the morning on Deathloop is then play the multiplayer of it. So Aperios is going to be tracking and hunting me down. And I've got to admit, like, I wouldn't... Okay, I wouldn't have wanted the multiplayer to be enforced on anyone, because I know that, like, invasion mechanics are not everybody's jam. But as a 1v1 versus deathmatch, it creates such a fascinating... It creates such a fascinating, like, variation on the standard. God, I love this song. Sorry. Thursday is Outer Wilds DLC, then Blackout Club, then Divinity 2 finally with Laura and feckin' Zalavir. God, it's just... There's so much going on this week, and it's all bangers. And it worries me because next week's going to be even more so. And then after that, what happens when we're not doing Inscription, Deathloop, and Outer Wilds back to back to back? Sorry, Catros is adding they're just bitter about Dishonored's chaos system because their no upgrades, no powers, no kills ghost run was one of the most stressful things in their life. Yup. Earl, to answer your question of, wait, Laura the Squirrel Knight or an actual person named Laura? Yes. I haven't decided... Well, okay, we haven't decided who's getting what. I'm going to be reprising my role as Lord Calcium Bonio, or what if Skeletor could say fuck? But I have no idea what kind of character Zalavir and Laura are thinking to make. So I don't know who's going to be taking, like, talk with animals and stuff like that. Because, like, Calcium Bonio is here for two things. Fire and thievery. But, I mean, for those of you that have played Divinity 2, as much fun as Kevin was, I think... And, okay, the Bone Spider was awesome, but, like, Necromancy didn't seem as cool as it should have been, you know? I really did enjoy just setting things on fire. And what if we did like a fire and earth kind of thing with Bonio? Like, oil and more fire and more fire. Like, you know, that's kind of cool. All right, now we're back down under 1,000. I'm just moving the blips over. So Fred's like, wait, fire and thievery. You go for like a Prometheus, better armor up your liver. Ha, he's a skeleton, doesn't have a liver. And Wraith, you're right. Kevin did hard carry old Bucket Squad, but this is a new squad. It'll have its own name eventually, its own identity. Now, I wonder if a skeleton elf can still eat limbs, because that would be funny. Yeah, everything's flammable if you use enough flame, you fuck. Everyone's weak to fire.
So you're still awake for some reason. Was it the guitar solo?
I mean, honestly, friends, I've been itching to get back into Divinity 2. Divinity Original Sin 2. Although I actually do want to stream Divinity 2 for you all at some point, because like as a proto-Witcher game, it's feckin' fascinating. It's janky and it's weird, but it's fresh and different. Which again, prior to like The Witcher 3 and stuff like that, like fantasy was going off in a certain direction, especially for open world titles. And Larian was like, nah, let's get weird with this shit. Let's get weird. Let's be a transforming dragon that eats XP for mind control powers. Let's fucking do it. Sorry, mind reading powers. Sign me the feck up. Sorry, a janky proto-Witcher and Earl suddenly has the urge to reinstall Ultima 9. And Kisa, I'm absolutely there with you. I'm so looking forward to seeing Baldur's Gate 3. Much like with Divinity 2, Baldur's Gate's going to be the same thing. Baldur's Gate 3, I will, at some point in the mystical future, I will get a squad together, the right squad, and it will be an event. And Graphite, that's entirely fine, yo. Well, Kesa, I think we'll wait until Baldur's Gate 3 is out in its entirety. But who knows? Who feckin' knows? I guess just because, like, I've been talking a lot up to people about Dungeons & Dragons over the last couple days, and Memnol on Saturday was a lot of fun. And I got that kind of, that D&D itch back, you know? I don't know why, I've just really wanted to do some, like, challenge one-shots. Do you know what I mean? Like I've never gotten to do the feckin' Tomb of Horrors. Which, in fairness, the Tomb of Horrors, you really need to go at it as part of a campaign, because you've got to have that weight behind it. At least that's my humble opinion. Like, obviously, like, Baron's the person to talk to, and there's so many more, like, accomplished DMs in chat around you right now. But my humble opinion is, like, what makes the Tomb of Horrors so brutal is not the complexity of the traps. It's that it's so deadly. And if you add it to an existing campaign, you have these characters that you know and love, and you're putting that on the line, like... It's weird. See, friends, I'm trying to read what Alnus has put in chat. One shot, a party of wizards goes dungeon crawling, and then the rest kind of gets a bit blurry, and all I can see is fireball, fireball, fireball.
Okay. What do you think makes Simon the Sorcerer 1 and 2 so good? I love the humor, snark, and witty give. I find it funny.
Sorry, thank you for the 200. God, I haven't gone back to Simon the Sorcerer in a long, long time. I think I have them? Though it might have been the second one that is really uncomfortable to go back to. But I'd have to check. I might be thinking of a different game. Now, when Port Center gets in here, I know Ben knows those titles really well. Or is that Magic Carpet? Oh, Catastros, you're right. Simon the Sorcerer 3D was the one I was thinking of. Thank you. Catastros, that's fucking cool to say. Sorry, Catastros was saying they managed to join one of the Oak Hollow sessions when Baron was DMing. Feckin' yo. Hair is so full of knots at the moment. I should probably sort that. That's a later problem. That's an over there problem. I'll ignore it. And I just lost. Yeah, you know what, Catastros, you're right. That's Future War's problem. You know what, Earl? You're right. I should change that sponsor link. I wonder if I can do aliases on that. Anyway, so what's been going on with your lovely selves? I did not get into as much Vigigamery over the weekend as hoped, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I had some friendos come round yesterday. Monday, I did take off. I had a day to like let my voice recover because it's been very angry at me. It's been very mad at me. But I haven't really gotten into too much nonsense, if I'm being perfectly honest. I've been getting back into 7 Days to Die, which has been real fun. Oh, Earl's got Incoming Wastelands 3. Feckin' yeah! Is it, Humble Sale?
Humble store purchase made for $19.99.
Feckin' yo! Earl, thank you for using the Humble link, yo. Oh, wait, and, Hitchhiker's on there as well? Alright, see, I'm so glad you and Earl are on the ball today because I am not. Like, I was very productive this morning, like, walked the dog, looked after the guinea pigs, been trying to chase down this package that Navala sent. But it seems that the cost for being an actual functioning human being outside of the regular has been great. Lizzie, I have had a cup of coffee. I had the whole, like, you know, single parent thing going this morning. Walking the dog, got my tunes on, got my travel coffee, doing my thing. It's great. No. No. That'll do. Sorry. Oh, we don't talk about the Babel fish. Sorry, Asari was mentioning the old Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text adventure. And Babel fish still feckin' haunts. As a dyslexic child, that's pretty much like cruel and unusual punishment. For those that don't know, one of the opening segments of that particular text adventure is you have to guide the aforementioned Babel fish. A little fish that lives in your ear that translates all languages into all other languages. You have to guide it in through the ear canal, and it's a word that I do not want to say on twitch.television. Oh, and Squarepeg, what, ho, friend? How's it going? So no shock travel mugs. Blade Nora. Oh yes, and as Earl says, if you type a command the game doesn't recognize, you've doomed civilization. I forgot about that. The game haunted me. Katros, that was not the word I was looking for, but we do not need to find it. I have exuded self-control. Now, does that work? It does not. I think I broke it. And yes, Oh my word. Okay, the real Viking Overlord. Go. Be safe.
Who wants to sing?
And it was lovely catching up with you. Thank you, Fiona. It's Fiona checking in on me. Viking Overlord, have a lovely rest of your day. And if we get to hang out with you more, that would be feckin' lovely. But yes, Fiona, thank you for throwing a host. I see you're checking in. Were you looking to see if I was, like, disheveled? Maybe missing a couple of fingers, bleeding? Fuck off! Look at Fiona! Fiona's getting a Nando's! I have to go to another bloody country for a Nando's. Well, okay, I could also have gone with Fiona, but... Vanderbeast's asking me if I think about starting the game. I mean, I'm enjoying nattering with you lot, but we can get in the car. We can go on that little adventure. How's your Pyrenees, Fiona? Is it good? Is it great? How's your chicken? I wasn't even that big a Nando's fan until it was taken away from me. Oh! Oh! Do you see, friends? Do you see this? And I quote from "Hey, it's Fiona. I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm full of Nando's." It's fine. I got to have some more Sean's mead, so I'm doing pretty good. Obviously not this morning. I didn't just wake up and be like... blah, blah, blah. God, I don't even know if I could do that anymore. Sean's bees! Alan is like, please stop fighting, you're upsetting the Nugget children. Nah, the Nuggets got fresh hay and crunchies. They couldn't give less of a fuck.
I remember seeing a set of megalodon jaws in a nature science museum touch and learn thing in Gothenburg. Those jaws were as large when fully open as I am tall. I am 1.92 meters /6,3.
Those jaws truly were mega. The fact is, like, the Megalodon didn't, like, so much die out as it just kind of shrank. Like, there stopped being things big enough for a Megalodon, so, like, we just had small... They didn't need a bigger shark. That still scares me. And Josh, thank you for the 200. Sorry, friends, I'm being a monstrous sketchlord this morning. Yeah, I feel that need for mead. That's my mornings. Oh, that is exactly what I'm saying. Exactly. But, unless I hit that purple tick, I don't have to play Raft, so ha 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 ha. Alright, let's see if this works now. Nope. Alright, I give up. I give up. Don't pre-order video games, kids. Pre-ordering video games is a terrible idea. It's terrible and bad. Although, on the subject of video games, what if we played some? What if we went on a little adventure? No, not quite ready for that. It's a banging tune. It's just that's a full-on epic. Playing games. What a novel idea, says Night Valen. Indeed, rather quaint. I was chatting with Lord Havisham the other day, and he was like, what if instead of just talking a bunch of shit, we actually played some video games? And oh, how we laughed. I laughed, the butler laughed, the butler's butler laughed. Oh, it was an absolute breeze. I don't know where I was going with that bit, and thankfully no one stopped me. That's what happens when I'm left alone. Ah yes, the table laughed, we stabbed the table. It was a good day. Lord Tony Megalovania said he'd been suggesting this for years. He was quite put out. Alright. My name's Tony Megalovania. Notable from making that one song from Undertale that goes do loot do loot do do ba boot. Alright. Friendos, let's get this game started. Let's see what we're cooking with today. We have adventures to undertake. Right. Sorry, forgive me for being multi-track drifty potato. How are you all doing, friendos? Like, I will admit, like, having the place to myself is quite nice, but with so much going on all at once, I do find myself being like, oh shit, did I do that? Oh shit, did I? Oh shit, what about this? So I need to stop being such a feckin' sketchlord. Let's get this game going. Let's hang the feckin' feck out. This should just be a weird and slightly arty journey through some strange, surrealist parts, excuse me, of the world. Lucam says, can we make that an emote? Which bit? Tony Megalovania. Tony Megalovania! And sorry, thank you for checking in. I have had breakfast, had a proper breakfast and everything. Yeah, multi-track drifting potato. If you've ever seen the multi-track train drift, think that, but starch. Alright, pop that schedule out of the way. Oh. I will say though, friendos, with Fiona away, it was really hard not to just stream extra this weekend. Like, honestly, I think if my voice hadn't been hurting so bad on Sunday, you probably would have been inflicted. You probably would have had impromptu streams inflicted upon you. Alright, as much as I want to chunk in with the safety dance, let's get a video game going. Let's do that. Oh, okay. So, to Lukium's was Sky. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. As an individual that looks at a lot of usernames every day, sadly, I don't get a notification if people update names and whatnot. Oh, crap. Our hardware's being detected. They found us. Sorry, just Catros was saying, do we need to have Tal Lizzie to bully you into sleeping properly? Tal sleeps worse than I do. I think Caffeine might be the only person on the team, the mod team, who actually knows how to get a decent night's sleep. And Caffeine, I think, is still away at the museum convention. Which sounds fascinating, by the way. Oh, sorry. Let me just quickly update the game name on Twitch. There we go. Okay, so Luke made the change because it was easy to figure out when they're playing you on. I mean, that's fair. It's the one that always gets me is when we have lovely individuals who have a different name on Twitch, Steam, and Discord, and they're like, "Oh, I can't believe you didn't know it was me." I'm like, "I'm one person." And Star, good morning. Hello, hello. God, I can hear that almost as a stadium chant. And Star, how is it going this morning? I am doing wonderful. River's doing great. The Nuggets are all fed and happy. People are still forgetting to market their games and then being very sad when their games don't sell. And that's the long and short of it from this morning. Oh, and everyone's roasting KFC. The irony, of course, not lost. Okay, I don't know what the background noise is this in Hitchhiker, but it does sound like one of those little mouse bots from Star Wars, like... Okay. Okay, so Star was saying, hanging in there, trying to figure out how to turn their AI explorations into a game. Oh, feckin' hell. God, Star, do you know what pops into mind? What was it called? The title was called Broken Reality. I feckin' loved it. Now, Broken Reality was like a what if GeoCities websites were 3D environments that you could... I mean, Fred, also valid. But yeah, Broken Reality was kind of like a what if old GeoCities, like filtered through this vaporwave environment, was a space that you could actually like visit and talk to people. Had this really cool thing with all the varying interaction methods of websites become like tools to move around. So instead of a grapple hook, you have a mouse click and stuff like that. The currency is upvotes or likes. It's a feckin' fascinating game. And I feel like what you could do with your AI technology is essentially go meta. Like the AI... The AI has begun to build its own world, and you are one of the first visitors that go in. So the AI has crafted the varying citizens, the environments, the textures, and obviously it's a game. You don't actually have to have a live AI create it, but I think that's a good basis for enough people kind of understand how those AI procedurally generate things to create something. Sorry, I don't mean to pitch at you. And yes, you're already exploring stuff in that direction. You already know. You don't... It's... I find it sometimes fascinating that when you take new tech like that and treat it not as kind of like the visual hook, but also the narrative hook, you know? I mean, I fucking loved Heavy Bullets, and that was a great one. Heavy Bullets is a roguelike, and it's called Heavy Bullets because you have this big chunky revolver, and every shot that you use can be reused, which is fucking cool. But the idea is it's meant to be like a virtual safari theme park that's gone awry, and you've been sent in. You're basically a janitor that's just been handed a gun, and they're like, can you fix this, I guess? Woo! Friendo count. Anyway, without further ado, friends, let's have a look at Hitchhiker. I don't know to what level this is going to go, as it turns out I got a larger portion of this game mixed up with Road 96, which I guess goes to show that in this day and age, like your premise isn't always enough to set you apart from the pack. Oh, okay. Star was just saying that right now they're working to catch up on stuff they missed while doing the publisher project. I mean, that's understandable. God, I'm still not done with feckin' puzzle game design. Video games are harder. Making video games is harder. Let's play somebody else's. All right, without further ado. Vern Woodson. You lot. Sorry, catch us with. I mean, you didn't just push the big red button called Make Game. Shit, you have a button? Oh, yeah, and... Okay. Look around, interact, confirm, cancel. Cool. Raisin Guy. Let's poke Mr. Raisin Guy. Yeah, he knows what's up. Mr. Marston. Okay, so what do we know about us? Get that window open, those beautiful skies.
So, where are you headed?
Just gonna shrug. This guy really likes raisins.
Not the talkative type, eh? That's okay. Most people I pick up are just waiting for their turn to talk.
Okay, so this game's not fecking around. So on the little visor above our little our passenger side, it says, "Love is the extremely difficult realization that something other than oneself is real." That's a hell of a fecking quote to start your day on. Yeah, Earl, you might need more coffee. Oh, Earl, I would love to do a project like Pizza Game. Just unleash my dyslexic ass wholesale, and then have some poor cast of VO people desperately try and read it. God, that would be fun. Night Valen, you only get the add multiplayer button in New Game Plus. That is the plus that's added after you've made one whole video game. And Fred does make a good point that it's nice to play a game where we're asking people to give us a ride, as opposed to violently stealing their cars. And start, yeah, I've been working on I've been working on putting together a vertical slice with a friend. Well, somebody you know, but I don't want to name him right this very moment. And we're doing it's a big old environmental puzzle title with the idea that it's designed to be solved as a group. So it's good for situations like this where someone has an audience or where a group of people are all playing it together and sharing information. So at the moment, I'm just designing the environmental puzzles and to what extent I want to go. So it's things like, you know, as you well know, is do I want to do language-based puzzles? Do I want to do mathematical puzzles? Like physicality? Do I need to do anything that involves, like, you know, mini games or items or additionals, that kind of thing? Ikoa says that makes the entire concept of love yourself
They're from my farm.
Raisins have farmers?
Sure. California still farms more raisins than anywhere on Earth.
I didn't know that. Huh, funny, I had no idea.
Yep, that's right. Some people don't have the slightest idea.
Okay, so in our backpack, all we have is a toothbrush.
Sure you don't want one?
I'll try one. I'll eat some snacks from a stranger. Let's go. I have fucked up now.
Guess those things don't agree with you yet. Strange. They're Thompson seedless. Good raisins.
Okay. Yeah, they don't agree with us yet. What do we do? Just, like, continue consuming psychotropic raisins until...
You want to know the clearest evidence that reality isn't real?
Sir? Yes, please enlighten me, or yeah, sure, enlighten. You know what? Let's hear, Mr. Whacked Out Raisin Man.
Raisins and grapes, man. They're the same thing, but they taste disgusting when eaten together. Obvious bug in the program there, right?
Are you telling me that...
Memory is a slippery thing.
No, sir, we're pausing that. Sir, are you telling us that we're in the Matrix, that your singularity, your Anunnaki theory rests on the fact that raisins and grapes are gross if you eat them together? Sir, you need another hobby alongside farming raisins.
Think about when somebody asks you about this ride later. Assuming you even know where you're going. And get someplace where somebody can ask.
Grapes and magic.
Hey, how'd you get here anyway? They'll ask you. Oh, I hitched. And your brain will flash back for a second when you say this. And it'll show you a frozen snapshot of yourself. Sitting in this car, talking to me, like we are right now. But which moment will it actually show you?
Ah, so you assume...
Will it be this one?
Sir, you assume that my memory storage will be based purely on visual and not on audio. That's very bold of you to assume.
Or this one. Or this one. We think we remember how people really were. How our lives together really were.
Alright, this game's not fucking around.
But when we think back to them, even the people we cared about the most, all we're doing is snatching moments out of the air. Just grabbing another raisin out of the box. My wife.
No, sir, no, you cannot say my wife after I've just been going ham on the duck horn. No. Quack, 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 quack. Ah, I see you've met my wife. Darude Duckstorm. Oh, let's just take some more acid raisins.
Now, but you probably guessed that.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thanks. But you don't look like you're doing so well yourself.
What makes you say that?
Takes one to know one, right? I can always spot someone who's grieving along this highway. They usually stand on the road with a dazed look on their face and their thumb up in the air.
So what do you think I'm grieving over? Or my wife? She's dead now. She was allergic to raisins.
Young guy like you, I wouldn't have a clue.
Okay, so we're a bloke, alright. What do you remember about her?
My wife? If I'm totally honest with you, I don't really remember what she looked like.
All I remember are the raisins.
Remember everything about her, just not her face. Some people have faces that are easy to remember.
Like raisins.
Doesn't seem fair.
Still, I think you remember your wife.
Well, it's not as easy as you think. I'll give you an example. You think you're present in the moment? You've been talking to me for a few minutes now. What color are my eyes?
Oh, you got brown eyes.
Nope.
What?
Well, like I said when I picked you up,
Eyes
some
got blue
people are
eyes.
just waiting until it's their turn to talk.
Huh. Okay, Darut's Diner.
Hey,
Yeah, I'll
kid,
take that.
what you got?
Just a matchbook.
Just a matchbook, huh? I figured it must have been something important.
What makes you say that? Just to say nothing.
So, where were we?
So yeah, those of you who are getting big serial killer vibes, not
Do me
wrong.
a favor and close the window, would you? Hey, kid, how about closing that window?
Fine.
That's better. Now, where were we? Yeah, fair number. But after a while, you start seeing the same few archetypes over and over. You got the numbnuts Kerouac fan. You got your autodidact blowhards. They'll talk your ears off. You get a lot of people from Cincinnati for some reason. You got your deadheads trying to get to some concert someplace. And then there's the water bottle person, always worrying that they're going to run out of water before they get where they're going. Still, you're the first hitcher I ever picked up who doesn't have a destination. Copernicus.
Copernicus, very funny.
Well, seems like the right name for a guy who's traveling the world without knowing where he's going. You just sit back, Copernicus, and invent a language where false statements are impossible.
Actually, that was, yeah.
What?
It was Commodus who developed the language, not Copernicus.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Yeah, you do, you serial killing weirdo.
You know, when I was a kid, my brother and I used to drive our parents crazy on long drives like this. Our folks wouldn't let us listen to the radio in the car. So we used to make up these songs about food on long drives to pass the time. We had this one with about 30 verses, each about a different kind of grain.
Interstate
There was
Riddle
this one
Hour.
time when we passed a billboard for this new kind of bread.
Hey, Sharky, what, friend?
Balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread.
Video games!
That drove Mom and Dad crazy.
Sorry. Zeke, how are you doing? What, friend? And Sharky, what, friend? Zeke, it upsets me that you have that emote, but you are always welcome here. We're playing Hitchhiker, and this is definitely going to be one of those, like, arty, experiential titles. So far, we're not quite sure if the first guy's picked us up as a feckin' serial killer, or just like a weird, like, roadside philosopher. His current theory, as he's put it to us, is that we're all in a simulation because raisins and grapes are the same thing, but they don't taste good together. That's like saying, I'm so sorry to inform you all, friends, we're in the Matrix because when I guzzle raw potatoes and vodka together, it tastes horrible.
Come on, join in. In hell they have a hell a lot.
Oh, I didn't want to sing along.
Bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread. In hell they have a hell a lot of balach bread. In hell they have a hell.
This is kind of unsettling.
Balach bread.
All right, it's driving me crazy. Oh,
Actually, I'm beginning to understand my parents' perspective.
we're in hell.
Getting
Caffeine!
older is
What,
fun.
ho friend? I was just talking about you.
It's like reading a book where less and less happens, but the writing gets better and better.
Sounds like a mixed blessing.
You got that?
Zeke's saying that they haven't been able to convince Kay to make him an Apache attack helicopter remote yet. You see, the thing is, you need to have it so it locks into your others, so you can do like Transformers, like mix and match.
Right, kid. Let me tell you, getting old is no picnic.
Did she work on the farm with you?
Yeah, we used to have a strict division of labor back when we worked together.
Birds may swarm
She
when
would
fed.
raise the grape from the time it appeared on the vine, and I'd step in as soon as it was time to start drying them. Our
Yeah,
customers
Zeke,
used to
exactly
have
like
fun
that.
with that.
Thanks, I hate it.
I'm the dry one, they'd say. Grapes attract a certain kind of person. A person who likes to tell jokes. Wine enthusiasts, tourists, people who like to talk.
Mate.
There's a photo in that glove box there of us, standing in front of our trailer. It was in a magazine. One of those stories about vanishing farmers that always pulls heartstrings with the rest of the...
Mind if I take a look?
Well, I never opened the glove box myself. It's kind of a superstition of mine.
That's where you keep the fingers, isn't it? Alright, fine.
But help yourself.
Cool. Feck your superstitions. Okay, so what have we got? We've got an almanac. Weather forecasts for 16 regions of the United States. Oh boy! What a read! And a photo.
Hey, where'd you get that? That's not her. And that guy there, he looks like you.
What's this doing in your car?
I don't know. I was gonna ask you the same question, Copernicus. Did he... Who gave this to you?
Your glove box, not mine.
Well, I guess it belongs to you. You'd better hold on to it.
Put the photo in the backpack. Yeah, I'm with Ikoa. We are probably super duper
What
whooper
woman?
dead. On the photo.
Well, oh, her. Well, hard to say. I wouldn't lose any sleep over it.
With you and your weird acid raisins.
What's that black thing in the glove box, anyway?
Binoculars. You know what binoculars are.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay, this game's getting weird already. J Post, thank you for gifting a sub to Ikoa. That's feckin' cool of you. And yeah, Sharky, yeah, we're super dead. So yeah, to those of you just joined us, I hope you're in for some weird, trippy shit. Joking aside, I do appreciate this style of game where there's an action in the simplistic. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but with the binoculars now, we now have a mode for looking around, but it's two different pictures. And it's kind of reminding me a lot of What Remains of Edith Finch. Is that? No, is it? It definitely reminds me of Edith Finch. I always get that one and The Vanishing of Ethan Carter's names all jumbled up in my brain. But Edith Finch, Jesus, Edith Finch is one of the best examples of kind of like the non-combative story game that uses controls in glorious and strange ways to tell stories. Also, as we researched the other day, it has one of the worst fucking trailers. Like, an incredible game that the marketing assets for were trash hot garbage.
See anything interesting there?
There's a windmill.
A windmill, eh?
What is that place?
No idea.
I'm gonna keep playing with the duck. Scenic break. Tap the driver to continue conversation. Oh, that's cool. So now we can just have like a cruise in the car and stuff. Also, how's the audio, friends? Let me know if it's a little too loud or otherwise, because I can have a natter and a banter whilst we're just playing with Mr. Raisin Guy. Yes, the matchbox we picked up said help with a number on it. But I don't think we're alive, friends. I'm gonna level with you. I mean, oh, that's not a bad shout. And I think Chrono and Peeps were thinking the same thoughts. This has a very kind of like, you know, crossing the river Styx purgatory kind of feel. And Iko was pointing out the almanac was from 1954. Is that something that needs to be up to date? I have no idea. Like, I hadn't even heard the term almanac until fucking Back to the Future 2. Yes, Back to the Future 2. I had to think about it for a second. Well, caffeine, that's not... I don't think that's a bad guess by any means. Alright, let's keep having a natter with this bloke. Actually, I'm going to leave the glove box open just in case. Oh. Actually, enjoying those tunes there, but it's fine.
Want to hear a joke?
Sure.
Why did the raisin take the prune to the dance?
I don't know. Why did the raisin take the prune to the dance?
He couldn't get a date.
Where's the jump out the window button?
That reminds me. It's almost 4:30.
Which means we've missed 4:20.
You'll like this. It's my favorite. I once knew the hostess, Darlene. She used to change the tires on my truck on Highway 51.
Welcome to another Interstate Riddle Hour. Here's our first riddle. Keep your eyes peeled, all you blacktop carpetbaggers.
Excuse me, what? You know what? I'm just going to continue. I don't know what a black-topped carpetbagger is, but it sounds like a horrendous sexual maneuver, and I don't want it explained any further.
No wings. I cry, yet I have no eyes. Darkness follows me. Lower light I never see.
Find the correct object or use the radio to get help. Alright. Okay. I fly, but I have no wings. Oh, caffeine. I didn't know that. That's actually a little bit of... that's a little bit of knowledge I did not know. That the term carpetbaggers is actually a derogatory term for northern businessmen coming to the South after the American Civil War. Didn't know that. I have wings, but I don't fly. Cryosticks would say Twitter. I think the end of that clue with is I am a rancid cesspit of misery. And yet everyone's still there. It's a bullet. A bullet from a gun. Alright, so there's the get help on the radio. So our choices are Raisin Guy, Almanac, Chewing Tobacco, Window. Oh, find the correct object. We might have to look out the window. Cloud. Windmill's not on there. Clouds do fly. Want to guess it? Yeah, let's fake it. Let's rock for a cloud. Because they do rain a lot.
Very good.
It was cloud! Alright.
A gatekeeper forever bound. He opens and shuts with a similar sound.
Oh, that's it. That's the riddle. Gatekeeper. Similar sound. Alright, let's have a look through. It's definitely not a duck, sadly. Raisin, radio, bloke over there. I'm trying! Sadly, not window. Lock? Door lock? Yeah, let's roll the dice on it. No. Keep that very unlocked where possible. I'm trying! Sadly, is not radio guy. Man. A long time since like a good riddle, you know? It's not in the car. I know we're almost kind of brute forcing it. Oh, it's a zipper.
Very good.
I don't know why I listen to this every day. Damn questions are rigged. I never get them.
That's...
Says the guy who never knew what pressure to keep his tires at.
Hey!
Ha!
Having fun? Want to keep going?
Sure, let's try another riddle.
Great.
Radio lady's talking to him.
Take one out and scratch my head. I am now black, but once was red. What am I?
Oh, come on, that's easy. Oh, maybe not. It's Raisin Guy! Yeah, you're right. It's a match. Yep. Lizzie's spot on. It's the matches. Yeah, and Draconic Dude, this has got less of the explore and interact, less of the random character. We are playing someone specifically, as opposed to with Route 96, where our character was always random, but it was the events around us that were changing.
Well done. Okay, here's a tough one.
Oh, we got a tough one.
I have 4 wings but cannot fly. I never laugh and never cry. On the same spot I'm always found, toiling away with little sound. What am I?
Fucking windmill, right? JP! Draconic Dude with the shadow. I'm trying! Okay, it's not windmill. It is sadly not little great guy on the dashboard, but I'll poke him all the same. Okay. You're right, we'll have a look through the binoculars. It was windmill. It was the windmill from earlier.
All right, here's our last riddle.
Oh, last one. Here we go.
He lies without touching the ground.
Oh, come on, Darlene.
He lies without touching the ground. Oh, it is definitely Vern. It did. It's the driver. Oh, this is gonna get bad.
Damn it, Darlene. I should have tipped her better when she changed the tires. She's been out to get me ever since.
Yeah, we did guess Vern. So what are you lying about?
Look, she isn't being straight with you, kid.
Check the photo, Copernicus. The photo in your bag. Then you'll see.
Okay, that's got a whole ass thing burnt in it.
She's in trouble, Copernicus. You must help her.
Alright, what is going on here?
Things like that happen all the time on this highway.
Oh, fuck
Nothing
off.
to lose your scrunchie over.
Turn the radio back on. I want to talk to Darlene.
Little hour has now ended. I've helped you all I can this time. So long, Copernicus.
Kid, I am sorry about your girlfriend, but I had nothing to do with it.
Wait,
It's
girlfriend?
just the opposite. I was sent to protect you.
Okay, this is getting fucking weird already. Alright. Wait, who sent you or to protect me from whom?
From yourself.
Oh, fuck off!
You picked this car every bit as much as I chose to stop for you.
I'm going to give you... I'm stealing your hat! I'm going to steal your hat and your duck whistle.
You picked this car, picked me, not to feel anything.
And why would I do that?
Let's not kid ourselves. You don't seem like a guy who wants to remember.
To remember what? Or I do not trust a single word coming out of your mouth. Alright, remember what? Answers, you asshole! Answers! Yeah. David Lynch materializes in the back seat. I'm actually a little haunted by the way the back seat is laid out.
Kid, just let it go. There's nothing for you down that road. Nothing but hurt.
And why should I believe your lies? Your lies!
Look, I admit I lied, but only about one thing.
The drug raisins. You're not really a farmer, your wife isn't dead. You put that photo of me in the glove box.
Nope. I'm as surprised by that one as you are.
You're not really a farmer?
Now, why would anybody bother to lie about that?
Your wife isn't really dead?
Nope. She's dead, all right.
Stone cold dead. Alright, now I feel
That's
bad.
no lie.
So the lie is we've met before.
Yeah. We've met. Twice, in fact.
You bested. Alright, start from the beginning.
Sure. You showed up at my trailer park taking photos. At first, I was a bit suspicious, since there were plans to kick us out and develop the trailer park into some kind of shopping center. But then it became clear that you'd been sent here by a magazine to do one of those stories about vanishing farmers that always pulls heartstrings with the rest of the country.
Okay. What? Was she there with me?
The woman in the photo? No, I didn't actually meet her. I just know what you told me about her. She was backpacking around Europe without you. And you weren't taking it so well.
So why did you lie to me?
Kid, I told you, you don't want to go down that road.
Now, our choices here is what else are you not being honest about, and why should I be afraid of the truth? I'm going to go with the first one, because he can communicate to people through radio noise face.
Well, there's one more lie I told you.
Mm-hmm.
We're not #1 anymore. In raisin production. We were surpassed last year by turkey.
What? So wait, there are more turkeys now that... Don't change the subject! Tell me the truth.
I wasn't afraid of the truth either, back then. My wife, when she got the x-rays, when she knew, she decided to spare my feelings. Didn't tell me anything. Hid the x-rays in one place I'd never suspect, because it was so obvious.
Inside a box of raisins. Oh, in the glove box, which is why I didn't check it. Are you dead too? Am I dead? God darn it. You know what? I honestly feel like, you know, the Hades crew had it right. Like, you know, let's just actually hang out in hell, do some violence, you know, fight our way out, have a good time about it.
Stayed closed until today. Till you came along.
Okay, stop changing the subject and get to the bloody point. Yeah, oh, we probably choked, or we got drugged out on raisins and had a bad reaction. I don't know.
I wish it was that simple.
Oh, what do you mean? Ah!
Hey, Chief. Why don't you have a look here?
Look at rearview mirror.
He appeared on this highway about the same time you did. I guess he's part of what you're running from.
Okay, turn around. Was he there the whole ride?
Not sure.
Fucking hell.
You can't see him directly. He only shows up in mirrors, windows, pictures.
Okay, friends, if this turns out to be like a fucking scary game, I am sorry that I didn't give you the heads-up warnings. I have no idea where this adventure is going, and I just bagged my knee a little bit, and I'm very confused.
Well, we haven't talked yet about the second time we met.
Alright, tell me about the second time then, you ding-ding.
That's the thing. It's a little hard to explain. Better if I just take you there.
Take me where? Stop being vague.
It's just a quick detour. We'll be there in a minute.
Put my hoodie on. It's cold. Yeah, Stooge, maybe welcome to Scary Game World. Also, Stooge, did I say hi when you came in? If I didn't, I'm real sorry. Yeah, Earl, he's taking us to a pig farm. That was the last we were ever seen. There is actually a fascinating story game about that I do want to play for you all at some point, where you play a pig farmer that, alongside doing your regular job, you help hide bodies for the cartel. And the whole game is about you telling your handler you don't want to do it anymore.
A man travels along a road until he reaches a gate at the top of a hill. The road has been long and straight so far, and the going has been easy. But now the man can't go any further, so he takes a seat by the road to rest. The man waits, and after a length of time that seems neither short nor long, the gate opens, and a guard appears.
Ask the guard for entry.
The man asks the guard for entry, but the guard says he cannot let him enter at the moment. The man thinks for a second and asks if he will be allowed through later. It is possible, says the guard, but not now.
Look through the gate.
The gate now stands slightly open, and the man tries to look through it longingly. His journey has been easy so far, and he misses the feeling of the open road. The guard notices and laughs. Even if you could gain entry, there are many gatekeepers after me. Some are much stronger than me, and I'm afraid to look upon them. So there the man waits, for days, months, years, waiting to enter. One day, when he's given up hope of entering, a single question occurs to him, one he has not thought of before. Why, he wonders aloud, are there no other travelers along this road? All these years, no one but myself has waited in front of this gate. The answer to this question comes from a voice near his shoulder. It is you who made this gate, says a bird perched nearby. So it exists for no one but you. But why? Asks the traveler. Why would I choose to stop here?
Feed the bird. Verb.
The bird answers after hungrily eating a crust of bread from the man's hand. After this point, the road becomes less straight. It splinters like the tree in which I live, splitting into dozens, hundreds of branches. the path becomes impossibly narrow and frail, and crowded with the view of other paths.
Hey! Aperios Watto, friend! Coming in, coming in. I hope you've gotten your fill of weird video games this morning, because we're playing weird video games this morning! How are you doing? Thank you for bringing your crew in. Watto! Those who don't know, friends, so Aperios, who just brought their crew in, I mean, one, please throw him a follow, because feckin' legend. But also, Aperios is the individual that will be hunting me tomorrow during Deathloop. Fred, morning's a concept. You know, it's a state of mind, state of being. But yeah, so Aperios and your lovely, lovely viewership, we are currently playing Hitchhiker, and this is some feckin' weird David Lynch tier shit. And you know what? I'm for it. I don't know where the story's going. I don't know where it's taken us, but it's already feckin' all over the place. We've taken a ride from a bloke who runs a raisin farm. Only maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's not. Maybe we are. The radio was talking to us, and we had some nice brain ticklers, some nice head scratchers for a couple of riddles, which for some reason required the hand motion to remember. So yeah, this is just weird and off-kilter. It's not as surreal as some of the weird indie stuff we've played, but it is absolutely wearing its... I don't know. Currently we're on this kind of like this infinite country road that seems to go forever. And there's a couple of weird little elements. Also, I did get to play my own personal version of Darude Sandstorm on a duck call, because he went... I quacked multiple times, and the guy next to me went, "My wife!" We're on a country road, but it doesn't take us home. I will say, the run-up to Fallout 76 was painful as someone who used to frequent Beth's when it was open in Seattle, because the amount of times someone would put Country Road on every night while you're having like breakfast at 3 a.m. was painful. But then as soon as it came out and then had a very, very disastrous launch, the amount of times that people played Country Road dropped to 0. Coincidence? I think not. But yeah, Aperios, so yeah, pour yourself a cup of tea or something and buckle up, because shit's weird, yo!
There's only one point ahead on the road where all paths converge, where all points join, where the light shines through skin and through lies. But it's never been reached by one of your kind, a traveler who walks on feet. Shoo! Cries the guard, chasing the bird away.
Just very quickly, Deus, how are you doing, friend? I saw your post. I hope that wasn't a cause of hangouts or anything, and I hope you're doing all right, yo.
Don't listen to his nonsense. Having said this, he takes a seat next to the traveler, but not before closing the gate forever. So when you think about it, who knows how long we've been sitting here, just like this, on this road.
About 45 minutes if I...
It's better to face things with, what's it called again? Fortitude.
I was going to say
Better
with
not to feel
a
too
sense of
much.
poison rationality.
Want a raisin?
Fuck no.
You sure? You just need to get used to them.
Dude, I'm not taking
Life
a
is
trippy
like
ass...
a box of raisins.
No, it's not!
That's some Forrest Gump type wisdom for you right
I'm going to
there.
honk until you stop making noise.
Here, I'll leave the box open for you. Help yourself.
Burbs. Hello, Burbs.
Look, hooded crows all along this road. I have to chase these for my farm every harvest.
crow friends. There's more than 2 of them, so that buffs that mythology. Oh, JP, have yourself a lovely rest of your evening and sleep well. And Deus, okay, so...
They look hungry. Didn't get much peck out of this last harvest.
I'm real glad. Can I give things to the... Alright, so inspect the raisin box. Oh, throw out the window.
You don't want to do that, kid. These birds are unpredictable. There's no telling what they'll do once they start swarming.
I shall trust in the birds!
These crows together and it's big trouble.
I support the crows!
You're making a mistake, kid. You don't know where they're taking you.
I know they're taking me away from you and your weird acid raisin box.
Look, I'll help you. I'll help you figure out what happened when she came back from Europe.
And Fala's your what-ho friend? No, wait. You've sworn to deceive me.
Look, I get that you're mad, and I don't blame you. But you don't know what's out there, kid. What other drivers on this road are like. Stay with me, and things will play a whole lot safer.
No way. I want to know the truth.
All right, I guess you made your choice. Don't blame me for what happens next.
Crows, 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 crows! That's what's happening.
Now you've done it. They've taken control of the car.
Okay, how to control...
I don't know, Copernicus. Why don't you ask them?
The crows rule the car now. This feels oddly familiar.
We're at my farm, Copernicus. I had a funny feeling. The moment you looked through those binoculars.
Alright, what do they want?
Well, they're pulling us around in circles. They're afraid of the scarecrows I put up here last summer. They want to take you, I suppose, to that windmill in the middle.
Birds. Alright, rotate the scarecrows away from the crows. How?
That's it, kid. Now, more of the same.
Okay, so once... Alright, so yeah, so once the
Almost
scarecrows
there.
start...
That's
there we
it,
go.
kid.
Sorry, I had to keep the scarecrows rotating until they faced inwards and then slam them down. Some good bird magic.
I think it's for you.
Of course, because we defeated the scarecrows and allowed the magic crows to spin us around in circles, the mirror has printed us out a new picture, I guess. Alright, so let's have a look at this. Alright, so what is it?
They have a way of leaving gifts once you've fed them. Often something shiny or a piece of string.
String is useful. Alright, the crows are helping me remember. And yes, Deus, apparently this car does have a fax machine printer built in. Alright, and apparently we came by this
I'm
farm.
going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. It's practically a cliche. Going to Europe to have new experiences, and yeah, it's corny. But maybe find myself.
I guess I'm just worried that you'll find yourself but lose me along the way.
I'll be back before you know it. Promise. Here's a security deposit.
What a weird box. Did you win this at the circus?
It's great, right? I'll send you something special from Europe to put inside, so you know I'm thinking of you.
See the box? Did you all see the box? I have a feeling that we got some, what they called Chenobites up in here? No, that's from Chernobylite. Xenobites, no? Alright, I'm just saying, Dr. Professor Von Pinhead may be coming over for dinner. Yeah, Crystallian, I'm with you. Like, who in the crap has a working fax machine in their car? Psychopaths, that's who. Tony Meow saying crows have been proven to understand currency exchange. Yep.
And then we have our road trip together when I get back.
I can't wait to solve this puzzle cube. Nothing bad will come from this.
Plenty to keep you busy, like that job in California. The story about the
vanishing grape farmers. You're right. I'm worrying too much. I love it. Does it lock?
In some other world, it must, but not here. Okay, trade you a memory box for your Polaroid. Say cheese.
Okay. So the crows are officially more useful than creepy raisin guy.
Now that you know how it started, it doesn't make the next step any easier, does it?
All I know is the woman in the photo is in trouble. I need to find her.
Listen, I disapprove of just about every choice you've made on this trip.
Don't make me throw more raisins out the car.
But I like you, kid. And I can see you've made up your mind. If you want to find your girlfriend, if you want to find out what happened, if you really want to go there, you've got to find that box.
What makes you so sure?
Personal experience, kid. Don't make the same mistake I did.
I mean, being a weird creeper in a...
Well, this is where I say goodbye. Unless you want to help transport 4 bushels across... Nah. Just remember, there are many more gates ahead and many more guards. I'm pretty much the friendly drunken uncle of the bunch.
Drunkle!
Well, good luck to you, kid. Oh, one more thing.
What is it?
What did the grape say when he got run over by the car?
Oh, Vern. Okay, I don't know. What did the grape say when he got run over when he got run over by the car?
Nothing. He just gave a little whine.
You know
Good
what?
luck with your search.
You left us with a good joke. I'll give that to you. Just fuck off, Uncle. I don't know, Alnus. It made me laugh. Okay, so there are 5 rides. So we're heading from ride 1 to ride 2. Friendos, do you mind if I just take a quick break so I can refresh my coffee and nip to the loo? I'm just getting used to this whole, like, waking up in the mornings thing and actually having, like, a morning. And Lamelot, you'd think by this point we would have learnt not to talk to strangers, especially to hitchhike across strange parts of the country. Yet here the fuck we are. Here the hecking heck we are. Oh, and Tiny Meows, morning to you. Oh, Alex Mines. Okay, just we'll go for a decaffeinated strange time. Okay. Coffee, pee break, let's continue. Although, it does seem like this is very much the reworking of old myth, you know what I mean? The many gatekeepers, the crows. It does feel like the old drunk uncle's goals were really maybe not as insidious as they first came across, but it does feel like he's trying to stop us from progressing because he knows it's going to get hard. So I have no idea where this story is going, but I don't know. I genuinely, at least at this point now, I genuinely feel like it wasn't that he was stopping us to progress so that he could throw us in his raisin van and get all weird. I think it was because he knows it's going to get tougher. And those of you predicting that we're probably dead, we are probably super duper whooper dead. The irony, of course, will be that if we actually did go to a raisin farm and we did end up getting killed by a raisin farmer, that would be the irony. Alright, so I'm going to refresh my cup. I'll be back in just a second. I recommend, friends, you do the same. And, hang on, let me see. I was going to say, let me see if I can show you, because River's having a tiny snooze. But she heard me. So River's there in the corner, cuddling one of the Valentine's Bulbasaurs, which I accidentally bought 2 of because I wanted to get from. But yeah, I just wanted to show you River having a cute little snooze. Alright, friendos, I'll be back in just a second.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
You fucking legends! You have to do that. Okay. J-Post, Sorry Greenfire, Some Spooky Anonymous Ghost, Tiny Meows, Caffeine, Sorry Again, Bacon Avenger, all of you, thank you. I accidentally put on both BRB Knees tea. Thank you, that's fucking lovely of you. I'll tell you what, let's come over here. Or bring up the big train. Gives me a chance to snack on some leftovers. All of you, feckin' thank you. And Bacon and Caffeine, thank you for filling the pint glass. How you lovely Mother Hubbards. Someone's attempting to start what I think are bad faith arguments on the whole.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Sorry. It's fucking cool. Thank you for gifting a sub to Zargor. Yeah, someone's trying to start a bad faith argument on my mentions about what we were talking about earlier, how good games do not sell themselves.
Train.
A train? That's the final form of a train. Not a lot of people know that. And it is fascinating on Twitter how some people are always so very determined just to start some trouble. But it is fascinating to... If the person isn't putting forward a bad faith argument, it's kind of fascinating because their personal belief is always that. If a game doesn't sell, it's because it was bad in some way, shape, or form. And that's, fundamentally wrong. There are so many factors that can affect whether or not a game sells. And sorry, thank you for the 100 bits on top of what you'd already threw in, you legend. And Tiny Mouse with the choo-choos. You know what, Faggot, let's... I'm sorry. Tunes. It's not full on... Oh, my life. Everything's broken! There we go. We can have some covers as our train music. Well, yeah, at J-Post, Among Us I think is a really good example because it shows that without an external factor, the game just died.
Corgo Rain.
Corgo Rain! Caffeine, thank you for 200 on top of. Actually, yeah, sorry, we haven't played, we haven't done Goose Goose Duck in a while. We also haven't done Unfortunate Spachuman. I don't know, maybe, I'll see how I'm doing on Sunday. Maybe we can do like a little, Sunday, Longship gaming session. Yeah, I think maybe that'd be... Because on Saturday is going to be, The Adventures of Lord Calcium Bonio, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So I doubt we'll do a thing after, because that's going to go pretty late. But yeah, J-Post, Among Us is a great example because the game was good. They didn't change anything of the title to make it explode. They just got lucky that, I believe it was a few South Korean streamers found it and started playing it during lockdown, and it brought a whole bunch of people together. But that was a pure act of luck that had nothing to do with the title. It had nothing to do with its quality in the slightest. And now Among Us is, you can buy Among Us toys in American supermarkets. Oh yeah, Alnus. And yeah, once they got their break, they also worked their butts off. Okay, so we didn't manage to make it to the first stop on the train, but all of you, thank you so much for throwing in bits and subs and all of it. Alright? Like, it just goes to feeding the nuggies, keeping my dumbass alive, feeding that cute bundle of River over there, so thank you. Alright? Thank you. Oh, so sorry, so Goose Goose Duck, from a biz dev standpoint, is different because it was already hitting to an existing market. Like, how do I think of it? Like, when Among Us succeeded, when it had its big breakaway moment, everyone poured in. And the game never expected to have that kind of user base. And there was a lot of functionality that this new wave of people wanted that you couldn't just inject, like, you know, feckin' distance-based voice. God, I can't speak today. What is up with me? And breathe. Goose Goose Duck is heading to a now emergent market with features and functionality that emergent market wanted. And that's kind of the long and short of it. Whether it will have any longevity beyond that is another matter entirely. But it had the functionality that people wanted in Among Us.
Online.
And it...
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
15 woo. That's the same as my IQ.
Hookshot, how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbard? Sorry. I guess I'm kind of echo chambering a little bit here because I know you lot agree with me. So I'm kind of like, oh, I can't believe this dingus on Twitter doesn't get it. You get it though, don't you? My squad of friends who are awesome. You know what I mean? But Caffeine says, didn't a mod set up proximity voice chat for Among Us? It did, but like the success of the title, mods only hit a small set of your core user base, and a lot of users won't go through the trouble of setting it up. Most will just go meh and kind of pass on when you hit that size. Oh. So yeah, thank you for letting me basically vent, I don't want to say at you, but with you. Oh, Hookshot, that's lovely to hear, friend. That's lovely to hear. How is the light title coming? Because I keep looking at that, and I'm trying to decide when to show it to these lovely Mother Hubbards. Oh, friends, so, actually, Hookshot, it is yourself that's doing Lightsmith, right? I'm not going completely doolally tap. Because I might be. I might be absolutely, you know, like, guinea pig fumes nonsense. But then again, I guess I'm really, really digging the concept of Lightsmith, because it's not too dissimilar from a thing that myself and Christian pitched it thematically from a while. Oh, way cool. Okay, so friends, if any of you are ever making video games, tell me, all right? I am not the friend that can help your streams and your YouTube channel succeed, but your video games, feckin' hit me up. This is the game that Hookshot is working on called Lightsmith, and I love the concept. So please throw a follow on it, pick up a copy if you can. Hookshot's saying the next patch is coming in 2 weeks. Like, this is proper indie stuff, you know what I mean? The concept that I was working on, thematically similar, but drastically different in execution. Myself and Christian were working on this title called Abyssals. And the idea was you and friends are in this cave the size of a city. Like, we're talking like darkest, we're talking like sunless sea size environments. And the goal as a group is to essentially push back the darkness, explore this underground world, find out what happened, why you're here, through the means of like finding areas, lighting torches, like stoking forges to brighten the darkness. We had some fun little stuff that we were prototyping. So the idea is like, if you just walk into the darkness without knowing it, the world will essentially loop you back and twist your path in knots. So you can't just point yourself in a direction and frog march. It's not going to work. Alongside with all the horrors and the horrors that lurk in the darkness. But the other is we wanted this to be a server type game that you could return to. So the idea is that the darkness is always pushing back. It is always trying to snuff out the light. And so that if you and your friends play a whole bunch of a session of it, and then everyone gets kind of bored, eventually the darkness will push back to the center. Your progress isn't gone, but you can't re-access it. However, that does mean that starting again, you've got all of the... Oh, and Star, you're absolutely welcome. The Twitch VOD system, as Hookshot says, is not good. And YouTube's... For all its ills, YouTube has the best feckin' transcodes and, like, for rewatching, you know. But yeah, the idea that your progress, the things that you had done in the world would still be there, but you have to push the darkness out with everyone. Meaning that, like, if you ever played, like, an Ark Survival Evolved game, or, I mean, pick any of those, like, build and survive games, and if you get to play it with a group of people from the start, it's amazing. You forge your village, you build stuff up, you make your little world. But if you join a server in progress, like a week or two after it's happened, like, there isn't really too much to do. Like, the dinosaurs are already being tamed, your character's too low level to really be involved. Like, maybe go off and start your own place, but you're still playing catch-up to everybody else. I loved the idea that you could simultaneously keep the effect that everybody had, whilst allowing people to just kind of stop for a couple weeks and then come back and get that same group experience. Abyssals had a lot of cool stuff. It also had multi-client setups, which was feckin' weird, but kind of fun. Anyway, who wants to go hitchhiking? It is time for our second, what does he call them? Second gatekeeper, who looks very unsettling. Patrick Hopper.
It's the second house on the right here. No, wait, the third.
Don't you remember where it is? I thought you spent your whole childhood here.
Do you know what put us on top of the food chain? Do you know? And please, don't say opposable thumbs. Plenty of animals have those. Possums, koalas, something called the waxy monkey leaf frog.
Otters.
Nothing special. Forget about thumbs, okay? Memory is what put us here. So many of our dreams are set in the places where we used to live. We want to see them, visit them again. There should be a rule, a kind of social convention. The old apartment rule. Works like this. We can show up any place we used to live and simply explain, oh, I used to live here. There's nothing strange about it. The people who live there just throw open their doors and invite us in to have a look.
Oh, sorry to interrupt the weird, creepy manifesto here. Caffeine's going to head out because they're going to do dinner and then studying. Caffeine, good luck with the midterms. When you are done, we will have a digipint together. So let us know, alright? Yeah, Alnus, yeah, memory's the secret. Explain elephants, Mr. Doohickey.
Ground.
Checkmate.
So we can go back home again. So we can be whole. Hey, are you keeping an eye out? Oh dear. I didn't mean to put you to sleep with my talking.
What am I supposed to be looking for?
We're looking for Asper Street. Yeah.
Save the whales!
At least it used to be called that. The problem is that a few years ago they rearranged all the letters of the street signs in this
Sorry, we found a fortune on the floor from a fortune cookie and it says, "You will soon be hungry again." Checkmate again. I'm eating leftovers from yesterday. In your face! In your face!
neighborhood. Very impractical. I didn't catch your name. I'm Hobbs.
How did I get here?
You don't remember. They say sleep is the cousin of death. Well, you're lucky I happened to find you in that cornfield.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Some of the places I'm asked to lecture at these days, dubious at best.
Okay. The magazine on the dashboard is Customer Reports Best Fax Machines of 92. On the back, it just says, I see you! I care for everything. Wear panops with cool lenses the whole year round.
Best.
Okay, so Hops, I have a question.
No, just a second. Let's find this.
Okay, satellite welcome. Lola dearest, greetings from Spookane. Or Spook Cane if you want to annoy the locals. I'm visiting for a lecture. Wish you were here. My hotel room is shaped like this. Your friend Hops.
Find this.
Right, we're in Washington.
Street, please. Before we begin our inquiry. Like I say, they might have
Okay. Movie guides, farming, regional. Seattle woman 29 seriously injured in crash. Oh, that's bad.
The letters a bit.
Okay. Remember, the letters might be jumbled up. This kind of reminds me of this weird little, like, surrealist... I don't know if I can even call it, like, a horror film. Alright, so there's Spear.
Ah, yes, that's it. Very good. So, we're on our way. Now, there was something you wanted to ask.
You're the next guard, right? Like, you're gonna pretend not to know me, but then, surprise!
Yes, then it's going to turn out that big surprise. I do know you.
Right, a game show hostess trapped in a radio show will give you away.
A person trapped in the radio?
I mean, we've met before, right?
Oh, yes. We've all met you along this highway. Now, I picked you up because I could tell you're looking for something. Something you've lost.
Are you also searching for something?
Now, we're all looking for something on this road. I've never met anyone who wasn't.
So what are you trying to find?
My dog.
Oh, no!
Well, she's been missing for a long time now.
Fuck! Mate, I was ready to have you written off as a psychopath. Alright, what's your dog's name? Let's find the dog.
Hops. Like me.
You named your dog after you.
Stupid idea, naming a dog after yourself.
At least you're honest.
Think they're being trained. Every time someone you know stops you in the street. Made her a little bit high-strung. So, Vern mentioned this problem you have with a
Yeah, here, I'll show you. Alright, so we go into the backpack. So here's the photo. Shows the driver.
So, you're looking for her. What happened to her?
I don't know what happened.
Well, a singed photograph is never a good sign. I'm sorry, though. You don't remember anything?
Wait, what do you mean that's not a good sign?
Objects are imbued with memory around here and tell stories. Sometimes rather lengthy and pointless ones, to be honest. But not in this instance. Well, I can help you with one part. Now, you two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the back.
You have a grain silo in your backyard.
Yes. I've got a lot of dogs. After a while, the kitchen got completely full. I'm not very good at getting rid of things, as you can see. Anyway, I invited you two in and put the kettle on the stove. But you never wound up making it through the front door. There was some kind of argument.
An argument with you?
No, just you two doing the arguing. She suddenly had to take a call. You got impatient.
Hey, Flair, how you doing? And Flair, sometimes it's nice to have someone else do the driving for you. How you doing? Okay, who was the call from?
I don't know, but you didn't seem happy about it. I had the feeling it was recurring. Someone who's in the habit of getting in the way between you two.
So Flair, that would be Hops. This guy right here. And he is maybe super weird, maybe super not, but he says he's lost his dog. Okay. When did we head afterwards, do you know?
If you want to know what happened to her, why don't you just ask her yourself?
Okay, how?
You haven't asked me yet where we're headed.
Okay, where are we headed?
The warehouse of lost things. Impressed?
IKEA. Or like the Big Goodwill. Okay, more confused, honestly. It sounds like a discount store.
Oh, yes. Vern said you were pretty funny.
Funny looking?
It's
oh,
a
shit,
warehouse that contains everything you've ever lost in your life. You can find anything.
That's where my shame is!
Feelings, but you only get 15 minutes to look.
Says who?
Yes, only 15 minutes. It really threw me the last time I was there. I got distracted by some mittens. I had as a kid. Left them at a bus stop sometime in the mid-60s. After that, my parents bought those things that clip your mittens to your coat so it wouldn't happen again.
So you can find anything there?
Well, why not? Shamanic tribes of the Amazon believe that in order to heal, you have to journey into the other world, find the thing you've lost among the spirits, and bring it back. Now, and to think about all the things we misplace. Atlantis, huh? And we lost an entire city. Why
Speak for
should we
yourself.
get a second chance just to go back and retrieve some of the things we've left behind?
Oh, wow. How far is it?
Now, if I remember correctly, it's only about another 20 minutes from here.
I guess as the crow flies. See if anything else has mysteriously popped up here. Alright, scenic break. Tap the driver to continue conversation. So yeah, so Flair, this is Hitchhiker, and this is following that kind of linear immediate narrative, but with essentially the storytelling being done mostly by the driver Attis, but also with a cavalcade of things that we can find in the car. So in here, there's a bunch of like Washington stickers. I don't know who Mondale Fernando is, but there's also like a little postcard here from Hops to Lola about his weird hotel room. And then over here, there's a newspaper article about a 29-year-old woman in Seattle who was seriously injured. So it hasn't played its hand just yet. In terms of... The game is fully telling us, nah, shit's weird. Like, before you came on in, we were throwing raisins to crows, and then the crows swarmed around the car and took control of it, so we had to turn all the scarecrows inward so the crows would stop. Right now, before Flair and Peeps came in, this is reminding me of I don't necessarily want to call it a horror film, but a movie I watched recently where a couple go to check out a suburban home and can never leave. They're just stuck in this eternal banality. Okay, yes, and I was throwing raisins at a murder of crows, but in my defense, the guy driving wasn't telling me straight. He said don't feed the crows, so I'm just like, fistfuls of raisins out the car. Dustin, is that what it's called? Vivarium? Vivarium? Well, and sorry, we don't know. This person could be in a coma, they could have passed on. There's definitely something weird here. A Tiny Meow says it feels a bit Fahrenheit, but the daytime setting almost feels creepier. It does. The infinite suburbia I find a little unsettling. And I think the game's purposefully keeping us on a back foot, you know? We don't know if we're the... Okay, yeah, Dustin, that's the one. Thank you. Although the one thing I will say about Vivarium is that it feels like what would happen if you got stuck no-clipping. Like, if you accidentally went outside the boundaries of a game and could never come back. Oh, okay. So, Cryostix, thank you for doing a little dive on that one. So the sticker is from the 1984 presidential run of Walter Mondale. I'd never heard of him. And his running mate, Geraldine Fernando. Oh, so it's Mondale and Fernando, the combo. Okay. The thing about Hops, though, is despite his unsettling, unblinking eyes, his conversation is very supportive. He's not as evasive as the last guy, so let's keep it going. Mainly so that unsettling piano music, that unsettling stream music stops.
Peculiar.
What is it?
It's nothing. Just wondering about this green light. Are you one of these people who's good with cars?
You don't know what it means?
I was hoping you might know. I never saw it before until you got into the car.
Do you have a manual someplace?
A car manual? Oh, no. That's not the sort of book I keep in here. I'm a humanities teacher. No, I think we'll be...
You're a hoarder!
Mechanic someplace. Perhaps that part-time quiz show hostess. Ah, the green light. The epic sense of man's urgency. The future that keeps receding from us. Yes, I suppose you've read The Great Gatsby, too. It's probably nothing major, just a reminder to get something checked. But what do I know? I'm not the technical sort. Oh, we could ask Lola. Well, she's very good with these things.
Any relation to Darlene?
Probably not, young man. Lola's a kind of oracle. She's given me lots of good advice, right from where you're sitting. Besides, more to the point, I'd like to check with her about directions, just to make sure we're pointed the right way. See if you can find her here.
I already did. Looking for a woman named Lola.
No, not a woman. A bear. Well, she's quite small, you see. A toy bear. Now, I found
of course!
World's Fair in Barcelona.
Of course, Lola's a toy bear that's going to help us find the way.
At an exhibition about alchemy. Lola Montez. But she's somewhere in this car now. Feel free to rummage around as much as you need.
She's just been huffing ether, haven't you? Anyway, so we know that she was definitely on the postcard. Didn't see her on the back of the specs. Sticker. Fortune. She's definitely in the car. Alright, let's try the back of the... There we go! Then we have the key.
What have you got?
key.
Interesting. Looks familiar.
Also, the book was The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy. Okay. Oh, now we can open the glove
There
box.
she is. Ah, Lola. Put her on the glove box lid, my boy. That's where she likes to speak.
Place on the glove box, I guess. Alright, inspect Lola. She speaks?
Yes, sometimes directly, sometimes in more of a roundabout way. Lola, dearest, now I'm here with this young fellow here, and well, the warehouse. Now, it's left up here on Concord Avenue, right? She's not ready to talk yet.
Is there something we can do, I guess?
She's lonely, and she misses her friends.
Wait, what kind of... Just tell me plainly.
Fellow memory objects. That's her preferred company. Trinkets like her, lost and found many times over the years, imbued with the memories of everyone who's ever claimed them as their own. Get enough of them together, and things start to get interesting. The present moment peels back like wallpaper to reveal the past behind it and the future ahead.
Okay, this game is unapologetically going into the weird. Alright, so the bear can tell the future.
Her and her friends, yes.
Of course!
She's very good. She even remembers my dog's names.
How long has your dog been missing for?
About 9 months.
Dude, 9 months! You've been looking this whole time?
Well, no, I couldn't look for her these last months. I got a bit detained.
Alright, explain yourself. A dag has been alone for 9 months. Explain yourself.
Yes. It all started when I was buying some tube socks. I was on the escalator, trying to leave the mall. Do you ever have that thing where you buy something and you know it's the right thing, but you start worrying about it just as you're leaving?
Nope.
I was staring at the socks, wondering if they were the right length. Now, I knew they were, but I must have not been paying attention. Because suddenly, I slipped down that crack at the end of the escalator, right where you're supposed to step off.
What point can I start drinking today? Just asking for a friend. Seriously.
Yes, exactly the thing kids are always worrying about. Getting sucked down the escalator.
How did that happen?
Well, first quite quickly, and then very slowly.
I think I've seen that in a
Before
movie.
you know it, you're banging around in this chute, and then you land at the bowling green. That's what they call the entrance. That's a little area with some onboarding materials and that fake grass carpeting, so the landing isn't so rough. It's the most fantastic place. Under the escalator, just vast. Like falling out of bed and landing on the moon.
So Katros is saying this guy's worse than the last one. I think he is, because he's deep in the paint. Oh, and to whom saying it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I mean, I've got gin. Okay, were there other people? What did you do to pass the time? I'm going to ask if there are other people.
Oh, no. There are other people there, but not much good for company. Everyone's just waiting to get out. Very poserish scene down there. Let me tell you, a lot of staged ennui.
So what is there to do down there?
Oh, not much really. There's an old black and white TV that only gets a few channels. There's some old board games just lying around, but they're all missing pieces and instructions. There was one box that promised 8 games in one, but I couldn't figure out for the life of me how to play a single game. A couple of decks of cards, all incomplete. I must have dreamt 20 times that I found the 4 of clubs.
How did you escape?
Well, they open the escalator every year on January 1st. Well, clear everyone out. They used to do it more often, but then, well, yeah, budget cuts.
Oh, of course, budget
I found
cuts.
the
That makes
beginning
so
of
much
April
sense.
One of the last cold weekends of the year. Really tough thing to get your head around, being trapped in there almost a whole calendar year.
I have no idea what that's like.
Pretty much the only thing that passes for excitement there is when somebody new drops in. Pretty quickly, you learn to tell the difference between the real people and the mannequins they drop down the chute.
I'm sorry, what? The mannequins?
Sure. Well, that's how they keep everyone fed down there. They stuff mannequins full of food and supplies, put them on the escalator, and just let them slide down the chute. Oh, that's a big moment when they drop the mannequins down. Really breaks up the monotony. Everyone rushes over to tear the mannequin apart to get their hands on the food inside.
I'm officially too sober for this.
Oh, indeed. But I guess it's the easiest way to get the food to slip down the crack. Now, one time, a real guy fell down the shaft and was mistaken for a mannequin. Now, he was half torn to shreds before I pulled him out of there. Poor fella didn't look lifelike enough.
What the fuck?
Oh, yes. He was really quite beside himself.
Okay, he wasn't actually pulled
He
apart.
gave me his pipe as a token of appreciation for saving him from the mob.
Okay, so they didn't eat him.
Well, I still keep it in my pocket.
Alright. Now we got ourselves a nice pipe. It seems much later somehow than when we started the story.
Oh, look. Let's give it to her, please.
Give it there to Lola.
Let's see if she's feeling more sociable. Lola, dear, are you feeling more chatty now? She says her tea party is still missing 2 guests.
Oh, of course she
We
does!
just need to find 2 more of her friends.
He's just... Yeah, also, during the course of that story, has suddenly gotten... Alright, you'll be hungry soon again. I ain't locking that door in case I have to throw myself out of this one. Ooh, what's this cassette tape?
Ah, of course. My audiobook about the Gulag makes perfect sense.
Oh,
Only
so
one more
much.
object to find now.
Wait, how does that make perfect sense?
Oh, well, it's something I used to play for her in the car an awful lot. There was this one story she used to adore.
About the Gulag? What was the story?
The story? Well, it's about 2 guys. In a way, 2 guys like us who were side by side, both waiting for something to happen.
Go on. It can't get any weirder.
Now, these 2 fellas were both prisoners in the Gulag. Do you know what the Gulag was?
Yes, sir.
So, the Gulag camps were off in the middle of nowhere. You could escape, but then what would you do? Well, you'd starve to death.
Don't laugh like that!
It was called the sandwich. Now, say you and I wanted to escape the Gulag. 2 guys like us, friends. We recruit another guy, a 3rd guy, to escape with us. Preferably a nice, fat, buttery guy. The fat guy was called the sandwich because the idea is that the 2 buddies, us, we'd kill and eat the sandwich on the way home to survive. It's great, right?
No!
Maybe I didn't tell the story right.
Why did Lola enjoy that story?
Oh, I think mainly just because of the setting. Siberia. Bears love stories about remote places.
I need an
Well,
adult!
I haven't told you the best part yet.
I'm all ears, apparently.
Well, there was one time these 2 guys escaped with a sandwich. But there was a problem. They finished the sandwich too soon. Didn't ration him out long enough. He was all gone. And they still had days to walk through the Siberian tundra. These guys were great friends, but they were also hardened criminals. And so they knew that whichever one of them fell asleep would be eaten by the other one. But the code of criminal friendship didn't allow them to acknowledge this. So they had to keep playing it, nonchalant, chatting about stuff, whatever people talked about back then, trudging through the snow.
Fucking hell. Alright, so did they survive?
Who? Oh, those two convicts. Oh, no. One of them fell asleep and got eaten by the other. But it's their ability to keep face that I always think about. Their honor that couldn't admit any suspicion. I mean, you don't totally trust me, right? Well, I can see you looking
not as far as
of your eyes.
Not as far as I can fucking throw you.
I'm going.
I do not trust you in the feckin' slightest, mate. Feckin' yo. Yeah, Catastrophe, we cannot fall asleep now. Otherwise, we are Battlestar Snackalactica. We are the proverbial ham sandwich. Long prig on sourdough, you know what I mean? I'm gonna keep talking to him because the music's making this worse.
Listen, can I ask you an honest question?
How do you taste? Alright, sure, but I don't have all the answers like Lola.
Okay, here it goes. This girlfriend of yours, why is it so important for you to find her? I mean, okay, the burnt photo, damsel in distress, etc., etc. I get it. But if you can't remember anything about her...
We'll always have this.
Actually, I remember one thing.
See? This is Lola's influence. It's starting to work. You feel it, right?
All you have to do is find your way back to me. Let's keep him as our pet.
There was a firefly captured in a glass bottle.
You two didn't even mean to capture it. It just flew into the empty bottle.
That's a good memory. It's the only one I have right now.
Yeah, so you think maybe the goal of this whole ride is to return to that moment of innocence and recapture the magic of that moment?
It's not to get eaten by you, you big weirdo! I doubt it. You can't recreate the past.
Can't repeat the past? Why, of course you can. Well, for your sake, I hope so.
What do you mean?
I think you know. You're like me. The past is the only place left for us. When we were young, we thought the past could only tie us.
God, this is really unsettling.
Everything we wanted, freedom, lay ahead on the open road. Well, that was yesterday, and this is today. Now the past is all you've got, and the future is full of pain.
I think you're confusing the two of us.
Well, when we get to the warehouse, remember to keep an eye out for a firefly in a glass bottle. It shouldn't be hard to spot. They tend to keep that place pretty dimly lit.
Yeah, this game is just thoroughly unsettling. Oh. Not in a bad way, you know what I mean? But there's a... Oh, fuck!
Oh, look.
Please, no more raisins.
Looks like Vern started doing some advertising. I guess he's finally decided to take matters into his own hands. Normally, he's so stoic, letting things take their own course, never complaining.
He tried to hide the truth from me.
Well, he was just trying to help you. Seems like you could use it. You're totally infected with this frontier spirit, am I right? Always move ahead, always continue along the 2-lane blacktop. Maybe Vern exaggerates a bit, but at least he knows these parts. You should turn back here. No, I'm serious.
Why do you keep looking around so much?
It's just Lola. Nothing.
You're lost, aren't you? Someone
changed the street signs. Him. He's been here. I swear it was the second left past the red house. But don't worry. We'll find it.
We haven't seen any red houses. Here. Do you have a map somewhere?
No, it seems to have disappeared along with the car manual.
Oh, how convenient.
I just want to find my dog. Oh, these streets all look the same. This is worse than falling down an escalator. Here, take this. See if you can figure out which way is east.
Okay, this isn't a compass. This is something else.
Are you sure? I mean, look through it and see if it tells you which way is east.
All right.
No luck, huh? Well, maybe it does something useful.
Well, either way, we'll give it to Lola and see if that helps.
She's starting to talk. Hopefully we can get out of this maze now and head on our way. Lola, dear, this young man and we're looking for... She's saying something. Something about you.
Oh, good.
A car crash? No. He's fine. Well, just look at him. She thinks you've caused some kind of accident. I can vouch for this young man, Lola. Well, he's been with me almost the entire afternoon.
It's a kaleidoscope,
She says she knows who you are and that she wants to help you. She's gathered these memory objects for a purpose, for you to put together, to bring you earthly knowledge, she says.
We're gonna make a tiny junk Voltron.
Peculiar.
It's a kaleidoscope, innit?
Doop-de-doo, apples and pears! It's a kaleidoscope!
You are in a maze of twisty roads, all alike. You are likely to have LSD slipped to you by a group.
Bacon, thank you for the 200. Vanderbeast, thank you for the 200. Sorry. I'm finding this thoroughly intriguing. And I guess my my late nights are catching up with me a little bit. But no, seriously. That's like... Thank you. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass as well. It still terrifies me that even at a sliver of health, Shackle has so much left. God. The fear is real. Woohoo! I made a makeshift camera. Oh, Serge David, were you thinking it was going to be a camera construction? I don't know what it was. It was when the music box kind of folded open and it had the hole that looked like where you'd screw a lens in. That's where I was thinking, but I was also happy to be wrong. Oh, and Prof. Nels, the last guy who was the raisin farmer definitely slipped to something. But like, okay, so before we progress, here's what's so wonderfully unsettling about this, is that both the game and the people we're talking to are both acknowledging and ignoring the surrealness of the world. Like, this guy is taking us to a warehouse where we can find anything we've ever lost. But we only have 15 minutes. He was also talking to a wind-up bear called Lola who knows everything. And yet there's parts of his story which he does not acknowledge how fucking weird and strange it is. Like how he got trapped under an escalator. So he got trapped in the world that you reach if you fall down the crack in an escalator. He got trapped there for 9 months, and he doesn't see the weirdness of it. He commented on the, he called like performative ennui of the other people trapped there. But is not acknowledging the surrealness of it. He both is and is not part of the Strangerties. Do you know what I mean? Oh, also, sorry, Serge David and Professor Nels. What ho, friends? How are you doing? Is there anyone that hasn't had a greeting from me before? Hey!
Sploosh.
Sploosh indeed. Oh shit, that was 500! Sorry, El Ravager, thank you kindly for 500 bits, you fucking legend. And how are you doing, friend? And also, because El Ravager, I didn't really get a chance to talk about it on Saturday because it was Memnal Day, but it was so cool watching you get into SatCon proper. That made me real happy. Like, I know we didn't get the chance to hear any of the adversary's voice of, like, Proto the idea, but it made me real happy to see, like, you do it. And also, our group was the one we were the one that helped people break it the most. Like, we cracked 2 of the 3 words, and that felt fucking great. Yeah, escalator ennui is real. God, I want that in a t-shirt. Okay, so what in the world?
Well, isn't that something? It's alchemy, my boy. Art. A camera. Your means for turning water into wine. Redeeming the past. Renewing memories.
If you fucking say so.
Americana. Where the surreal intermingles with the mundane. Here's your chance, my boy. Create a photo journal. Win some awards.
Oh, and El Ravager, that's fucking lovely of you to... Oh, God! To say.
Fireflies. Sent directly from your memory, I suppose, to guide you. Oh, hello there, Lampyridae.
Okay. Amazing, you look about 20 years younger.
Oh. Oh, those sideburns. Don't let my students get a hold of that. I think they're not done yet. They want you to take more photos.
Oh, sorry, El Ravager was just saying like a...
They want to show us the way, but...
Sorry. Oh, okay, so El Ravager started playing the Blackout Club because of the Buffalo Quandary. Okay. Yeah, that puzzle still confuses me. There's a chance that the buffalo is some kind of other form of god. So you know how like the voices are, I mean, just that, they are vocal entities that need hosts to survive, that there may be a visual entity hidden within that video. But I have no idea. Speakers 1 won't tell me because I'm not devout.
They can only do it through photos.
I was trying to see if the fireflies were following me or if I was following them. So there's us hitchhiking.
I didn't notice him standing back there. Should we go back and pick him up?
Orange vest. I've seen him before. He was creepy and popped up in the back seat earlier.
Who is that guy anyway? You don't sound very glad to see him.
I wish I knew.
I think they're not done yet. They want you to take more photos.
Alright. Follow them fireflies. Bet his name is McFly. We did find an almanac in the last car. So that's what this is. This is the This whole game takes place in the space between time after Marty falls out of the feckin' DeLorean. Basically, at the end, Doctor Who shows up and saves our ass. Darn it, this game is lovely. Feckin' weird and surreal, but lovely. Oh, and Serge David, that's not canonical yet. But in my little heart of hearts.
Trading post, huh? Interesting proposition. I expect you get something rather valuable in exchange for this particular camera.
Okay. See, the thing is, friends, I've been watching a lot of Doom Patrol, and the surreal camera made out of junk is very much reminding me of, like, the Chaos Magic. That particular character is played by the same gentleman that did Crowley in the Supernatural series, and he does a banging job of basically Constantine sans Constantine. Oh, so Serge, you reckon that David Tennant's going to show up at the end of this and save the day? I'm okay with that. There we go. Warehouse of Lost Things is currently closed until further notice. Fuck!
It can't... Ah, no! No! My dog!
Don't worry, Hops. We'll find her.
How? If I can't find her in the past, I don't have a chance of finding her in the future.
Like I said, you can redeem memories.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Nonsense, I said
Weapons
to you.
online. All systems nominal.
Hype tongue what ho friendos.
Andrew
64 friendo.
Andrew, what ho friend? How are you doing? Thank you for feckin' 10 months. We are playing a feckin' surreal game right now called Hitchhiker. I can't tell you what's going down. I can't tell you where this game is going to lead us, but it is weird.
I just want to find my dog.
Serge David, I'll agree with you. Like, what if the dog is the sandwich and he's just dealing and processing with his guilt? Welcome to my parents' house. Let's use our inside voices.
Is that a dog collared in the street?
I think we found her.
I suppose. But what's happened to her?
Dude, you
She's
left her alone for
invisible.
9 months.
She's lost in time since the warehouse closed its doors. That's it. Capture her with that camera of yours.
Dig! Dig, 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 dig! Dig!
Oh, you're a good dog, Hops. You ran past the funny mailbox through a door, and we'll find you, don't worry. We've got to find that house.
Oh yeah, sure. We'll be able to find it, no problem. Fucking American suburbia is still one of the weirdest things. Now here we go.
That's the one. Hang on.
Just gonna drive straight through the front. Anything look familiar? I've stopped asking questions like, where are we and what's going on?
Look, the silo. That's my house. Funny how you can come upon the very place you live and not even recognize it. All depends on the angle you... Hey! There's Hops! Thank goodness. Oh, I've almost got her back. Listen, I didn't realize the warehouse was closed, but we must do it again. Now you have to promise me, pinky promise, that we're going to meet again in a year, okay? This same spot. We won't exchange contact info or anything like that. We'll keep it old school. Meet here in 1 year's time. What do you say?
I say go get your fucking dog. All right. I don't think I'll be coming back this way.
Sorry to hear that, young man. People like to say that they can't.
Stop talking and go get your fucking dog!
Look at me. I'm living proof to the contrary. Look.
I'm very empathic!
Guys are back.
Hopefully.
Seems like they're waiting to give you one last memory. Hops, wait for me!
Dingus. I'm just saying, like, in the event that we were looking for River, I would not stop to give someone a soliloquy.
I just think it would be fun to ring the bell. I lived here my entire childhood. I feel like I have the right.
Sure, but we better make it quick. Lots of driving to do still.
Hello. What can I do for you two?
This is gonna sound funny, but...
Not at all. Come right in.
Oh, sorry. I've got to take this. To me, it's perfect here. I don't understand what's so great about our life in Seattle. Don't you ever think about making a change?
To suburbia!
Sure, but this isn't the kind of change I had in mind. I get it. You grew up here, so it's your baseline of normal. But this just isn't my idea of an adventure.
Adventure. It's real here. It's a good place to grow up, to have children. At least it was for me. I can always find myself here. Same stars, same fence, same mailbox.
Okay, you know what? Sorry, I shouldn't snark. As someone who has moved around the world a lot, I think, I don't know, the idea of choosing to spend one's entire time without having seen the world, I don't know. And I guess that's where games like this really kind of, where their weight comes from. Like, essentially making us look at our own personal philosophies when it comes to stuff like this. Like, I've never really had the option to go back home. So is my want to uproot and move around the world, is that because I don't have the choice to go back? Or is that because it is what I want to do? Do you know what I mean? Lizzie, I was condensing a lot of points there, because you're right, why wouldn't someone want to travel the world? There's so much good food to be had. But I think the idea of actively wanting to move back to the area that I grew up in, I don't know, that seems counterintuitive. It did, for me personally. And so far, despite the weird surrealism of this game and never quite knowing where we're sitting with everything, like, it's making us ask a lot of questions. Cryosticks. But it rains outside, people smell weird. Yes, they do. Well, and Stooge, that's where I was kind of pondering it. It's like, this is my personal philosophy. I think the greatest tragedy I can think of is some of the friends that I know who never moved out of their area. They never experienced enough of the world to know that they might want to. Do you know what I mean? And I don't think that applies to yourself, Stooge, obviously. But it's just, you know, I look at some Facebook friends that I still have, and they're still in the same town, in the same place. They haven't lived enough to know. But then that's my personal philosophies, and a larger portion of that was choices that I didn't make. I wasn't the one that decided to move to the big city. I got chucked out, you know. I did diet homelessness for a while, got myself on my feet, but by that point, I couldn't go back to where I came from. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. a lot of games like this, the focal point is usually the relationship and a tragedy, and it's interesting to see like the philosophies of a lot of things. Sometimes, Jesus, I mean, sometimes even moving to a really cool part of the world can be a miserable experience because of other things. So it's not just like the playbook is move to cool city, be cool forever. Okay, so Lizzie was saying that they grew up with a family of folks who were happy to stay close to home and not travel around the world. So I kind of get that. But that's, I mean, I guess what I'm just saying is like my personal philosophy was, I guess, somewhat put upon me rather than of my own choosing. I didn't have necessarily the wanderlust, but I gained it. God, there's still so much of the world I haven't seen. Anyway, so let's let the game say its thing. We don't need to listen to Will's nonsense rambling, but God, this is fascinating. I feckin' love Seattle as a place to live. And God, I probably would have gone with I think I probably would have ended up, if not Seattle, then probably Brighton. There's just a similar vibe, you know? Oh, cool! It's the terrifying horror box.
Hey, you need a ride someplace?
Shit, yes. To whom was saying that they love living near Seattle. So heckin' lootly. You go defending the house? God. I mean, shit, how into the fields do we want to get on a Tuesday afternoon? Lizzie was asking me a philosophical question saying, is home where you grew up or is it where you make a home? I can only really speak for myself. Like I said, I got my dumbass chucked out when I was about 19. And so I bummed around for a while and kind of, I don't know. I lived on a combination of spite and anger for a long time. And honestly, it's only really after my mother passed away that I got really like a relationship with my family again, you know? And even then, it's still... They are people that I communicate with. If they give me any kind of gumph or bullshit, then I'm just going to flip them the bird and not talk to them. Like, the relationship is very much in my little wheelhouse. And honestly, it wasn't until my late 20s again, I started getting that feeling of having a home. As my partner at the time and I had been together for quite a while, and her family basically adopted my dumbass. Like, and while her and I are not together anymore, like, I still talk to her family. They still give me shit. I get shark Christmas cards from them. You know? I talk to them, maybe not as much as I'd like, but I don't know. After everything went south in New Zealand, like, they let me stay in their spare room for a couple of months. And the thing is like, we weren't, yeah. It's definitely a feeling. And honestly, like, I've been a real cheeseball with Fiona, but, like, I know she's not a fan of this apartment, and River defended a house. You know, we'd both like to move at some point from this particular space because, you know, River deserves a place with a little garden, you know what I mean? Like, just a little backyard. You know, just somewhere for her to, like, have a little snooze during the summer or, you know, trundle around in the winter. But after I moved in here and we got everything set up, I don't know, I kind of got that feeling of home again, you know? So yeah, I guess that's me. Home is... You feel it, you know what I mean? You can live anywhere, but you gotta make a home. Does that make sense? Sorry to get all fucking feelsy on you lot. Shit. Video games! The thing is, like, I think we've all got stories of varying degrees around these kind of topics. I don't think people get into video games in the way that we do because they come from, like, super smooth, easy, happy, good times. Oh, yeah, and Clank, they are, I mean, yeah, they are lovely. You know, I was sad that 2020 was when Fiona and I were going to go back to the UK, and I was going to introduce Fiona to, like, you know, the family that adopted my dumbass. Lizzie, you know what I mean. And it's not a story with a sad. It's not a story with a sad ending. Like, I will admit, like, I was angry during my early 20s, and that's what just kept me going. You know, sleeping on floors, you know, trying to survive on a couple of quid a week and stuff like that. Working shitty jobs, eventually working good jobs, but, like, during that whole period, I just was angry at the world. I was angry at my family, and it was a dark time. It was a dark time. But that's why I'm the worst person to talk to about, like, when it comes to, like, mending relationships with family members and stuff like that, or, like, problematic interactions with biological family. I'm the worst person to talk to, because I cut them out wholesale. I was very angry young man. But in some regards, like, I guess I got lucky because now that I am a grown-ass adult, I've got to kind of, like, reform a relationship with those people on my terms. And that's been nice. Oh, way cool. Sorry, Catastrophe says that their maternal grandfather grew up in a very special old farming system, like born in the 1920s, mum born in the early 70s. That meant that he moved a lot. As a child, according to their mother, once he and Catrus's grandmother finally moved into a house proper, he never wanted to move again. So indirectly, they got to grow. They get how having a home could mean a lot. Yeah. Yeah. No, Lizzie, and I promise if it gets too much into, like, feels o'clock, I will ollie outie of it. But I'm doing good. In fact, the fact that I can have a chat to all of you about this just on a casual Tuesday, I don't know, it's nice. That's nice. If you all don't mind me talking about stories of the past. But it's also, the other thing is I've moved to a lot of places that weren't home, you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, my place in New Zealand was fucking sweet, but it felt more like a long-term hotel, if that makes a weird sense. Like, sure, my stuff was there, but it didn't feel like it was mine. It still felt like I was just renting an place. Clank's like, the bard telling stories? Say it ain't so! Oh! Sorry, Lizzie says that apparently they're planning some minor terror with Kestrel. Secret feckin' Discord. Secret Discord's been quiet for a while, which has made me nervous. Oh, and Clank, thank you. I do try and be a vaguely decent storyteller. So I guess, like, the cut to the quick of it is that, as Andov's saying, there is a difference between a house and a home, and you can feel it in a home, you know? It is something that you can make. So I guess I disagree with that guy's previous statement about, like, returning to your childhood place. Because, I mean, it'd be nice to see the gaff at some point, but I don't have the emotional connection to it anymore. You know, that feeling of home is not there. And that's good, you know? Sorry, Biggs, you came in on some feels banter. Prof Nell says, living in an apartment and still being almost 40. If we had a home, I wouldn't want to leave either. Well, so Prof Nell's, again, I feel like it's that feeling. Because, like, the place in New Zealand I lived was twice the size of this. It was a 2-story apartment in the centre of town. It was gorgeous. but it never had that feeling of home. This place feels like a home, you know? And I like that. It's not perfect, and it's hard, and, you know, we've got 2 people, a dog, and 6 guinea pigs in a small place. It can get... We can trip over each other a fair wedge, but feck, actually has that feeling of a place. The problem is now I don't want to, like, now I don't want to get, like, roommates and stuff, if I can avoid it. I just... Sometimes, you know what? I can just walk around in my pants, not have to worry, and that's fine. I don't have to worry about someone screaming, the beacons are lit, Gondor calls for aid as I come out of the shower. Oh, no, Biggs, so what happened in the last ride was as a conversation from the driver about, like, going back home. He opens with this idea that you should be allowed to go to a house that you used to live at, knock on the door and say, hey, I used to live here, can I have a look around? Huh. Prof. Nels, that's real cool. Sorry, Professor Nels, I'm going to say your full title. Professor Nels was saying that the architect, Christopher Alexander, pattern and language which inspired SimCity, said that above all, a place needs to have life. It needs to be a place that you can actually live in. Clank, you and I are officially never living together. The beacons are lit! Gondor calls for aid! Okay, I'm sure at some point Fiona has made that joke, but it's been so long since it's happened that I have no fucking clue. Okie dokie Loki. But yeah, so, Biggs, the game we're playing today is called Hitchhiker. Although the official title is Hitchhiker, a mystery game. And I still can't decide if that's a very clever ruse, or if it's too on the nose. But we'll... It is a very philosophical, kind of feelsy title, and it's interesting. Oh, Puns is saying, to at least have a guide on our journey through the galaxy. Here, so Puns, we seem to have a different... Alright, the first guide described them not as guides, but as gatekeepers. Like, different things that we must pass through on our weird journey. Though the first guide kind of tried to bullshit us a bit, until we fed a bunch of psychotropic raisins to a murder of crows. No, I'm not making that up. The second guy was both on the level and whacked out of his brain simultaneously. We are not in a place. We are in some weird liminal space. There's something going on. Either we have feckin' keeled over and died, or we are... There are some weird, you know, Vision Quest stuff going on here. So let's go for the third ride and see where it feckin' takes us. I think we're going to finish this game today. So we're going to be with... Now, is that going to be Leah, Leaf?
Listen, I'm not your girlfriend. And I'm not your mother. But you'd better finish that pickle, or else I'm stealing it.
So who are you then? And help yourself to the pickle.
Me? I'm a waitress, dummy. Waitresses have to be whatever people want them to be.
Been waitressing a long time?
Well, feels like forever.
We're at Dante's Diner, which we did have a lighter from.
At this point, it's less what I do and more who I am. But not Thursdays. Today's my day off.
Well, kick back, steal a pickle. Oh, then sorry to drag you out here on your off day.
That's okay. It's nice to sit on the other side of the counter for a change and see how the other half lives. This music, isn't it dreamy?
Yeah, it's perfect for this place.
I can tell we have some things in common.
Such as?
We both have to live by our wits. Hitchhiking isn't an easy trade. Waiting tables isn't either.
Ah!
I'll show you what I mean. Corned beef hash with 3 eggs over easy, whole wheat toast and hash browns. 2 eggs scrambled with bacon, sausage, English muffin, and french fries with mayo instead of ketchup. 3 eggs over easy with well-done bacon and a side salad, hold the toast, Greek omelet with well-done hash browns and white toast, a short stack of blueberry pancakes, coffees all around, and 1 Diet Coke. So, how many orders of toast were there?
Wait, say that order one more time? Alright, count the toast. Let's go.
Okay, here it is. Corned beef hash with 3 eggs over easy, whole wheat toast and hash browns. 2 eggs scrambled with bacon, sausage, English muffin, and french fries with mayo instead of ketchup. 3 eggs over easy with well-done bacon and a side salad, hold the toast, Greek omelet with well-done hash browns and white toast, a short stack of blueberry pancakes, coffees all around, and 1 Diet Coke. So, how many orders of toast?
2. Boof.
Yep. Well, unless you count the English muffin. Then it's 3.
Clank says, I would starve as a waiter. A brain's physically incapable. I feel like you end up developing your own mechanisms for it. Because I'm dyslexic as. Sometimes people will say, like, oh, I want 3 of something. And my brain will be like, oh, you want 2 or you want 8. I don't know. It just seems to be a thing sometimes. Or like reading an order and getting the wrong thing through. So I developed like a visual system for doing orders. So when someone would give me like a long order of that in my head, I would remember the beer tap. So instead of remembering like numbers or words, it's like, okay, so it's this tap this many times, and it's this many of this bevy and this many of this bevy. Do you know what I mean? Brains are fun. Fun's like, we do not. All right. I'm glad my memory hasn't been my strong suit lately.
Well, you must have been doing something right to have made it this far. I figure there's an art to hitching a ride. You have to be able to read people very quickly. Waiting tables is no different. You get to know what people want before they know what they want. It's a sixth sense.
So what did you read from me?
When I picked with you, it was easy. Your mind is an open book. Seeing you wandering through that street in the suburbs, clutching that strange blue box like a talisman, I could see that you needed a good rest, a good meal, and a dose of friendly advice from someone who's looking out for you. It's good you managed to lose Hops back there. Let me guess, did he try to make you promise to meet him again?
Yup.
Yeah, we've all made a few of those. This highway is practically paved with broken oaths sworn to Hops, patron saint of useless stuff.
Oh, sorry to interrupt her, but I don't know if you've noticed this. The game that we're playing is called Doubles. And it's basically things in the environment are doubling up when we're not looking. And each time we spot them, we're getting like a score. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, Pun Spectre was saying that, well, your brain eventually makes shorthand. So Pun Spectres is, they associate orders with outfits. God, that's feckin' cool. My friend Charlie, she could remember anybody's name from the first time of hearing it because she'd create, what was it? She'd create 2 objects that equate to that person's name. And from then on, she'd never forget a person's name. I've always been envious of that. I used to say I was really, really good with faces, but honestly, doing packs with everyone wearing half a face covering has shown me, no, I'm not. I was talking to one guy for 6-7 minutes until I realized he was completely someone else. Actually, as a tip, friends, is that whilst everybody's still doing masks, and hopefully we'll be doing for a while, if you do any events or conventions, just ask people who they are. At first, it seems really awkward, but it saves embarrassment in the long run. Or, like, do something funky and cool with your hair. Like, I should have done, like, a big cross over, like, one eye, like, Animu style. But then I realized, because of my hairdo, everyone knows. Oh, English? Undershave? Oh, that's Will. So the problem was, everyone recognized me at PAX, and I did not know who the fuck anybody else was. Oh, yeah, Moose. Also, getting your name on your mask is actually kind of dope. Whom says that they are terrible with names and they just tell people that the first time. That's fine. I have to tell people that I'm terrible with introductions because I am. The problem I also get is that once I have someone's name locked in, if it's their handle for like ever. Which is feckin' cool when you go to Twitch meets, but then when Twitch friendos and non-friendos hang out, it's like, so I'm hanging out with like Stooge, Deus, Imperios, and feckin' Camille. And I would have to think very carefully to remember all of those people's real people names. In fact, some of them I've just out and out forgotten. I do not know Baron's real people name. No joke. Cryostix has the vampire mask skull thing, which no one else wears, so you get recognized on the street. That's cool. Frigg says, but how am I supposed to be the master of stealth? Everyone knows who I am. That's a good point, Fred. That's a very good point. And Biggs is like, I'm kind of hard to miss, even with a rock. You're being mean to yourself, friend. You're being mean to yourself. You know what, Biggs? I'm not going to pursue that line of conversation, but you got a chortle. And Star's asking, have you seen this mask alike? Ah! No! God, that's fucking haunting. Although I will admit, sorry, it's a site that will print a mask that is the bottom of your face. That's terrifying. But some of their comedy versions are quite funny. Like there's a Nicolas Cage face. That's hard not to. That's hard not to be read. And the mask under chin face mask. That's a jerk move. Oh, cool. That's. You know what, Star? Thank you for sharing that with me. That's fucking nightmare fuel. Fucking yo. All right, let's keep this going.
Doesn't mean badly, Hops. He's just a bit stuck in the past.
No
That's
joke.
why he has all that junk in his car. Can't let go of anything. Can't change. People like to solve problems with the tools they understand. Hops thinks all the useful tools are in the glove box of his own memory. That's why it's good you got clear of him. He's a bad influence for someone like you.
Oh, how so?
You need to let go to move on.
I'm going to be positive. Just the good advice. I'm going to focus on the here and now.
Good. Well, that makes one person here then. Look at these blue screen zombies. Everyone glued to their phones. Depressing.
Maybe they're Googling pickles that don't taste like rubber.
Very funny.
Wait,
that sense of humor will serve you well when our new robot overlords take over.
I, for one,
Dead
welcome
all
our new
around us.
overlords.
Not you two, though.
Who two?
You and your girlfriend. You were very much animated. Although, maybe not in a good way. That was some argument.
How come everybody remembers us arguing?
Well, if it wasn't worth arguing over, it wouldn't mean anything, I guess.
So what happened?
Well, I'm not one to eavesdrop. Something about text messages, being present. The usual suspects when it comes to couple arguing somewhere in public in the 21st century. I only caught the end of it. It was one of those things that suddenly boils over. One moment you were sitting there having your strawberry rhubarb pie and trying to figure out where the next gas station is. The next moment, when I came back with your check, there was this big scene with
I see you,
storming
coffee
out the
machine.
door.
Me? Where did I go?
Beats me. You didn't come back, though. She hung around for another 20 minutes, mainly talking on her phone. Then she got her stuff and left. Seemed like she was making a plan to meet somebody.
Catch any details?
Nope. See, I'm not that nosy. But when I was wiping down the counter, I found this. Have a look. You might find it interesting.
Okay, before I check the business card, I also want to check this. Because we got a matchbook from here that said help. And then with a phone number to dial. So I wonder, you know. I wonder. Oh, and Catastrophe, yeah, she's absolutely someone that eavesdrops. But, you know, anyone who's worked in customer service knows you've got to make your own fun. I'm gonna. Telling me to inspect the card. Yeah, the double cowboy actually isn't one of the doubles. And it's kind of like the doubles sneak out. I'm gonna! Alright, game. Okay, so Balkan Tours and more. It's a wild ride! Craig Malcolmus, owner and operator of Balkan Tours. August Gas. 51, Thursday, 4 p.m.
Weird. Gets weirder, though. Check out the back.
Hookshot says you do have to make your own fun. Hookshot says bar I worked at, the last 2 hours of the night was just cleaning and watching and listening to as many antics by the patrons. Yeah. Okay, I'll check it out. I think we might have found something. It's a big fucking rock. Wait, is she telling us to check the back again?
Seems like some kind of rendezvous. I mean, I figure that's not your card.
So what's Balkan Tours?
Beats me. I just work here. Sorry, Copernicus. I've helped you all I can this time.
Okay, I've heard that line before. How do you know my nickname?
Like I said, we all know each other on this highway.
Okay, so we've got two photos and the lockbox. Hang on. I never checked the toothbrush. Ah, no. No, thank you, Satan. Okay, tap the waitress to continue the conversation. So, friendos, I'm just going to nip to the loo very quickly. I have been hoiking coffees all day. Although, firstly, Hookshot saying, so the funniest thing they've seen were two meatheads that got into a fight, both threw a right hook and hit each other in the face, and both went out cold. I didn't know that happened for realsies. Like, I understand the theory of the double KO. I've seen it in video games and movies, but the idea that that actually happens? Feckin' yo. God, I'm trying to think of some of the things we used to do. Like, back at Molly's, we were pretty much just, like, tech support in the basement, so my boss was trying to teach me how to do, like, maintenance on all the Linux systems. So I was allowed to basically just have my own, my own little server and my own little rig, and do with them what I want. I got really into making, like, those, like, self-contained OS on a disk kind of distros. I got really obsessed with those. So I used to kill time doing that. God. Pubs was an interesting one, because in the UK... Oh, I see that. Yeah. Oof. Headshot. In the UK, there's no, like... It's not as strict as it is over here in the US, so when someone calls last orders, you don't have to throw everybody out. You don't have to take, like, alcohol out of people's hands. So patrons would hang around. And honestly, by the time the tills was shut, we were allowed to drink any drinks that people had bought for us. So we could sit and have a pint, which was fucking cool. Alright, person type thing. Yeah, you're right. You can take the lad out of the UK, but you can't take the UK out of going for a piss. I'll be back in a second.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh?
I'm gone for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Oh, and smallest. Sorry, I missed the binoculars. I'll have a hunt for those in a sec. El Ravenger, thank you for 12 months. You feckin' ledge. That's a whole year. That's the final form of the longship is yours. And Puns, thank you for the 100. All right. Now let's murder that spinning clock. So it doesn't seem to do more than one at a time, and there does seem to be like, if you don't kill it before it starts, if you don't kill it before it gets past you, you don't get the points. But we do have a high score. So I wonder if we can just chill here and just farm it. But yes, thank you all for waiting. Ah. Oh no, okay, I thought I was being clever. Because last time the, oh, I was being clever, okay. The rotatey-potaty fan. Hey, sorry. Go get some sleep, friend. We've got 2 more characters after this, so we'll probably have a proper trundle journey through those. I wonder if there's an order to it. Because we had the clock, then the fan. If it ends up being like the cup or the chair, we can hit that one. And yeah, you're right that this is definitely, as odd as this game is, it is very chill. I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah. Alright. It does have a pattern to it. So next one after the cup, I think, is the coffee machine. Let's see if it pops up. And it gives me a chance to natter with your lovely selves. So yeah, to the smallest waffle, how are you doing, friend? God, I'm just trying to think of some, like, ways in which I used to entertain myself. Like, in old retail jobs. God, though, I will say, like, feckin'... like, games retail I feckin' loved. Like, that was a job where I never found myself sitting around being bored. Because I could always strike up a conversation with somebody, you know? Ah, then maybe the amount of time before the next thing kicks off is semi-random. I wonder. Yeah, see? Coffee machine. Called it. Alright, let's keep this going, but, I lost my train of thought. Hello.
Pass me the menu, will you?
Sure.
I want to see if they have the seasonal milkshakes in yet.
But you work here. Aha!
Aw, look at that. It's like a little map of your adventures.
So there's Dante's going towards Argus. I guess heading towards the Dakotas. Nothing on the back.
How convenient. Even your gas station is there. Did you know? It's a typical sign, you know.
A sign of what?
Of a lucid dream. Random happenstance. Strange coincidence. This might be a good time to test if you have superhuman strength or can fly or something. I think I'll have peppermint mocha or vanilla caramel.
Wait, hang on. You're saying this is all a dream?
Sure. I mean, come on. Raisin farmer? There's no such thing. Grapes have farmers. Raisins are dried grapes. End of story. Jeez, where's the waitress anyway? I'd kill for a shake right now. Well, things become real when we invest meaning in them. When we make them real.
Interesting theory.
It's not a theory. There's a poem about this. A guy is having an argument with his friend. He's freaking out because the meaning of every word, everything, every idea seems to be falling apart. After a while, I understood that talking this way, everything dissolves. Justice, pine, hair, woman, you and I.
Like saying the same word over and over again.
Exactly. Booth, menu, you, I, mustard, mustard. It all starts to dissolve.
When you say the Shari's, that's the place that does pie shakes, right? Because back in the day, we met Ian Feathers there on the way back from TwitchCon, and it was every bit as good as. Fiona and I found a place that's not close, but not as far away as fucking Ian's place. It's fucking great. Actually, who's the author anyway?
It's my day off reading.
Just looking out for whatever the next thing is that's going to start leaping at us. I see you. Poetry book. Robert Hass. Winner of the William Carlos William Award. The William Carlos Williams Award. He writes in many shapes, moods, and even styles, yet everywhere one recognizes his reverence for the power of language, words in the full flight of syntax. What we, or our ancestors, used to call eloquence. Oh, that's a lot of praise. Alright, so what happened to this guy?
Well, he remembers this lover he had, and that helps him get his head screwed on straight again.
She saves him?
Well, in a sense. It's more that he thinks back to what it was like when they were together, and the different memories come together and leave him with a sense of specificity. That things are real and not just a big pile of words and concepts and stuff that fall apart the moment you try to squeeze them tight. He thinks back to when he was a boy and remembers this river where he would try to catch the little orange silverfish called pumpkin seed.
Pumpkin seed, I like that.
That's nice, right? It feels good to say. Pumpkin seed. Makes things feel more real. Look at me. Don't forget me. See me for who I am. Pumpkin seed.
I don't think you have to worry about that.
You'd be surprised. You wouldn't believe how much people project their weird bullshit on me. It's the curse of the diner waitress. Less a real person and more a blank screen.
Like confessing their problems?
Oh yeah, plenty of that. But also just these cliches people have with diners. I can't tell you how many swingin' dick Detective McGurks I've met in this place. Give me a coffee as black as a moonless night, darling. Shit like that.
But you do seem like the down-to-earth waitress type.
Are you sure about that? Or is that just what you want me to? You don't seem to realize that you're the one pulling the strings in here.
I do not feel like I'm calling the shots.
Well, everyone has an agenda. People think they come to a diner for food, but they're really looking for something much more profound. They want something, and at the end, they settle up. You bring the bill, and they have the chance to make good again. Everybody wants to be forgiven. It's a simple transaction. You're no different.
Fucking yo. Who was ready for some heavy feel? Well, not even feels, some like heavy philosophy stuff. Like, alright, so what's my agenda?
Well, there's that box you're carrying around and want to get open. You're here looking for answer, but only the warm, cuddly kind. You're not going to hang in when it starts getting heavy.
I think I'm unreliable?
It's not just you. This whole modern problem of people not really being present, it's everywhere. And technology only makes it worse. Once the robot doubles started showing up, that was the tipping point.
Ah, now she's going to call us out for playing the little mini game around it. Clever. Clever. Smallest waffle. Excuse me, can I have that pickle to wash down this philosophy? You certainly can. I've heard of a certain kind of shot called a pickleback, which is whiskey with a pickle juice chaser. I'm curious to try it. Sorry, I'm just sharing. Well, see, Clank was putting in that when they don't look for anything else than food in the diner, and I understand that. Like, you want a breakfast type food thing, and that's fine. But I'm definitely of like the reason I go to Beth's and not Denny's. Do you know what I mean? Both were equidistant from where I used to be, but there was a reason I chose one and not the other. Like, do you know what I mean? And not just the quality, but there was something about the space, the place, the environment. And you could say that this is a certain amount of like romanticizing and aggrandizing of like American diner food or the diner environment. But I don't think it's unfair to go to those levels. Like, the amount of times where we've gone to like a Beth's just because it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm not ready to stop hanging out with friends. I want a place that's going to serve me coffee and fried food until I can't move or until I'm ready to like pass out. 90 with what's in the box? We don't know, but it's very small. So it's not a head. Maybe a shrunken head. Well, see, and then Clank was saying, come to think of it, the only times they go to diners is with friends. Yes. And again, this is like the modern philosophy of our habits. And Dace was saying there is a divide between the indie diner and the rules of the franchise corporation. And sometimes it can be a case of like, what can I afford? Where do I want to be? But there's definitely some truth, especially like going to a diner by yourself is kind of an experience. I've done it a couple of times, just initially out of necessity or out of like location, but it's always ended up being more than just a place I got food. Aww. And Catastros, I can understand where you're coming from, friend. I can understand where you're coming from. Okay, the robot what?
Robot doubles. The first models were so expensive, only Silicon Valley types could afford them, like electric cars. But pretty soon, it got to the point where basically anybody could afford a robot double of themselves. You could pick one up at Walmart, one aisle over from the toilet paper and the firearms. Even the company that produces my cheap-ass phone started them. They claimed they were on a mission to disrupt the human space. I hate that word, disrupt.
Also same. So what can they do, these robot doubles?
Pretty much anything you want. But there's where you have to be careful. It acts like you, but it only performs at about 70% of your capabilities. It's you, after a bunch of drinks. So, if you're smart, you only trust it to do really simple things for you. Go to the post office, jury duty, fill in for you at your boring but people are lazy. They grow dependent on their robos, use them for all kinds of things they shouldn't. Making complex calculations, blowing up boulder. People send their robos off to be with their wives, their families, while carrying on affairs. Check it out. Imagine you and I are in a relationship. Then you notice I'm acting a little slow. My eyes aren't focusing quite right. Like this. Look. See it?
Okay, I see the difference.
So now you realize that I've just stuck you with a pile of bolts for the evening.
Hookshot says, joke's on you, robot. 70% of 0 is still 0. And off with, wow. Wait. Hang on. How do you know we got a robot double? But maybe I've sent my robot double to hang out with you.
Right. So here we are. 2 dummies out on a date together. Would your robo be smart enough to know that I'd sent mine?
And would they tell each other?
Right. And would she then tell me, or would she keep me in the dark? All kinds of ethical issues, right? I don't know. I know you're trying to make your eyebrows move weirdly just to mess with me.
Okay, so what's your beef with the robot doubles? Apart from the fact that I guess they don't order.
Did someone stand me up with a robo? No, not exactly. It's more about this thing that happened to me at work once.
What happened?
It happened in my former life as a flight attendant. Grab that thing and pull up a chair. I'll tell you all about it.
Okay, the Slide Master. Let's go. Which also said robo doubles. God, I remember having one of these as a kid. I thought they were so fucking cool.
You feel like a sack of bolts yourself doing these safety demonstrations. People are zoning out, staring at their phones like the blockheads in here, or else just leering at you like you're the first woman they've ever seen wearing a uniform. But you start getting good at spotting the doubles. They're often the only ones paying attention, staring at you with those not quite human eyes of theirs.
Wait, are they allowed to board planes by themselves?
Technically, no. They're not supposed to be there. But like I said, people bend the rules, and security rarely checks.
Sounds like a recipe for trouble.
They're fine on the runway, perfectly docile. But something goes wrong at altitude. Something about the navigation system. The FAA wanted to study it, but the study got shut down because you're not supposed to have them on aircrafts in the first place.
Okay.
So yeah, I learned to spot them right away. It becomes a job requirement, a matter of survival. Here, try your luck. Have a look at the table. So, 1 mustard, fine. 3 mustards, not so fine. The one on the left is the real one. See if you can track it. Keep your eyes on the prize. 10 will get you 30. Uh-oh. You just accused Mr. Corporate Entitlement of being a robot. Unfortunately, it's really him. That's going to cost you 1 complimentary business class upgrade. Want to play again?
Yeah, alright. Okay, this time I got it.
Very good. You have successfully enforced airline regulations. Want to play again?
Oh, person type thing saying, the US accent saying docile sounds really sinister. Oh, okay. And Katros was saying that their dad had one of those as a kid. Their grandparents' house. What was yours? Because I think I had one that was... Oh, God. I had one that was like famous places of the world. I always remember having a Transformer one, and then I have to like double think about it that I didn't. I had a Transformer that locked into another Transformer that had like a little window that you could look through, like a hollow flip up that was kind of the same. Yeah, all right, give us another shot.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? 973 days. It has been so long I no longer remember the outside world. I am just a member of this cult on Twitch.
Not a cult!
Television.
Lord Lost and Found. How are you doing, friend? What ho and welcome. How are you doing? I was showing off your birthday card to peeps over the weekend. Oh, there was some other thing I was mentioning about your good self. Whatever it is has dropped completely out of my face. I am very sorry. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Tell me your tales. We are playing a whole heap of a video game today.
Uh-oh. You just accused Mr. Corporate Entitlement of being a robot. Unfortunately, it's really him. That's going to cost you 1 complimentary business class upgrade.
Oh, wait,
Wanna
cool.
play again?
No, I'm good. Sorry, Lord Lost and Found went to Alton Tower State. Lovely. I think Favor 6 is working there at the moment.
So, where was I? Pick that up again, and I'll show you what happened next.
Okay. Hang on, let's have a look around, see if there's any more of the floating doubles. I think we've hit our peak score.
One time, we were doing a flight into Galveston, and we had a sudden drop of cabin pressure about 100 miles from our destination.
Oh man, did the robots cause it?
No, but imagine this. Everyone's freaking out. I'm trying to help a girl with her arm in a cast to get her oxygen mask over her head. Suddenly, I'm aware of this Frankenstein monster lurching towards me. The robos, they're like an army of the undead. I don't know if they were affected by the sudden change in cabin pressure or what, but they just lost their shit.
That's feckin' terrifying.
People are screaming, and we're huddled together like a band of villagers with pitchforks to fight these things, throwing crap at them from the drink cart, locking them in the toilets, and so on.
Although, also, I want to take a brief moment. This lass is talking to us straight up about robot body doubles on planes, as if it's just a matter-of-fact thing. In the same thing which has had, like, the last person we talked to, his entire car was stuffed with real-world references from, like, what was it, like, 19... Oh, God. You all told me, like, the voting sticker he had in his car and other elements like that were based on real-world things. But then he was also talking about some surrealist weird shit. This might be along the same kind of lines. Oh, also, friends, turns out Lord Lost and Found managed to get a stuffed dog the size of them. Feckin' yo! Catastros, you make a very good point. When your world is strange, we see the strange as normal. Yes. Like, none of these characters have been completely on the level, but the character we're speaking to now has been the most coherent, the most aware of what's going on and how it's happening.
Luckily, they started fritzing out on their own, like Hal in 2001 when his brain starts melting.
Yeah, and Andolf, we're looking at this entire story through the lens of like an old kid's toy.
Let me tell you, as soon as we got over water, adios, out you go, robos. Threw them right out of the cabin doors.
And the thing is, like, that's a 1983 slide, Finn, a 1983 Slide Master. Okay, that last part doesn't seem possible.
Throwing the robos off the plane? No, you're right. That didn't actually happen. You can't just open the hatch door like that. But it's a nice image, right? I like to think of it sometimes when I'm lying in bed trying to sleep.
Like counting sheep.
Kind of. You need practice to be able to spot them. They're everywhere these days. I can see one in this diner right now, in fact. Can you find it?
Find the robot double. It's somewhere in this diner. The Elvis artwork.
That's right. The King. Can you believe it? God, I miss the King. They say that it was the first robot double prototype ever made. He actually sent it off to act in some of those cheeseball movie roles he had. That's why they were so bad.
You're pretty down on robot doubles.
Am I? Says the guy who called his own girlfriend a robot. I seem to recall you standing right there, complaining it's like eating lunch with an automaton.
Fair point, I guess.
You really don't remember anything? What you were fighting about? What happened next?
Not a clue.
Well, I've got a little game that might help you remember.
It's called
It's kind of like
percussive maintenance. Up a jar!
Ready?
All right, sure. I was making a joke. I wasn't paying attention, but I'll play.
Hello.
Hello.
Is that you?
Okay, the audio is so weird. It's like, it feels like it's proper up close to my ears. I don't know if that's coming through.
To be fair.
To be fair. Yes, who's this?
This is your girlfriend.
you
Yes,
said you-
it's me. I'm calling from beyond the grave.
Oh, so she dead. All right. Cool. Good to see you again.
So, who are you with right now? Am I interrupting you?
I'm with this waitress friend of mine.
Oh, a waitress. Is she pretty? Maybe I am interrupting something.
She's a friend. She's helping me remember.
See, I told you this is a good game. Okay, so
the audio change is
I'm
so
your
weird.
girlfriend. Somehow, I'm not with you now, and you don't know why.
All
Except
right.
I am with you right now. That pretty much sum it up?
Who did you get to meet with you after you left this place?
No, this is my game. I get to ask the questions first. What's with this gas station you're trying to get to? What are you hoping to find there?
Okay, I'm starting to remember things now. Also, Bacon
We need
Adventure.
to get gas in a sec. Hey, stop it!
Bacon Avenger, thank you for the 200 and for filling the pint glass. Even if it was just to get some Letterkenny references in there. Also, I've just realised, so Bacon Avenger, I didn't notice this. You've got it so that it looks like perfect rows in the little chat thing down here, as opposed to in like the stream chat, where it looks like a diagonal lines. It's really impressive. Although it all gets jumbled up in the pint glass. Alright, so I remember arguing.
It's like we spend 1 year falling in love and the next 4 breaking up, right? What took so long? Were you just afraid of being alone? Or maybe you didn't want to be the guilty one, the one who blows things up and hurts me. Were you waiting for permission from me to end it? Waiting for me to give you...
The green light.
Exactly. Waiting for an excuse.
And not exactly, I was just...
What?
Didn't want to hurt you.
You didn't want to break anything. You couldn't get over the idea that this great future we were supposed to have could just be wiped out. The beacon we'd always talked about, our light in the bottle, gone. You left it to me. Put it on me to do what needed doing. Well, I finally gave you the sign you were looking for, right over at that counter there.
Who was that?
You guys need anything else, or you're okay for now?
We're fine, thanks. You do anything to make it different, right? To fix things.
I just want to help.
You still can, and I can be her for you. Together, we'll open the box.
Okay, this is getting weird. Let's confront our previous disastrous relationships together. Fucking hell, when can we start drinking? Will you be safe then?
You can make it happen. You can make it real. What do you say? Miss the old times? Let me be her.
What the fuck? I need an adult. Where's River? River, I need emotional support. Nope. Okay, no, this is not right. Serge is like, there are no adults now. Wait, are we the adults? I don't like this. Okay, no, this is not okay. Deploy the Friendo plush. This isn't even like Friendo plush territory. This has got fucking real. Mad Weaver Watto friend. Yep. Nope. Am adult send tweet. Shit. This is the modern equivalent of looking around the room and being like, I need an adult. Oh shit. I am the adult. All right. No, this isn't right.
Okay, your choice. Now it's your turn. You can ask me one question, whatever you want.
Who did you make plans to meet at the gas station? Or, where are you now? Yeah, Pun Spectre, it's the worst realization when you're like, you are the adult in the room. Sorry, Lizzie with, there is no adult, only Zool! Krypton's like, why do I feel like I walked some intense... Yo, if you'd come on in like 10, 15 minutes ago, this waitress was like just giving some like down-to-earth good bants. And this went from naught to full the fuck on. I want to ask her where she is now. Like, where are you now?
In trouble. It's cold here. The ropes.
Who put you there?
The man on the phone.
The one from Balkan Tours.
Yes, the one I was texting when we were eating lunch. The man with many eyes.
Many eyes? Okay, this is getting weird.
Yes. He has 10 eyes, like this.
What, like the human fly?
No. He wears them around his wrist, like a bracelet. Even while he sleeps, a few of them keep watch, their eyes open. He also wears an orange vest.
Okay, yeah, orange vest. I saw him in the back seat.
Find the man with many eyes, and his friend, the man with mirror eyes. They're the ones who did this to me.
Okay, so this is something that we know how to do. Vengeance story. Pew 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 pew. Krypton, I'll try and bring you up to speed in a sec, but it's been a surrealist journey. It started with a raisin farmer who was kind of weird, and we threw some drugged out raisins at some crows. Then there was the strange guy who was simultaneously down to earth and spent 9 months living under an escalator. And then we were here, at the diner, with this lass who was being honestly like the most cohesive of everybody we've met so far in this game. And is now... She did the telephone game where she pretended to be our girlfriend who we're trying to find. And is now just talking with her voice through telephone mode. So yeah, okay, how do I find him?
Close your eyes.
Blackout Club's calling.
Hey, where'd you go? It's like you went somewhere else there. Having some irresistible dream?
I said no to the dream.
Good for you. Reality is always the best policy.
Sometimes.
Speaking of reality, the check has arrived.
Alright, let's pay up and hit the road.
Works for me. What's the sudden rush?
I think my girlfriend is being held hostage there.
Are you sure? If you're lucky, maybe she hasn't even gotten to the gas station yet.
How do you figure?
Well, the card has Thursday 4 p.m. written on it, right? That was 2 days ago. And need I remind you that today is...
Your day off. Thursday.
Yeah. If we leave now, we can beat her there by nearly an hour and find out who's waiting for her.
Alright. What will we do when she arrives?
Well, that's easy. If I'm made up to look like her, he'll give himself away as soon as we arrive. I have a few wigs in the car.
Of course you do. Alright. Interesting plan. I'm in.
Like I told you, I'm an expert shapeshifter. Come on. Time to be forgiven. And time to hit the road. Time to pay the check so we can get out of here.
And? Always tip your server. Oh. Wellity, wellity, wellity.
This thing about robots is chilling. It says that 60% of the workforce won't have a job in 20 years. Hey, can you put down your phone for 3 seconds? I'm trying to have a real human connection with you, and you're so tuned out. It's like I'm eating with a robot.
I'm sorry, I know. We need to get gas in a sec. You can tell me about it while we're in the car.
Would you put that thing away?
Hey, stop it. Come on, let go.
Who is that? Who are you writing to?
God, keep your voice down. Look, I've been driving for ages. I just need to space out a little.
A little? It's like you're a million miles away.
Can you just give me a break?
Yeah, we're definitely being the
We were
whingy
just
winch
taking
bag.
a break, remember? Now we're back together, but I feel this is the last place in the world you want to be.
Well, that's what I'd call a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Ain't love grand?
Waitress gets it.
Come on, let's get out of here.
That sounds like a great idea. Alright. That's slightly haunting.
How do I look?
Just like her as far as I can
Good.
recall.
I'm a very apt pupil. A very apt pupil. Here, take my phone. Call for help the moment something looks fishy.
Alright, so here's the Balkan Tours. The Robert Haas. The backpack in full. The phone. The photo. So 507555 62 blank blank. And what was the matchbook? It's a different number. Let's have a look around the car. It's a nice fancy car, this one. Okay, so Krypton, this is... I still don't know how to pitch this game to you. We start the game as a hitchhiker. We get picked up by a local farmer who farms grapes, turns them into raisins. Well, describes himself as a raisin farmer. And he's evasive, but not bad. Got a little bit of weird vibes about him. Throughout the course of the conversation, it turns out he knows us. He's met us twice, and we don't remember. We were, for some reason, traveling around trying to hang with our girlfriend or something. And the game's only gotten weirder and more surreal. As I said, when you came on in, we were talking with this a waitress. The waitress who's now pretending to be our girlfriend at a meet. Oh, Chronofire, good shout. There isn't a wild number. A wild number? Feck me sideways. There isn't a phone number on the Balkan Tours card, but good shout. But yeah, so I don't know if we're in some kind of like... The waitress suggested we're in a lucid dream. But I don't know if we're dead, dying. I don't know if we're in a coma or if we're in the space between, or if this game's content to just be a whole bunch of whatever. Oh! Shout outs to the Geminis. When you experience the world with two personalities, everyone you meet seems to have two sides. Geminis want to trust but struggle to do so, as their experience has taught them to watch out for selfishness and deceive others. Mad Weaver, I have no idea. They haven't told us the tunes, but it's just the music from the game. Oh, Fred, you're right. I do need to tap the driver to produce at least one thing of blue mana. Although I believe this particular driver is actually blue-black. So depending on which we tap. But the soundtrack's really good. Friends, I think this is one of those games that we won't really know what it's batting for until we get towards the end. It could genuinely be a game about someone who has been kidnapped and we are trying to search our own memories to find them. Or it could be a surrealist metaphor for like a relationship disintegrating. We won't know until we get there. Alright, let's do this. So I have a question.
Shoot.
You told me she and I had a fight.
Right.
And that I stormed out and left the restaurant first.
I did, yes.
But in my memory, it didn't happen like that.
Right, it was her.
Yeah, she left the restaurant first.
Yes, and?
Who really left first?
Listen, there's something at the end of this road that you don't want to find.
People keep telling me this.
If you only wanted to find it, there wouldn't be all this conflict.
Wait, what conflict?
Drivers lying to you, drugging you with raisins, all the little glitches, things that don't make sense, the static. It's hardly been a smooth ride, has it?
You make it sound like it's my fault. Oh, wow.
I'm just saying, there are two sides to every story, right?
What the fuck?
The argument back at the diner, maybe there was something missing for her. Something missing between the two of you.
No more drug raisins! Okay, so it's either what do you think was missing or that's hardly the point. She's been kidnapped. What do you think was missing?
Have you stopped to think for a moment about why you keep finding these photographs? Why they are so important to you?
They help me remember.
They're a way of capturing reality, right? They're objective, but they're also you. They tell the story you want them to tell. That camera of yours, it's a weapon. Take a photo of me, and in the photo, I'll never change. I'll never grow away from you.
Oh, wow. That's a brutal way of looking at, like, photographing. God. Oh, Dazini, yes, we are going backwards. And her arms are almost like constantly rotating through themselves. She did just say the weird glitches. The photographs are the only memories we can trust right now.
So, what did you learn back there from your photo?
She was having an affair with phone guy.
Oh?
That much seemed clear as I saw the phone number.
Oh. You have my phone. Why don't you call it then?
I can't see all the numbers because 2 are missing.
And you think he's also this man with all the eyes?
The man with many eyes, yes.
Hey, you said he has 10 of them, right?
Yes, he wears them around his wrist. Oh, God!
Have another look at that card. 10 little eyes. See him?
Oh, shit! Okay, Chrono, give yourself a feckin' dinosaur sticker. Or if you would like, a Gundam sticker, as I do have a lot of those. Versus 90, could you imagine a game explaining away a glitch that's too expensive to fix via dialogue? I mean, they just did. And the thing is, we don't know if that was the game or if that was intentional. That's powerful. Although I will say is that leaving glitches and bugs in is never really a good idea because they're not reliable. Bugs don't always happen 100% of the time, which is... Yeah.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! Smallest waffle. I'm sorry to inform you that House Carl have found you. But Bacon Avenger, feckin' thank you for gifting one to the smallest waffle, you feckin' ledge. Oh, Chrono's gonna get a tiny taco sticker. Well, you deserve it, friend. You deserve it. Oh, SH51. Argus gas.
Freaky, right?
Okay, you are sharp.
Well, almost there now. Time to get in character.
Sure you're up for this?
Sure. I can't see a thing. What gives?
No, we're not getting out of here. No, why would we get out of here? Okay, I'm hoping she says no. Because we're infinitely far away from this thing.
I can't. The car is jammed somehow. What the hell? Watch it, buddy.
Okay, we've got 2 more car rides to go. So next up, ride 4. And this is Said. Oh. This isn't good. Alright, phone and matchbook. We can't access the bag or the rest. So this isn't good. This isn't good at all. Alright, let's give the phone number a call.
Yellow. Copernicus? Is that you?
Yeah, Vern, you gotta help me out.
Let me guess. You've gotten yourself into some kind of jam. Swinging by your toes over a tiger cage?
All I know is I'm in the trunk of a car.
Locked in a trunk? That doesn't sound like part of your dream. How'd you manage that?
I was trapped by the man with many eyes, I think.
I sincerely doubt that. The fact that I'm hearing your voice now suggests otherwise.
He's got to her, though, and I need to rescue her.
Don't mess with him, kid. He's the final gatekeeper. Way too strong. You need to learn the spell first, before you can go up against him.
Wait, there's a spell? What spell? We're doing spell casting now? Thanks, druggy raisin guy.
Hey, if I knew it, I'd tell. Speaking of which, did you find the box, Copernicus?
Yeah, the locked one in the mailbox.
Have you opened it yet?
Oh, I haven't found the key.
Figure out a way to open that box, Copernicus. Inside, you'll find out who you really are.
Could we start by getting me out of the trunk? Is that allowed?
Lucky for you, I've got my farmer's almanac here. Let's have a look. Hang on.
Tarl, ist, tarl,
cabbage,
knife.
caraway, carrot, car trunk. First thing you should do is reach around for the latch. Sounds kind of obvious.
Alright, let's have a look. Nope, there's no latch.
Okay, next step. See if you can scare up the brake line. Can you find them? It's a little gizmo with some wires.
Ooh, okay. Got him.
Okay. Yank on the wires and try to pull the lights into the trunk with you. Got them? What color are the lights?
Red.
We need a green light, kid. A steady green light. That's the way forward.
Of course, of course.
Gotta run now. Good luck to you, kid.
I'm locked in a bloody trunk! Alright, let's... Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so we've got to connect all of them. Balls. Okay, so that last one. Oh, okay, sorry. I just got him the wrong way around. Solving problems! Casting spells! So how did I wind up in your trunk?
ما أدري شو بدي تسوي بسيارتي بس من خبرتي بهذا المكان راح تسح بعدين.
And this is one of those moments where, as a character, I would not be like, English. I'm going to punch my character in his own face. I do not speak a lick of Arabic.
English. آسف. ما أدري هاي مو صدق. بس أنا أشعر بيه. كاني من صدق حجة سعر. كل شيء هنا إلها دلالة رمزية. السترن، الجير ولا القرن على الدشبول. هسه حتى لو أحد إيدي من السترن السيارة من كيف تمشي عدل بس من أقوم أشوف إنه هذا جنهلم. هسه شنو اللي تغير؟ وإذا هاي كله إشارات شنو معنى ما أدري هاي مو صدق.
An absolute
بس
bad
أنا
word.
أشعر بيه. كاني من صدق حجة سعر. إيه معود على كيفك. أريد أوقف.
Okay, so let's see if we can get the lockbox open. There's nothing additional. Translate the driver's speech. I mean, let's turn the radio on for a bit.
Am sirtena vite tuori e gech doce. A fantom viglonda jak dron los tu dromo. He oído que el cielo over the glory jamilos de moris equipunas verticicia. E huacuse odio uranos inetoso jamilos de moris equipunas.
Wake up! Grandma, slow, pull it back up! Tim Lum, what, oh friend? How goes it? Seems like 8 was the perfect, like the sweet spot there.
Dance in the night, que no puedes pararte derecho. Viens-tu viens-tu en train de rêver une noche vieille.
Now it's French.
My memory, horizonte al final del camino.
There we go.
And the tyrants race over the glory.
Oh, Tim Lum saying they're surviving, though things are opening up a lot more with gigs and stuff. Oh, Tim, that's lovely to hear, friend. I mean, over on this side of the digital space, currently there are too many excellent games all at once, so my weeks are somewhat very hella busy. And Fiona's AFK at the moment, so I'm looking after the household by myself. I'm doing rather a good job, if I do say so.
How would I know? It's not even my car.
Oh, why are you driving it then?
No idea. I find myself behind the wheel here night after night. And the trunk, that's my dream too. You don't want to know how many hours I've spent in there, trying to shift my legs to keep them from falling asleep.
Oh, and Tim, River is doing lovely. She's having a snooze on the sofa at the moment. I think she finds my enthusiasm in here a little bit too much to sleep to. Okay, so, if you didn't kidnap me, how did I get here?
Why should I know? What makes you think you can turn up out of thin air and interrogate me? Who are you anyway?
Okay, you tell me who you are first. Alright, what's your name?
I'm not sure actually. But here, it's funny. On this highway, everybody calls me Al-Shatir.
People call me Copernicus, go figure.
Copernicus, huh? Suddenly, this doesn't seem so arbitrary.
Oh heck, what makes you say that?
Never heard of Ibn al-Shatir? A famous astronomer. I guess you don't learn about him in your schools. One of the forefathers of astronomy. In many ways a predecessor to...
Copernicus?
Yes, that's right.
Huh. Tim's saying, trying to think later in 2022 whether to go to Japan or to go to the USA. I mean, I guess, Tim, like, I'm biased. Like, if you get the chance to do, like, a USA trip, then, one, Seattle's feckin' great, and two, it'd be awesome to hang out, sink a pint. But also, like, Japan's feckin' rad. Like, go see the one-to-one moving Gundam. Like, go to Hokkaido. Go feckin', like, go do Tokyo proper. Hell, there's so many places I don't even know where to recommend you, you know what I'm saying?
Copernicus, Al-Shatir. Two iconoclasts from different lands who challenged the belief that the sun revolves around the earth. Two dreamers where the conviction that the unique consciousness is not the only thing in the center of the universe. Maybe you're not just part of my story, like I'm not part of yours. You were trapped in the trunk, where I've been many times. It's like you've wandered into my dream, and I've wandered into yours.
And Tim, I can definitely understand that. The cool zone's been a bastard for everybody. And let's assume, like, that for 2022 everything's fine and dandy. I don't think there's any harm in having a little bit of hope on a Tuesday afternoon. Rainier's asking if this is the sequel for Desert Bus for Hope. Yeah, it's Desert Road Trip for Mystery. And also, I think what this guy is implying is whatever weird trip we're going through, he's going through one as well, and we've kind of crossed into each other. So I'm still finding this hard to wrap my head around.
It takes a leap of faith, I know, to admit that we both exist.
That's very meta of you. Alright. There doesn't seem to be too much like loose stuff in this car. Like, all there is just the little sign and the visor saying, wake up. Well, so Andorf, I always took the meaning of the everyone's the hero of their own story to mean that one frames one's morality based on one's based on one's own monologue, internal monologue. This is the idea that... Think about it like this. We are playing a single-player game. We are playing this character's experience. Whatever, be this a dream or a trip or a drugged-out interaction. And it's the idea that this other character is going through something similar and that they come together. And Star, I haven't actually been to Japan yet. I've just been lucky enough to have so many friends that have, that I've already started building up my mental trip, you know? I mean, it's sad to see some of the iconic arcades from Akihabara close, but it's still such a fascinating place, you know? I also got real obsessed with Samurai Gourmet, which is a show, you can watch it on Netflix, about an old salaryman who retires and takes up, like, dining by himself around Tokyo. I mean, Hookshot, I was a monstrous weeb, so... And also, like, you know, I worked in a game that was, like, Sengoku Jidai era history, and also, like, the Meiji Restoration and all sorts. Oh, okay, Hookshot, the level of weebery that I had in the past to now, like, feckin' yo. And Mad Weaver, you're definitely right, like, at least from what I've been told by good friends, Japan is incredibly dense. There's so much that you can do in even a small space. I kind of tell people that with London, like, you can see London in a day, sort of, but you could also spend, like, 3 weeks just in a city. Ah, Fred. Yeah, it's curry rice sounds feckin' good. I don't have the veggies to have an attempt at making it myself, but I do have the curry sauce. I gotta give that a style. Oh, I see, Fred, I have the curry sauce, but not the stuff to put in it. Person type says, have you any more tattoos since when you have live stream? Well, I have the big one on my back. Person type thing. Did you see, that was the last one I got? Was the I dare mark? Tim, that's one of those moments that, even if you recorded it, it's so surreal. Sorry, Tim was saying that one of their favorite Japanese further moments on their Japan trip was walking through the North Kyoto Park where they were staying, and they came across a group of school kids practicing the Mary Poppins song. Bayonort says that their sister taught conversational English there for a year. Yo, a flatmate that I had, he went over there to do that and actually met his wife doing that. Ayuri was feckin' cool and got me reading a bunch of different manga stuff that I had no idea about. So, like, before Parasite became real famous in English language territories, I read that back in the 2000s, along with Biomeat, I think it was Monster, and one more that she recommended me. I think it was the precursor to Uzumaki, the Junji Ito's, like, it's like the school lass and haunting stories about. Like, I tell you, having someone in the house that can make croquettes and stuff like that fresh was a dangerous superpower. Anyway, let's keep the conversation bouncing. But yeah, this guy's going to think. I think this guy's going to get heavy into the philosophy here.
A man with many arms? No, I've run across many strange things recently, but not that.
So who are you running from then?
From wars, from bombings, from the cockroaches that crawl out as soon as the dust settles. On the news, you hear only about armies and religious madmen, but it's the gangsters that drove me away. They're the ones who did this to me.
What kind of gangsters?
The El Mahdi army. They called themselves an army anyway. They were looking for my brother-in-law because he worked as a translator for the US military. Neighbors warned us we should move, and so we did, twice.
Did they find your brother-in-law?
Luckily, no. He was safe with the army, beyond their reach. A few years passed and we forgot about the threat. Life had returned to normal, and that's when they came back and picked me up. 2 days later, when I woke up in a Baghdad hospital, I found out that they dumped me off there and told the hospital that I'd hurt myself in a work accident.
Those storm clouds sure are rolling in. Oh, Lost Flowers, that's fucking cool. Lizzie, I do not know why this game is batting real. Like, it's almost like the grounding is there to distract us from the surreal. Like, the feel and the intent is so grounded, and yet we're on this surrealist road trip that makes no sense. That is, like, we're way past, like, David Lynch territory. We're into the complete... We're through the barrier. And yet the characters are so grounded.
Yes. After that, I couldn't stay.
Tell me about your escape.
The women in my family, my mother, my sisters, they were the only ones who knew.
Why not the men?
I was very close to the women in my family. They were the ones who were around all the times while I was recovering. The men, my father, my brothers, always working, always out of the house. I got on a plane to Istanbul, where my cousin lived. He took me to Izmir, where the smugglers are. They're easy to find. I bought a space on a vessel, headed to Mytilene, Greece, the closest harbor in Europe.
What kind of vessel?
Just a simple raft, but not as overcrowded as in some of the stories you hear. I was lucky, at least in the beginning. We couldn't leave for 5 days. Too many Greek army ships in the sea. Every morning, getting up at 3:30 to make a go of it. By the 5th day, I was so tired of waiting that I wasn't even scared to get on board any longer. Finally, impatience had overtaken fear.
Tim, that sounds way cool. Sorry, Tim was just adding that they've got friends over in Japan now just from, like, metal music and Instagram. That's fucking rad. And yeah, well, I mean, you've got friendos out here in Seattle as well. So person type thing, sadly my like musical knowledge and I guess like understanding of the language of music and things like that is pretty basic. So like I couldn't comment on like jazz metal stuff. Like I listen to a lot of Maximum the Hormone and stance punks and stuff like that, but like I couldn't tell you the differentiation between. Okay, so tell me what happened next. Sorry, also, before we jump on, Mad Weaver was putting forward the idea that we have schizophrenia, which is possible, but one thing that this guy said to us pretty directly is that, you know, the idea that he's dreaming and I'm dreaming. Like, we should be open to the possibility that he isn't a fragment of us, and we're not a fragment of him. That two surreal experiences are essentially coexisting right now. So Tim was saying Maximum the Hormone was their first ever Japanese band. I see you are a person of taste. Obviously mine was The Pillows, but only because I didn't really get into like Lark and CL and stuff like that. A lot of the people I was hanging out with back in my strong weeb days was... but yeah, it was... I think The Pillows was the first like Japanese band I got proper into. And then, yeah, Pillows, Rip Slime... Stance Punks. Oh, fucking hell. Obviously, Maximum Hormone. God. You know what? The people that did the ending track to the original Battle Royale movie loved that track, was not a fan of their other stuff. That song still used to be able to reduce me to tears. And Tim was supposed to be able to see him in Knotfest Japan 2020, but it was cancelled. Yeah. Huh. Tim's saying the Justin TV community manager recommended them to 2009, early 2010. Huh. Hookshot, also a person of taste. God. I unfortunately have the mainstream way of finding Maximum the Hormone, which is their work on the animated adaptation of Death Note. And then, like I used to do a lot back in the day, I'd then look up the band and find their other stuff, and found out that actually that particular track was one of their weakest, and that their back catalogue of tunes was incredible. If you enjoy metal in any shape or form, give Maximum the Hormone a go. Anyway, so tell me what happens next.
We did not make it to Europe. A boat pulls up next to us. People are trying to understand what's going on, but the men on the ship only speak Greek. At first, people are worried that it's pirates. They take everything from the passengers. Sometimes take the passengers themselves. Sometimes just ram the boat and laugh as it sinks. But no, these are police, it turns out. They take us back to Turkey, where I'm waiting, and waiting, and waiting. Of course, I did not remember all this in my dreams at first. These were things I remembered from clues I found along the highway.
Sounds familiar.
I've dreamed this highway, this car before, many times.
Why do you always dream an American highway?
It's a good question. I had an uncle once who left Iraq many years ago to study engineering at the University of Bowling Green. I guess this made an impression on me. Who knows why we dream the things we dream? What is your dream about?
I'm not sure. Maybe relationship trouble?
A breakup? That's it?
Or maybe a kidnapping. Or maybe worse.
Ah, that's more like it. Who has been kidnapped? Who's this person that's been taken away from you?
It's girlfriend.
Do you have a photo? Who knows? Maybe I've seen her somewhere along this highway.
Alright, got a photo in my backpack. Show the photo to the driver.
Her. The same woman, but with different hair color. I just saw her at the gas station a few miles back.
That's not her. That's a decoy.
A decoy? What kind of game are you playing here?
It was supposed to be a trap and it backfired.
I'd say you're lucky nobody got hurt.
But the whole thing was her idea.
You sure? Didn't she also warn you that you're the one pulling the strings here?
Wait, how did you know she said that?
Well, that's their motto at Dante's. Customer is always right.
Dante's.
They say
Why did that not click until now?
But
Why
listen,
am I a stupid?
Did she ask you to let her change forms? To assume a different identity?
Yes, she said she could be my girlfriend.
And what did you say?
Person type, that old chestnut. Also, how is it puddling? Where are you sleeping? Surely it would be more of a seepage. Well, of course I said no.
That's right. How do I put this? In this place, it's important to see things for what they really are. Keep them pinned down. The moment you start shifting things around to suit your needs, well, you're like Pandora, opening the box.
I'm trying to open the bloody box. Anyway, so what was she doing at the gas station?
There was a scene there at the gas station. She was being questioned by two men. She seemed to be explaining herself, pointing at the empty passenger seat in her car. They didn't really seem interested in her, though. They were more interested in the empty car seat.
Okay, what did they look like?
One man was wearing an orange vest. He seemed to be in charge. Another
That
shorter
bastard.
guy next to him. Mean looking, like a shrew.
Also, Scotty Doggy, what ho friend, how are you doing? Yeah, you're right, they are very casual about a kidnapping. This whole thing has been pretty feckin' surreal, so like, buckle up, we're getting into it. Okay, orange vest. So it was a trap.
A trap? So, they were looking for you?
I don't get how I escaped.
Sounds like getting in my dream. Getting in the trunk. May have saved your neck.
So I'm using this guy's dream as an escape pod. Alright. So did the main guy happen to have a bracelet with circles on his arm?
No, I didn't get a look.
Nah.
I just heard one strange thing they said. That they were looking for a guy with 8 fingers. They were going to find him.
Wait, 8 fingers?
Something like that. 8 fingers. 8 digits, maybe.
Oh, 8 digits is me. I have his phone number.
And you wouldn't happen to have a strange blue box with you, would you?
Control-Alt-Bingo.
That was the other thing they mentioned. They have the key, but don't want the box opened.
Friends, is it me or is there a gaggle of tumbleweeds flying with us? I wonder why.
Well, if they were chasing you... Say, have you noticed how many tumbleweeds there are suddenly?
Yup. What do you make of it?
I don't know, but the weather also seems to be turning suddenly. Turn on the radio and see if you can find a weather report.
Oh yeah, so as an FYI, like, this game is feckin' weird. How are you, Scotty?
My God!
No!
That thing off the window! Get it off! Get it off!
It's gonna close the window. With what?
It seems to be changing the weather conditions.
A bus is clean
Suddenly,
and white among the other 50 or so which are parked here at the city's main
It's not
terminal,
working.
which is more like
They're
an
stuck to
auto
the car.
graveyard.
We need some other kind of
20
weather
meters
to get
away
clear
is
of
an
them.
old reptilian bus shedding her greens.
Okay, we need to get hella windy.
Looks like tornado conditions now.
Yeah, how do you like that, you weird, creepy-ass eyeball tumbleweeds?
It's starting to pull the tumbleweeds off the car, but it's not strong enough.
It's a fucking tornado! What do you want from me?
Warning, tornado 40 feet from car. Warning, tornado.
There we go!
It worked. Oh, good riddance.
Cool, just eyeball tumbleweeds.
Look, that was very strange. even for this place.
No shit, Sherlock! Yes, I agree.
And the eyes on those things. It seemed they were spying, searching for something. Did you notice?
Did I notice the
What do you
gaggle of
know about
eyeball
these
tumbleweeds?
guys? The ones who are after you.
Their leader has lots of eyes, like 10 of them.
Seems he had a few extra to spare for the tumbleweeds.
That's why I was asking about his bracelet earlier.
I see. What else?
I have his business card.
Oh, let's see.
Sure, it's in my backpack. Let's go have a look. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba. Show the driver.
Balkan Tours.
You know them?
Not directly, no. But I've heard about them. From a guy in Istanbul I met.
Where?
He had made it through to Europe, but then had come back to get his family. But that's another story. He had come across this Balkan Tours on his way back from Serbia. He warned everyone about them who would listen. Apparently, they had a charitable program to help refugees, promising to help them.
Okay.
But no one who accepted their help was ever seen from again. People just disappeared. And it wasn't just people in the refugee community either. Tourists too.
Oh
They were
shit,
strange
okay.
stories.
What kind of stories? In Serbia, our girlfriend was there last summer. Right, so what kind of stories?
I only heard bits and pieces. Nothing very clear. Mirrors. Rooms full of mirrors. People losing their minds and never coming back.
The man with mirror eyes.
Yes. People who were heading from Turkey into Croatia and Serbia were being warned about it. What?
Oh no, just person type thing threw in. So this game takes Cornea turn? You know what? I don't think I gave it the cadence, but it was a strong innings as a pun, and I respect that.
Watch out for mirrors. Rooms full of mirrors. Rooms full of eyes.
Okay, I gotta do something to help her.
Well, my friend, I
River
think
agrees.
right now the best thing you can do is run for safety. They probably have a good beat on your location, assuming the tumbleweeds were on their payroll. Make no mistake, these guys are dangerous.
Okay, so what do you suggest I do?
Honestly, I have no idea. But tangling with Balkan Tours right now would be suicide. I mean, it's what they want, isn't it?
They want to trap me and get the box.
Right. Where did you get the box?
My girlfriend gave it to me.
They must be worried about what's inside. Worried it will expose them. All the things they have done. To her and to all the other people they've hurt.
Okay, so what's the plan? Where are we going?
I wish I knew. Even if I make it to my destination, I'm still not home. That's what it means to be an exile.
Where are we going exactly?
My niece, Nadia, used to ask me that question all the time. Where are you going, uncle? She was the only young person who knew I was leaving. Imagine, she knew when my father didn't. I was always mad at my sister for telling her. She would ask me that when I was putting her to bed.
Yeah, River does continue to defend the house. River, breaker of biscuits, protector of low piggies, and defender of the longship. Yes. Well, I mean, she's not really a biscuits eater. Though she was very, very sad at me last night because I wouldn't give her pizza. I'm under strict instructions not to give her any human people food while Fiona is away because she's just gotten her, like, her stomach's just kind of, like, gotten back to fine and normal. So it was heartbreaking not being able to give River even samply pieces of the sweet tasty czar pie.
The only thing you can tell when a person that young asks you a question like that at bedtime. I told her the truth. Not the truth, but the truth wrapped in the blanket of a story.
I think we call that lying, but you know what? You tell your story. Nadia's story! Yay!
There's a place where the river Tigris runs through Baghdad. a place called the Two-Story Bridge. When I was a kid, I would go fishing there and look out at the water and wonder where it all led. As a child, I was told that the farthest place on the earth from Baghdad is a place called Fiji. I would train my eyes on the horizon and imagine that all the water led there, to the point where the sky met the earth. To my child's mind, Fiji was the place where the sky touches the earth. These people of Fiji, they must be very tolerant people to live in such a place where one has to stoop over at all times and can never stand up straight.
Like that.
Eventually, they resolved to leave and find a new home where the sky was farther from the earth, where the pandanus tree can grow high enough to be woven. So, they left this land right under the sky, leaving behind those people so old and bent that they no longer cared to stand up straight. The other Fijians gradually moved away from the edge of the world, and the sky got a little higher, and then they found a marvelous place. It was fertile and lush, with excellent weather, an orange tree for every backyard. But there was one problem: earthquakes. Terrible earthquakes. As frequent as rains during the springtime in this country. All because the sky was still close to the earth. When there's thunder, it echoes off the roof of the sky and causes the ground to break. But the Fijians adjusted. They built their entire civilization out of rubber.
You know what?
Houses with rubber beds that would sway during the quakes, with rubber restraints that would hold the sleeping Fijians tight while they dreamed.
That's a cute story.
But Nadia didn't want a bedtime story about that. She wanted a story about good and evil, the kind of story children like. So I changed it for her to be about a Fijian princess called Nadia, who finds the source of all the earthquakes.
And then he kicks their ass, right? What happened in the fairy tale version?
So, Nadia finds a dragon hiding under the earth. A dragon with a splinter in its toe, whose terrible roaring causes the earth to break. Nadia slays the dragon and saves the people by uttering a magic spell. Konothi Seauton.
God, I was trying to think of which roughly translates to zippity zappity. Let's get this happy.
Konothi Seauton. It's actually Greek. Rolls right off the tongue, no? Okay. That was interesting. Can you say that again?
Oh, cool! I learned a magic spell.
All the mirror eyes closed.
Is that the spell Vernon said I would need?
Seems like. And look, that's not the spell's only power. The card. There's a phone number on it now.
Ooh.
Do you know what this means? I think you're ready to make a certain phone call.
It's the same number that was on my girlfriend's phone.
Ready to put your spell to use?
Friendos, before we leap into that, let me just charge my cup. I've had a lot of coffee today, so I apologise for the sheer number of speed trips to the bathroom. But this morning took a lot to get going, and I am paying the price for being a coffee-powered monster. So I will be back with you all in just a second. Yeah, charge my cup. Fill it full of the powerful mojo that will get me through the day. Timmy Terror. Now, I actually put on a full-on pot of coffee this morning. Like, I was like a feckin' grown-up and everything. So I'll be back with you all in just a second. Please don't go anywhere. I think we're ready to start really bringing this adventure to a close. I don't know how much of this is metaphorical, how much of this is literal. I don't know where this story is going to go. Like, did we do the bad? Are we really doing a rescue, or are we distracting ourselves from something? I don't know. But I do know that I'm feckin' invested. Yeah, Scotty, fresh pot. That good. Sadly, the K-Cup machine died. So I wanted to have a Viking funeral for it, but it's mostly plastic, and so that's a lot of fumes. Plus, there was a burn ban in Seattle. I think there probably still is. So no Viking pyre for the coffee. But we also have multiple ways of making coffee, so... Alright, I'll be back in just a second. So, MC Catmaster, I'll be back in a moment. Well, actually, before I go get coffee. So, MC Catmaster, Watto and welcome. Lovely to see you. The glitches have been explained in this game. So, I can't tell you if that mesh on his face is a bug or if it's intentional. At one point, a character told us about like the glitches in the environment and then was suddenly driving the car backwards with their hands reversed. Like... Pachow. Okay, but seriously, I'll be back in just a sec. Thank you all for waiting. Sorry. Okay. I also remembered that I had leftovers from yesterday as well, so I've got burgers to stuff in my face. This is going to be a good day. Also, I don't know, Deus, are you still chilling and illing here? I've not checked the list of humans. If you are, you left a whole bottle of wine at my place. I can't promise that wine's going to survive. I may have to buy you more wine in the future. Alright. I'm ready to take on this 10-eyed ding-dong.
Good. Do you have a phone?
Shit, yeah, I do. Well, okay, yes. It's not mine, but it belongs to the waitress.
Even better. So, here's the plan. You call them and tell them you want to sign up for a tour.
Okay.
Here's the thing. If they act like they're taking you on a tour, everything is good. But if they've figured you out, they'll try to distract you while they kidnap you. Take it from me. They tell you someone you care about is in danger, but don't believe it. If everything's fine, then everything's fine. But if someone you know is in danger, It's a trap. Get out of there. Are you ready?
Fuck yeah!
Dial the number.
Let's fucking do this. Ring, ring, Mother Hubbard.
Yeah.
Is this Balkan Tours?
Yep. What can I help you with?
I'd like a tour of the Badlands.
That's a big park. You near the Argus gas station on Route 90?
Yes, I am.
All right. I'll pick you up in an hour.
Why don't I come get to you instead?
You don't have a car, do you?
How do you know that?
Just guess from your voice. So, see you in an hour.
Where do we meet exactly? Sorry.
Don't worry about that. I'll be waiting for you once you land.
That seems fine.
It worked then?
I think so. Very hard to tell. Oh shit, what's happening to you?
Isn't that how these things normally work in the stories of this country?
Wait, what do you mean?
Other characters shows up, imparts some hard-earned wisdom, then conveniently fades away.
Wait a second. Are they explaining the whole trope of, like, international wisdom? Well, thank you for all your help.
Thanks. I think you'll be fine. You have allies all along this road, even in the cars of enemies. I've left something for you.
Oh, it's a letter. Lovely.
Hey, sorry I haven't written in a while.
Yeah, that was super meta. Now, I can't say that this is something that I'd observed. This is just some friends that didn't grow up in, like, the US or the UK or places like that have pointed out that in a lot of... You see it in big movies where, like... You have the character that kind of appears, usually from an Eastern or Middle Eastern country, who appears, imparts great wisdom onto the character, and then fades away narratively to never be spoken of again. And I think that guy literally was talking about that trope with himself. But if we're in a dream, how are we still doing the saving? Does this equate to real world stuff? Is it all mentally internal? Like, what the feck is going on here? Like, okay, now we're Jack Pickham. And I think this is where it starts getting real. So, brace yourselves, friends.
Hey, sorry I haven't written in a while. It took me all morning just to figure out where to buy stamps here. So, I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised. Last week, I was at yet another barbecue. People here really enjoy their pork chops, let me tell you. There was this old-timer there, the host's father. He was talking about inflation during the war years. He ran upstairs to get something he was excited to show me. He comes back down with a 50 billion dinar bill. He starts talking about, at the time they printed it, inflation was so bad that in the morning it could buy one sandwich. By lunchtime, it could buy half a sandwich. It's a beautiful piece of printing, don't you think? All these O's lined up next to each other. Anyway, keep it tucked away for safekeeping. The big piece of news on my end is that yesterday, I finally tackled my fear of heights. Your humble correspondent from the Balkans went hang gliding. Yes, me. Hard to believe, I know. I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it, facing my fears and all that. But then the tour guide takes me to the hill where they do the hang gliding, and they're talking about the most crazy thing that happened the week before. You're not going to believe this. It's a tandem dive, so they have you strapped in with an instructor, right? Well, last week they strapped someone in, but the instructor forgot to strap himself in securely. They go running off the cliff and the instructor tumbles down the hill. The instructor was okay, just some bruises. But now the other person is stuck up in the air with no idea how to fly the thing. Everyone on the ground is freaking out, yelling instructions up in the air about what to do. The girl said later that once she got over the initial terror, it was like she'd been flying a hang glider all her life.
That's cool.
It must have been exhilarating, conquering that first wave of fear. And once you're up there, it is amazing. The best thing is that you look down and there are these tiny white cotton ball things on the ground, and then you realize they're sheep. It's not so hard to steer either once you get the hang of it. Today, when I was looking for stamps, I bought one of those inspirational refrigerator magnets in a tourist shop. It says, "Do one thing every day that scares you." I know you think this kind of thing is cheesy, but I actually think it's profound.
Oh. Oh shit, I'm flying! I was like, wow.
I hope we can do stuff like this on our road trip together. Can we? Sometimes I hate how we live in Seattle, just sitting around in our own heads all the time. I feel like it's the reason we've been arguing more lately before I left.
Here we go. Gosh. Greetings from Seattle!
If you don't shake the fear out of your system on a regular basis, it curdles up into anger. I don't want to be angry.
You know what? I'm with Agananiki here. I don't think it's a Seattle problem. Pasteurized and homogenized.
Well, time for your idealistic correspondent to sign off. I'm so used to writing emails that it hurts my hand to write a real letter now. How sad is that? But I promise to write more often. And what about you? I don't expect a real letter, but an email would be great. How is everything going? How did it go with that California assignment? The thing about grape farmers? That was this week, right? I miss you. I feel a little nervous about coming back home to you, but a little nervousness is nothing to worry about. That's what I've learned here. Fear is the mind killer. Love you.
And the rest of the game was happy.
Jeez, there you are.
Nothing bad happened at the end.
Nice of you to grace us with your presence. I've been looking all over for you. You were supposed to be waiting by the post office, remember?
Wait, I thought we were meeting by the gas station.
Look, we've all got a lot on our minds since the accident. I don't have time to drive all over Mankato looking for you. Barely gotten any sleep since it happened.
Mankato? Wait, since what happened? So we're still on for the tour, right?
The tour? Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
And Craig, he'll be there as well?
Craig? Sure, it's only because of him that I'm picking you up. Honestly, some of us weren't so happy about the idea of having you around in the hospital. But he made a good case for you in that altruistic way of his. Said, we're not here to pass judgment.
Who did this to her?
What? Hang on.
From Crater Lake, Oregon. Hey, Jack. Having a great trip. Would be a little easier if my boyfriend could drive. Haha. Tell Mum I'll be back in time for her birthday. Oh, okay. So Jack is Kira's brother. Where? Why is your earpiece a Gundam face? Hello, big girl. Hello. What have you got on your nose? You little terror. Hang on a second. Somebody got into something she wasn't supposed to. Hang on a second, friends. You little terror. Come on, let's see what you have got into. We're okay. We're okay. River did not get into the bins or something, so I have no idea what she was up to, but we're okay. We're okay. Right. So what the hell's with the robot transforming face?
Shut up. This isn't just any kind of phone call.
He's talking weird backward stuff.
Yes. No. I know. No, he turned up eventually. Yeah, he's sitting right here.
The mirror helmet.
Do you want to talk to him? Should I put him on live with you? No, I didn't think so. Yes. Okay, I'll wait then.
What was that?
What?
That helmet.
It's called a headset. It's a good way to not wreck your car while you're using a phone. Something I would think you'd be very invested in at this point. Look, it was an accident, I know. Sorry. But you just don't pull a phone out of someone's hand while they're behind the wheel. You should have known better.
This is Sky Camp from KTOE, reporting to you from Mankato. For those of you heading south on I-169, Copernicus.
What?
Don't say anything. He can't hear me. Only you can. Listen, don't say a word. Do you have that locked box? If you do, roll down the window as a sign.
I do have the...
Hey, do you mind? I'm trying to listen to this.
It's okay. You can close it now. No point in making him angry over nothing. Okay, good. You can't let these guys get a hold of that box.
Okay.
He may even have the key on him, this guy. They're taking you to her, but you have to be careful. You need to figure out how much they know.
To the
So
hospital.
where we go?
Is this funny to you? Because it's not to me.
Wait, what about bulk and tools?
Do you really want to go there? You really want to talk about this? Now? Of all moments? Fine. Listen, I know that she wasn't honest with you, that she couldn't bring herself to be straightforward about her feeling. I know it hurts you, man, but you two'd been growing apart for a while. In the end, she just wanted to be with someone more dedicated. That's the direction she was growing in. It didn't happen overnight, but the trip to Europe and meeting Craig, yeah, that was a big part of it.
Hey, Craig's the one who hurt her, not me.
Oh, is that what you tell yourself? That all this is somehow his fault? Fine, whatever. Yes, we're all working against you. Are you satisfied now? Because this is hardly the time to bring your hurt feelings out onto the stage. Can I tell you something? You're a great photographer, I mean, nobody doubts that, man. But at some point, if people keep screwing you over, keep betraying you, at a certain point, if everywhere you go, people keep being assholes to you, well, guess what? Maybe you're the asshole.
That's not how that works. It's the old, if you look around the room and there's no asshole, if everyone else in the room is an asshole, that's the... You know what? Never mind. Can I turn the radio on?
The radio? Sure, go ahead.
Copernicus, there's no time to lose. You have to act quickly now, before he puts that helmet on again. Use the spell. Stop him.
What? Yeah, know thyself. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait.
Ganathi Seaton. Greek for know thyself. That's a good start.
Humble store purchase made for $59.99.
Oh! Who's getting a spicy new good game? Sorry, whoever that was that picked up a copy of you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna guess that's a copy of Back for Blood. Whoever that was that picked up a copy, thank you for going through the humble thing. I know I say this all the time, it's a pain in the ass doing partner links and things around, but I really appreciate it.
I know you've had a rough 24 hours, but we all have. I mean, she's my sister after all.
He's lying.
Sister?
Hang on again, I gotta get this. Yeah, I'm here. We'll be there in just a few minutes. Yeah, he tried it just like we expected. No, I'm fine. Yeah, I agree. It's time to call his bluff.
Step on the brake. Stop him.
Habacha!
Step on the brake.
Ah, what are you doing? Let go.
Habacha! I have no regard for road safety! Imperios is like, no, it wasn't. Okay, maybe it was. And Scotty, okay, honestly, and I don't mean this to be like the start of yet another Will wailing on Far Cry, but has anyone picked up a copy of Far Cry 6? Because I don't know anybody that has. I believe it's on Game Pass, but I don't know anybody that's actually gone, I am going to buy a copy of this game. Ah. Got the key from his wallet. Let's see if that works with a lockbox. Alright, you'll want to see what's inside? Versus 9 says, the car has no seatbelts. I'm not even sure we're in a car. I think we've been in a metaphor. I think we've been in like 5 different metaphors. But okay, so Scotty Neo Shadow, that's the thing. Do you know anybody that has actually gone, I am going to spend $60 on a copy of Far Cry 6? That's the one I'm kind of curious about. And this isn't the start of a Far Cry is bad. It's more just like Imperios was saying that like Far Cry 6 does seem to have low mind share. The idea that it has a very small part of the gaming collective consciousness right now, and I think that's correct. Although Back for Blood seems like it's been quieter than others. Alright, so let's see what's in the box. Alright, find a memory fragment for each sound.
I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it.
Going away for 2 months, back before you know it. When did she say that?
I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it.
That was at the diner, right?
Here's a security deposit. I'm going away for 2 months. Here's a security deposit. I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it.
Okay, let's try some of the other ones.
I wasn't gonna do it, but this tour guide guy I met talked me into it.
Okay, so that's definitely paragliding.
So I'm sending you something from my trip, like I promised.
That's the letter.
You two came by my house, yes? See, that's my silo. There in the background. You two came by my house, yep.
That was some argument.
She thinks you've caused some kind of accident.
Visiting hours are until 7, so yes, you'll get a chance to see her.
That's the hospital.
I'm going away for 2 months. I'll be back before you know it. It's great, right? I'll send you something
there we
special
go. It was
from
the
Europe
plane.
to put inside. I wasn't gonna do it. It's a beautiful piece of printing, don't you think? All these O's lined up next to each other.
Look at me solving puzzles like I know what I'm doing.
The argument back at the diner, maybe there was something missing for her.
Find the man with many eyes. They're the ones who did this to me. He has 10 eyes. He wears them around his wrist, like a bracelet.
Okay, so here's the $5 billion note. And here's the cassette. Oh, and the other guy's completely disappeared into the void. So that's fun, I guess. Okay, buckle up, friends. I have no idea where this is going.
Help me! Save me from this man!
Car's dead. Yeah.
Help me! Save me from this man!
Please, I think you flew into the bottle on purpose. What are you, the public defender to all things living?
Fireflies can't talk. Someone has to speak up for him. If the 6 tiny mittens don't fit, you must acquit.
Yeah, I'll set it free in a minute. I just think this light is incredible.
Let's keep him as our pet.
Now's being cruel. I think I'll always remember this.
This is one of those nights, right?
One of what nights?
We'll always have this. If you ever get to a point where you feel like you've lost me, all you have to do is find your way back to here and sit down beside me.
I hope the grass isn't so wet next time.
I'm serious. Write a note to your future self and put it in this bottle. If there's ever a point where things have gotten totally screwed up between us, that moment isn't real. This one is. All you have to do is find your way back to me.
What if I can't find the way?
That's why I've made you this beacon. A bottle with a green light to show you the way. Sense of direction isn't exactly your strong suit, Copernicus. Let's make a pact. With this honorable firefly as witness. I promise my screwed up future self won't mess this up for us.
I don't know. My future self can be a real jerk.
Mine too. We're going to make mistakes. Hurt each other. Everyone does it. So, time traveler, what news? What wisdom do you bring from the future?
That it's never too late. That any mistake can be fixed.
Good, if that's what you believe.
Fuck yeah, it is. Fucking wet! Tears is like, so, still got the number for that waitress? Yeah, honestly, I think that's... I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna see if I can... I'm sorry, I guess I'm kind of aghast. What? Scotty, this could be a Doki Doki bluff. This could be. But... Feckin' yo! Okay. I'm just... There was an implication that even if this was like a dream state or metaphor, that there was some conclusion, something going on. Friends, I don't... Okay, and according to the achievements list, we've done everything in this. Scotty says that they wonder if there's a fail state where they get the box. I don't know. Friends, I think this is going to be one of those games we definitely need to, like, feckin' digest for a bit, you know? I just... Fucking yo. Sorry for going so quiet there. Yeah, Lizzie, we did not get to pet the dag. And I'm reminded of what became of Edith Finch, where the surrealism of the setup was not answered by either itself and its surrealism or by its, like, out of surrealist state. The conclusion to this seems to be chaotic and strange. like, the waitress telling us that we're processing this whole thing through a lucid dream. But the manner in which we're delivered it through, like, the video game style, there doesn't seem to be, like, a cohesion. Feck, I don't know what to say. Like, I feel like we just kind of got... I feel like we just kind of got dropped. You know that thing where you're having like a very involved, in-depth dream and you suddenly get woken up? And leaving you with that unsatisfying feeling of, I want to go back. I want... Like, there was no resolution. The only thing that we got at the end was an early memory in their relationship when she puts forward the idea that, you know, let's make a pact that if our things ever get so bad that we become so broken as a couple, that we can fix it. Yeah, Lizzie, that's, I think, a good way of putting it. We made it to the destination, but with no resolution. It feels unresolved. And I don't mind weaving a narrative that makes no sense into something that's meant to take place in a dreamy space. So Agananiki was saying, as while they're already coming in, it reminds him a lot of the themed analogies in short stories like Love, Death, and Robots. What's interesting about those is that each one is a self-contained entity. Like, each one is either a metaphor or just a straight sci-fi or a concept or what have you. There was lots of threads going through it. Like, is our girlfriend missing? You know, what was the Balkland tours? Like, who is this? The man with many eyes. Although at the end, when we take out the note, it wraps around our wrist. So are we the man with 10 eyes? Did we do the bad? But then the guy from his own lucid dream that joins us, and kind of like the interweaving, or maybe we constructed them. Because it's hard to put stock in that character also going through their own dream state, when we ourselves, when they confirm our story and we... I'm going to need to digest this one a lot. The green light as a metaphor throughout the game wasn't used as strong enough to be a satisfying conclusion. The fact that the green light was the thing we were looking for all along. The green light of the firefly in the bottle. But then we're pretty much told about that story in the second car journey, and that we were going to find it in the warehouse of everything you've ever lost. The guy even tells us, when you get in there, find that. And then like, whoops, guess it's closed. God, the incredible scene with the waitress at the diner. Her journey, her interaction, her conversation. Holy feck, that was amazing. And I feel like that whole last section, it started to do that thing where it's dipping in and out of reality. Like, maybe there was a car accident, maybe? I don't know. But like, you shouldn't pull someone's phone out of their hands when they're driving. No! They shouldn't have the fucking phone in their hands when they're fucking driving! Like, what's the takeaway here? What emotion is this trying to enact in us? Like, right now I'm confused and frustrated. I feel like if it had popped up with a, you know, subscribe to Hitchhiker Plus for the last 2 chapters, I would have been like, alright, cool, alright, I guess we're doing this. But that little vignette at the end, when they discuss it, I was like, okay, so now we see what he's going through. Like, he's trying to search his memories and his feelings to find that thing that brings them back together. But that was the reveal. There was no resolution. Only that he should be looking for a resolution, which was the whole fucking journey. Why am I frustrated by this? God, maybe it's because of the promise of so much feckin' good stuff. All right, friends, give me your thoughts, give me your feels. I feel like I'm running on like frustration right now, and I'm trying to pass it. Yeah, okay, so Cryostix was saying, it sort of comes across like a self-confused journey through like emotional relationship trauma, taking thinking one thing for a minute and then another for a minute and no ending beyond. And then ends with everything can be fixed by. We're not even sure what it is we're fixing. As a character, the only thing that we really did was we were getting frustrated that, like, during, like, trips and car journeys and things, that our character wasn't... Our girlfriend character wasn't present with us. They were on their phone and stuff. But also, she was using a pissing flip phone. So... yeah. Even the... And I understand the but it's dream logic. It's just... dream logic allows you to do a lot of very interesting things narratively. And yes, you can have a story that does not resolve. And that's okay too. It's just, there was nothing to this resolution-wise. Like... yeah, I'm with Deus. Like, let's go see if the... like, let's go see if the waitress in the diner wants to go hang out for a bit. Agonakis was saying, it does highlight the artifact of standard storytelling. We expect an arc with a satisfying or if even tragic conclusion, but life does sometimes fall off and goes nowhere. I mean, you're right. And I'm not dissing the game for doing that. It's under no obligation to give us a satisfying feeling. But emotionally, in terms of what this game is trying to evoke right now, I don't feel... right now, I don't feel like a dream sequence that we woke up from. It doesn't feel like a jumble of feelings. It feels like someone just chopped the last half off, or like the last set off. It's almost as if there's like a final car journey that reveals it all. Only, at least from what I can tell, there isn't. We did it all. Lizzie says, it's like they don't want you to show you the resolution because they wanted the player to figure out where the ending goes based on your own experiences and beliefs. Again, I think that's a really good way of looking at it. They don't give us enough context to understand what that could be. The big resolution at the end is remembering the conversation where we're told that it can be resolved. Like, we're not given the tools to construct our own potential ending, only that there can be. Scotty says, the ending kind of feels like Wile E. Coyote running off a cliff and looking at the camera because he didn't fall. Aperio says, the true ending is DLC. Moose, there doesn't seem to be anything more to the replay ride. It does seem to be the same 4 setups. And holy crap, Ride 3 was incredible. And so, Lizzie, I love that it wasn't the trope of dude saves girlfriend from evil kidnappers. And, like... I don't know, it felt like they were setting up towards this idea that the other person, like whoever this Craig character was, that our character was demonizing him. Agananiki says it feels less story than poem, if that makes sense. Yeah, and again, art doesn't have to be neat, art doesn't have to be tidy. A poem that ends before it's finished and leaves you with this uneasy, like, but where's the rest, is as valid a choice artistically as anything else. And so I'm not dissing on it with that, but like... Like anything that I choose to believe at this point, I really am constructing for myself. We're not left with an ambiguous ending, we're just left. Does that make a weird sense? I'm reminded of Inception. Inception is a fascinating movie because it tells you a lot of what it's going to do to you. And then at the end, it leaves it on a, is he, isn't he? Like, it both does and doesn't matter. It is both for you to decide, but never be concluded. But this doesn't give us the structure for an inconclusive ending. It doesn't give us an ending. And so Cryostix, I think it might be... Cryostix was saying that they have a similar theme, similar thoughts to Agananiki, but they've... Okay, so yeah, Cryostix, okay, I know what you're saying. As you're saying, like, it tries to capture emotional trauma but doesn't tie it up into an arc. I think it's more because the narrator, everything in this game is so unreliable. We're not given anything to hold on to. So we don't know if the car accident is real or not. We don't know if Craig is the other person she's cheating on, or this like smuggler, or completely constructed. God, like I said, the waitress section was so brilliant because she just tells you straight up, "No, this is a lucid dream." And then when you meet the Arabic gentleman afterwards, and he's like, "I guess your dream and my dream are coming together. I'm just here." And Scotty, you are correct that the general public does not deal with inconclusive endings well. Reset the clock! Movies with Mikey's episode on Inception is the perfect discussion about it. Because it references both that and the ending of The Sopranos, which is fucking genius. But there's enough tools there for you to like discuss, deconstruct. Like, what are the endings to this? Like, he wakes up from a dream and... Because we know it's a dream. That's the only thing we're sure of. But nothing within its structure is anything that we can grasp onto to have, like, an inconclusive ending. It just does. Do you know what I mean? Well, and so, Phyllis, I disagree with you there on the Mass Effect ending. The endings were unsatisfying, but they were conclusive. Then there were 3 of them. And I believe the canonical one, Shepard is alive, sort of. And it's not really discussed to what extent, but you get that little spoiler of... you get that little teaser of Shepard doing like a big N7 breath under some rubble or what have you. The thing here is we are not given the structure for an inconclusive ending. It just was. Okay, Moose, if that wasn't the canonical ending, I don't know. I heard that from people that went to Andromeda hard, so I apologize if that isn't correct, but I think you can understand my point. Like, Mass Effect has 3 endings with 3 outcomes. And while they frustrated people... Hey, River, what are you up to? Come say hi? Hello, come say hi. No whining. You are fine. Oh, my word. Yeah, Cryostix was saying this doesn't come across as an artistic choice for an ending a la David Lynch. It feels more like a sudden nothing. It doesn't give us enough breadcrumbs to hook onto a conceptual thing. And the feelings that we're left with are confusing. So there's no emotional through line. Oh man, this is just... But I'll be honest with you, my immediate knee-jerk reaction wasn't what happens next, but that's it? Question mark? Yeah, because like up until that point, I was getting like David Lynch vibes. I was getting fucking Mr. Inception vibes. I cannot believe Christopher Nolan vibes. Now, I'm not saying Christopher Nolan's a genius man or anything like that, but he creates things that often have ambiguous endings. And...
Yeah, but you know what? This one right here. This was my dream, my wish. And it didn't come true. So I'm taking it back. I'm taking them all back.
Sean, you glorious Mother Hubbard. Thank you for 3 years of subs at a tier 2, you glorious Mother Hubbard. Three long years. You could have done anything else with your time. You could have done anything else, yet here you were. Sorry, Sean, I wanted to see who else got it. I didn't want to be the first one to say it out loud. The first one to say it out loud was actually Crysticks. So, score. Yeah, we just finished up this game, Hitchhiker, and... So, like... I'm trying to remember now what the famous David Lynch, I believe it was a short, but correct me if I'm wrong, where it just starts, and it's 2 guys in a diner. The whole day! It's 2 guys in a diner, and one guy is saying to the other, like, this is just like his dream. And in his dream, he goes around the back of this diner, and he sees a person with his face all rotted and matted and horrible. So much so that it frightens him, like, it frightens him awake. And the realization that he's in that same diner. Now, that whole short is fucking incredible, and, like, it... Film students and, like, nerds alike have been deconstructing it for years, and probably more so. Oh yes, Mulholland Drive. Okay, thank you. We never get a perfect explanation as to the why of that situation. Nor is it immediately told to us. Oh yeah, and it did make a bright, sunny, uncrowded parking lot scary, which is fucking powerful. All right, hang on. Let me get some tunes on so I'm not just the rustling of hitchhiking leaves. I'm not going to go for Ninja Sex Party off the bat. Give me some Everhood tunes. Oh, wow! Sean, that's a big feckin' deal, friend. What are you doing at the moment? Do you mind if I ask? Oh. Yo! So Sean has just started a games company. Feckin' yo. Well, Sean, if there's anything me or the Longship can do to help, you have our combined power. Oh, and that's a lovely tangent. That Mulholland Drive was originally a TV pilot, but no one picked it up, so it's worked into a film. Okay, thank you. But the point is that that's one of those little stories that is it him within his own dream? Or is his dream coming true in some kind of, like, self-prophecy horror thing? And Star, I wonder if that's the same one that I was thinking of. Oh, fascinating. And again, my memories might be all jumbled up left, right, and center, but that's how that felt to me. And again, I know it's gauche to use it as an example, but take Inception. At the very end of the movie, he spins the top, and he goes over to his family, and we never really see him properly, or we never really see the resolution. And the top wobbles a little bit, but it doesn't fall down. And as we know from the language of the movie, each person has their totem, their way of telling whether they're in or out of a dream. And at that moment in the movie, it is left to us. Is he still in a dream state and just doesn't care anymore? Or has he actually gotten out? Did it all get fixed? Yeah, Sean, he doesn't care anymore. Like, whether it's like fiction or otherwise, that's where he's at. We as the audience are left to decide for ourselves in that regard. Do you know what I mean? But we were given so much. Yeah. So yeah, I guess that's where I'm feeling with this Hitchhike game. Is it also, its subtitle is a mystery game, which it is not. There is not a mystery to solve here. Because to say this is a game with a solvable mystery is the absolute opposite of the dream state non-resolution that's put before us. And again, I'm not against something that is just to evoke a feeling, but the through narrative is more about solving this mystery. What happened to our girlfriend? Why are we here? What's going on? Hell, even the guy at the beginning's like, you can't beat the last guy, he's too powerful. Whereas nothing we do mattered in that situation apart from stamping our feet on the brake, which by my calculation is not a magical spell. I don't know. Yeah, Lizzie, you know what? That's a succinct way of putting it. This title gave us a lot of information from only unreliable narrators, including ourselves, and then just stops. So we're not given even like a box of jigsaw pieces. We're given like someone called it a book of poems, and actually that might be the perfect way of describing this game. Like, there are 5 journeys, and within those journeys there are different themes discussed and put forward. And that's it. Each one is just like a... Hang on. Tinnitus Dance and Seeing Red might be a bit much. But you see what I'm saying, right? God. Alright, friendos. I think we've definitely mulled over as much of this as we're going to do on the immediate. I am very glad that we played this together, and the economy of work on this was feckin' brilliant. The fact that the game was content to just put us in the seat and keep the gamification stuff almost minimal, and when it did use like proper game mechanics, they made a statement. Like in the diner, we as the character were mad at our girlfriend because she wasn't paying attention. But what did we do? Nice try, Darker Blitz. Nice try. I am going to check though. I'm home alone. The thing behind me is me not putting on the Gundam lights, making the background look even more dark. Good work, Will. Yeah, Lizzie, it is a game that invokes feelings, and each of the different rides evoked a different experience. I guess Like, if you were looking to try and draw a narrative through it, there's so many red herrings that it makes it nigh on impossible. And if you were looking to draw an emotion from it, there's not an emotional conclusion. So, taking a step back and treating each car ride like its own little, like, chapter in a book of poems isn't a bad shout. Ultimately, this felt like a game that went nowhere. And perhaps some of the emotional intent of it was lost. But, I mean, on the plus side, I'll be thinking about this game for a while. Oh, and Docker Blitz, I'm doing bloody marvellous. Fiona's off doing, like, family stuff and adventures. Yeah, and Lizzie, yeah, she was eating Nando's without me. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Anyway, I've got Deus wine to kill, and I definitely am gonna like have a shower, a bath, and kind of digest this. Darker Blitz says, I don't know what a Nando's is, but for some reason it made me want scotch. Oh, it's a chain chicken restaurant. And the progenitors of the term Cheeky Nando's. Alright. So I tell you what, friendos, I'm going to find another wonderful stream to pass you on over to. And I'm definitely going to roll credits in just a moment. But... like, for good or ill, friends, for good or ill, this was an interesting title. And let us remember once again that even if it's a game that fails to hit certain points, the beats that it misses will probably teach us more than games that didn't. Like, of course, now we're going to have to do a replay of What Became of Edith Finch, because that is the gold fecking standard for this. That does unreliable, surrealist narrator in such a brilliant way. And when it comes towards the conclusion, it's like, oh! God, I feckin' love it. Oh, and Star, thank you for topping off the pint glass. Oh, Star, I hope you enjoyed it, y'all. Cannibal! Because the thing is, this is the last like wild card indie game we're going to have for a little while, because honestly, everything else coming up is all stuff I know you're going to love. So let me pitch you the rest of the week, alright? So tomorrow, we're back in Deathloop. So the first half of the day is going to be playing the single player, exploring the world, getting into a great arcane game, and Graphite, thank you for the 100. And in the evening, or afternoon, time travel's weird. Perios is going to jump in and checks notes. Murder me wholesale. But hopefully we'll have a little bit more mojo to actually stand our ground. Although I did manage to do one assassination and get out last time, so I'm very proud of myself for that one. Then, obviously... and then after that, we're doing the Outer Wilds DLC on Thursday. So, if you want to join us for that, please do. Or if you're planning on avoiding it because you want to play it for yourself, I do understand. I put it off for as long as I could, but I've been itching to get back into that. Oh, and Scotty Doggy, I will say, Deathloop is as good as people said it is, possibly more so. And if you have a friend that is willing to do the PvP with you, it's brilliant. I don't know how it is against randoms. I've heard it can be a mixed bag, but... and then, Blackout Club on Friday, but on Saturday we're restarting our... No, we're not restarting. We're playing Divinity Original Sin 2 with a whole new cast, and it's going to be fucking great. Then next week, same thing, but with Inscription. Next Tuesday, we're playing the next game from the guy that made, like, Pony Island and the Hex. Right. But friendos, I'm going to roll credits and say thank yous. A bunch of people threw in bits and good stuff to... Hang on. As much as I love gnomes. Let me get my fancy stuff together. Friends, a bunch of you gifted subs and threw in bits today, and I cannot say thank you for that enough. I sat around a table with a bunch of friendos last night and cheersed mead. And they were all friendos that I have come to know thanks to this, thanks to doing this, being on Twitch.television. And the only reason I get to still be here is because of you. Alright? All of you. So whether you just found us in the last week or two, if you've been here for freaking 3 years, you have all contributed in a small way to me getting to do this. I cannot say thank you enough, alright? I know I'm a feckin' cheeseball, but think about it a lot, alright? You might have had your mind blown by a weird indie game, but for me, it was a Tuesday. The problem is I have some weird indie games, like some fresh IP weird indie games that we're not going to be able to get into until, like, November. The backlog is stacking up, and that's just games that are coming out recently. That isn't even our massive list of titles. Right, feckin' yo. Oh yeah, Scotty Doggy, all the bit shields are named, and the first person who gets to a new bit shield gets to come up with the next name for them. That's the rule. Right. But, without further ado, let me say some thank yous. My good friend Wheeler Dealer is currently playing Far Cry 6, so I'm thinking let's go over there and have a look at it. But, as I said, friends, I get to do this thanks to you lot. Be it weird games or AAA bangers or what have you. The conversations that we have, that's because you lot keep me alive. So sincerely thank you. As I hope you know by now, bits are probably the biggest thing that contributes to that. So to Bacon Avenger, Asari Greenfire, El Ravenger, Caffeine, Vanderbeest, Catros, Tiny, Meows, Anonymous, Cheerers, the League of Spooky Ghosts, to J-Post, Pun Spectre, Graphite Sparrow, and This Is Star. All of you, thank you so much. Your moderator today was Lizzie T. Powell, Rhymes, Moose, and Tarlicus, but Caffeine did pop in, as he's currently doing battle with the Beast of Midterm. Now, those that subbed, resubbed, were celebrating sprees or hunted my house Carl, I'd like to thank Joda, the Bacon Avenger, Keimble, Baron Ransack von Joy, the real Viking Overlord, Big Blue Heron, Ikoa, Zargor, Hookshot, Andorf, El Ravenger. Don't know why I said it like that. Lord Lost and Found, The Smallest Waffle, and Sean Peoples. All of you, thank you. Thank you, Fiona, for throwing us a host even from the other side of the country. And to Imperios, thank you for bringing your crew in on a raid. It's feckin' cool that you trust me with that, friendo, and thank you. Feckin' thank you. Alright, let's head over to Wheeler Dealer, who is having a trundle around some Far Cry 6, because I'm real curious to see what it is, you know? He's only just started, so he's at, like, character creation. Wheeler Dealer and I worked together back at when he was at Sega of America and I was CA. So he is a very, very cool industry friendo. I think he's over at Funimation now. Fucking badass. Right. Friends, have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm going to drink wine and try and process this game that we just played. And look after some teeny tiny guinea pigs. That's my plan for the evening. If you want to natter us on Discord, feckin' yo. Probably be putting together a... Versus 90, you are always welcome. Anyway, tomorrow, Deathloop with the Perios. I can't promise that it's going to be top tier frags and gameplay, but I can promise it will not be dull. Okay, I gotta go make guinea pigs happy and see what's going down river. To be continued, my lovely, lovely friends. Oh shit! Let's play some Back 4 Blood later, if anyone's up for it. Because I think it's out in a bit, right? We'll play some cards, some zombies. It'll be great.